personally, I don't know if I agree with it, but apparently a lot of people liked it. So if they like it, cool, go for it. Don't just base it off my opinion. But personally, I prefer my favorite ranking system is Fox's, because that one just says, hey, you have to play 20 games and you have to win this many games to rank up. And if you lose this many games out of these 20 games, you rank down. I'm like, okay, very simple, straightforward, easy to understand. And so I like that one much better. But if people like the system that they have, by all means.
Okay, so I'm live on my stream. I do want to wait and see if I just want to confirm that your audio sounds good on my stream. So I guess I just need to wait for some folks. Okay, there's Squirrel in my chat. So Squirrel, can you hear Clossius? Okay.
Can you hear me? I am talking. This is my voice. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. That's I've been in that awkward situation before. All right, DM no GM's here too. Could you hear Clossius okay just then? I think okay, he says okay, you can hear me, but can you hear Clossius? That's important. Squirrely's here. What's up, Squirrely? Okay, it sounds like everyone can hear you well, so we should be good to go.
Awesome.
And I'm just going to assume you're also Clossius on Lichess.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm Clossius everywhere. I'm always Clossius.
Great. Awesome. So yeah, for those of you in my chat, this is a joint stream between myself and Clossius, who is a strong Go player. He's a 1-Dan Go player, which I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around exactly what that means. But I think someone in the chat yesterday was saying that 1-Dan I think is equivalent to like 21 or 2200 FIDE. So I mean he's a seriously good Go player. So yeah, I'm trying to learn Go, and I've got a great coach here, and he's trying to learn chess, and he's got a pretty average coach in me, probably below average. But we're gonna play some of both games and see how it goes. So hope you guys enjoy it.
All right. Is there anyone in either chat? I don't know if you guys have the multi-stream or not. I do encourage everyone to watch the multi-stream. I'm gonna type it in mine real quick. I do encourage everyone to watch a multi-stream. I think it'll be really great. Is there anyone in either chat that is around a beginner level? I'm 1100 on chess. I would love to play someone in chat, but if not, I would just play a rapid game, and then I guess just see what my problems are, see how bad I am. Oh, that's the alarm. Just start the stream, and just I guess we can go from there, and you can just take me whatever direction you feel is best.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely you should play a slower time control game, like a rapid. I mean, honestly, even for this game, I would say whoever's going to play you, maybe be willing to just not care about the time too much. I mean, we don't want it to drag on forever and ever, but
yeah, I was thinking 10-5 or 15-10.
Yeah, I would say 15-10. I like for me, 10-5 is even a little quick, especially when you're a beginner. So,
oh really?
Yeah, I mean, I rarely play faster than 15-10. Like I play Blitz for fun, but like I don't really consider Blitz to be a good learning experience. But
Gung Fusi says he's around 1000, so we can start with that.
Yeah, that sounds
what's
good.
What's your username on Lichess, Gung Fusi? How do I send a challenge? Do I just search? Is this a search thing right here on the top right?
Yeah, on the top right, the little magnifying glass.
All right.
I think you can also, if you're on the homepage, I think there's a big button that just says challenge a friend or play with a friend. Yeah, play with a friend.
He uses chess.com. I would prefer to stick to Lichess because I don't have a setup for chess.com. So.
Oh yeah, I should have mentioned. Like I pretty much have to stick with Lichess because.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
I don't have any setup for chess.com or an account or anything like that, so we're kind of just using Lichess today. That's what we have.
Yeah,
that's what we've prepared.
So if anyone isn't on Lichess, go to Lichess. Lichess is a great site. I mean, I'm not a chess.com hater like a lot of people are, but Lichess is just better, just to be honest. Chess.com might have the better player base, and the puzzles and stuff are cool, but Lichess is a much smoother site overall.
All right. It depends on how long it takes you, Gung Pussy. If I want to go ahead and get a game in the next minute or two. So if you get on and send me a link username, sure. But if not, I'm just gonna click on 1510 because I don't want to spend too long waiting to start. But this does gives like a minute or two for everyone to join.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the people in my chat are like around my level or even stronger. So
yeah, I'm scared of your chat. They might be a little much.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, honestly, like
one thing I wish I could do, like I could see your chat better. Like I don't have a way to read your chat and my chat at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know that I do either, because I just have the chat, like my chat open in Streamlabs, but my computer gets really slow when I'm streaming anyway, and I'm worried that if I have like another browser window open with like the multi-twitch or whatever, it's just not going to work.
I get that a lot. Mine is just tabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have to actually click over to read your chat. So I can, like, if someone posts a link, I can click it real quick, but I'm not exactly watching it.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm just going to go ahead and click 1510 so we can get started.
Okay. Yeah, sounds great. And I'm going to go over to your
Are you able to watch my game?
Yeah. Oh, Christy, do you want to challenge him? I think you may have a challenger in my chat.
Oh, well, I already started.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
I don't know how to handle that one.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting to your game now.
If I move my... Oh, no, I can't move that there.
Oh, wow, you're perfectly... like, y'all are the same rating. That's perfect.
Oh, sweet. Sweet. I don't know this move because I want to move my knight out. Okay, I'm just going to move my knight out like I normally do.
Yeah.
I don't know how to handle that move.
I mean,
want to poke it, but I don't know how to poke it, so... Yeah,
that's totally a fine move. So when they play c5 against e4... This is actually a really common opening. This is the Sicilian. It's maybe the most common response to e4. Also, e4 and then e5 is really common, and that's probably more common at the beginner level, but the Sicilian c5 is really popular. That's what I play.
So I don't know.
Thanks for hosting, Frap.
This is good, but my current thinking is if I move my bishop to in front of my knight, it is out, but it's hanging, and I don't like hanging. But if I move it in front of my pawn, it blocks my pawn, but I want to get my bishop out so I can castle. So I'm thinking about moving my pawn and then trading pawns, and then if he wants, I can trade knights as well.
And you're thinking about the move d4?
I can move my bishop up. Yeah, d4. So yeah, I forget that you guys use coordinates a lot more than we do.
Yeah.
So I'm considering d4. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Because I don't like his pawn, and I want to be more. I want my pieces to get active.
Yeah, I think d4 was a great move. That's pretty typical from white in the Sicilian, to play a so-called open Sicilian.
Okay, so this opening that I do where I get my knights out quickly, I move the pawn in front of the king, and then I get my knights out. That's called Sicilian.
Well, the Sicilian is just e4 from white and c5 from black. So it's really a pretty big bucket of openings that are all kind of related.
So it's the two pawns moving out.
Right. It's just the e4 from white and the c5 from black that makes it the Sicilian. And there's, like I said, there's many variations of the Sicilian. I don't know exactly what this one is because I'm not as familiar with knight c3 on move 2. But now we've sort of transposed into a more normal looking Sicilian, I think, but someone in my chat will probably have to help me. I think this looks sort of like a Taimanov, maybe, but I'm not 100% sure.
So I'm looking at the trade, but I usually don't like making trades in his area unless I can make two pawns stack.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's the right term or not. So I think I'm not going to worry about trading those knights unless he wants to. So I'm thinking now I want to move a bishop out. I was considering the castle, but I'm also considering the left side to defend the hanging rook. So I think since I have a hanging piece, I'm going to go ahead and... No, it's not hanging because the queen's defending it. But I'm supposed to have like +1 defense, right? So I'm just going to move that bishop out to protect my knight and hope that's good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And yeah, I mean, this is a fairly typical looking Sicilian setup. Sometimes white can play queen d2, the queen moving up one square, and then you castle long or castle queenside. But you're kind of flexible here because you can also develop your light square bishop and castle kingside, and sometimes it's advantageous to have, you know, options and keep your opponent guessing which way your king's going to be going.
Is there a better castle, like left side or right side, or does it not matter?
Not really. I mean, the thing about castling queenside is your pawn on a2 can be weak because it's often not, like, you know, your king is not touching that pawn and isn't defending it. I mean, in this case,
because...
yeah, that move's fine. I mean, you have to be a little aware that you're cutting off your queen's defense of the knight. But since your knight's defended, it's not...
I didn't think about that.
Since your knight's defended by the bishop, I don't think it's a big deal immediately. But it's just something to be aware of, especially since now he's got a bishop on that diagonal where, right, he can move his knight, and now...
That's weird.
Now his bishop's attacking you.
What? What? You said my bishop's... You said a bishop's attacking me, and I'm like, where?
Yeah.
I see it now.
Oh, you see it?
So
okay.
The bishop's attacking the knight now. I would not have seen that if you didn't say it, though, because I didn't even notice that. I was like, why is he moving a knight to the edge? Isn't that bad?
Yeah, that's kind of a tricky move from him.
Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed that. I'm trying to think what do I want to do to continue with my strategy. So if he... So I guess I can't not unsee the bishop. So I'm just going to pretend like I saw that. So he has a bishop that threatens the knight. And then I can take bishop for bishop. And then he can take my bishop. It'd be up. If I did that. So I don't want to do that. So I want to move this bishop, but I don't know where. I think I'm just going to move it out because I think this goes into a good shape where you have the bishops on the left side of the... I don't know. C4 and F4 is like a good spot to have bishops, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can be. Honestly, I think I probably would have just traded knights. But I mean, I think your move's probably fine.
Oh.
But
I didn't think about trading.
I don't know. It's often the case that you don't want to move the same piece twice in the opening, although I guess if you're trading knights, you're moving that piece twice. So I'm really not sure which is better, which would have been better. But
I have trouble realizing if I've touched a move or a piece or not. Like, I don't even remember which piece.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're kind of
so I'm gonna move
out of the opening now anyway. Okay, so
I am.
Yeah, that's a good move. Rook A to D1.
I would be out of the opening when I got these two rooks in the center.
Yeah, centralizing the rooks is definitely important, especially, you know, rooks like to be on open files. That's sort of the mantra. So the D file, since you don't have a pawn on the D file, it's considered an open file from your point of view. It's really only half open because black does have a pawn there.
Okay, so open doesn't mean not having pieces. Open means if there's pawns there.
Right. That only refers to the pawns. Because if you think about it, like, the pawns are mostly just going to be moving along that file, but, you know, you can move your knight out of the way of your rook and queen at any time.
I feel like his king's in a weird spot.
Well,
I don't think I can do anything to it right now.
Yeah, he played that move for a good reason, actually. So in the previous move, when he played h6, his pawn up to h6, he didn't realize that you had your queen and bishop attacking h6. So actually, you had two attackers, he had one defender. You could have just taken the pawn. So that's why he moved his king up. He's defending his pawn.
I'm not doing my Clossius approach, which is where am I weak, where's my opponent weak, where's the big move. I need to do where's the opponent weak, where am I weak stuff, or where am I weak, where's my opponent weak.
Yeah, I mean, I
need to think about that before playing a normal move.
Yeah, a typical approach in chess is every move you should calculate. There's 3 types of moves that you need to look at every time that you're on the move. Number 1 is checks, because your opponent has to respond. That's a very forcing move. Number 2 is captures, or because a capture, you're winning some material, and probably your opponent needs to take material back or play another threat to sort of equalize that exchange. And then the third is threats, which is a lot more nebulous and hard to explain to a beginner, but I mean, it's sort of
So like
self-explanatory.
forcing moves that set something up.
Right, like you're setting up a capture, you're setting up a check that would be advantageous. But those are a lot harder to see for beginners. But checks and captures are definitely good moves to look at every move. I mean, in practice, you know, you might not have time to look at every capture and every check in every position, but it's
Well, I feel like well, my thinking, not thinking, my thought is that wouldn't you eventually just train your eyes to notice it instantly?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think like grandmasters, when they see a position, I mean, I think in a few seconds they've looked at every single capture, every single check, no matter how ridiculous it is. They're at least just aware that those moves are there, and then they got to figure out how to make them work.
Okay, so he's poking my bishop,
Yes.
and my bishop is currently hanging, so I didn't realize that.
Yes, that's important to realize.
So first, I want to try to see if I can counterattack. So can I move this bishop to counterattack anything? I don't think so. And I like having my bishop out here, so instead of moving it back, I think I'm going to defend it with a pawn b3. Is there any other like fork that I can do? Is there a fork that I can do? Like, is there a way to attack this knight? I don't think so, because the knight, if he takes, also threatens my queen. So even if I set up a fork, it would have to be as valuable as the queen. So I think I'm just going to defend with the pawn.
Yeah, I think that's a very good thought process. I mean, I even struggle with, you know, when I see a piece attacked, I want to move it or I want to defend it. It's hard for me to think, oh, maybe I can counterattack or do something more active first. So I think it's good that you thought that way. I probably would have played bishop back to b3, because now if he takes your bishop, your pawns get double isolated on the c file, meaning you've got two pawns on the c file and there's no pawns on the directly adjacent files. So those types of pawns are often very weak. So I think for pawn structure reasons, I probably would have played the bishop back to b3, or maybe you could have even played the bishop back to like f1 or e2. But this is fine. I mean, really at your level, the important thing is to not hang pieces, not lose material. So defending it's perfectly fine.
Okay, so now we're in mid game, right? So now I want to start trying to mess up his position. So I can take a pawn, but I'll immediately lose my bishop.
So
and he's defending it with two pieces.
You're aware of the piece values,
so I can
correct?
A knight. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, pawn is 1, bishop is 3, so it'd be a bad exchange,
right.
But I'm just acknowledging that it's there. I could poke a knight with my bishop, or I could poke I could poke a knight with my pawn, my f2 pawn. I don't know if that's good to get a pawn out in front of the king, though. I don't know if I should or shouldn't, actually. I don't see anything else. Okay, so let's say I poke and he moves. Where's he going to move? He can't move back because there's 2 pawns, so he'd have to move there, which my knight could then take, which is interesting. But can he move forward at all? So he moves there. I trade, which might be good for him because it lines up my pawns. He can move there, which he loses. There, which doesn't really do anything. I want to set up a fork, but I can't.
Yeah, this is the kind of position that really separates good chess players from bad chess players, I think. When there's not really anything like obvious to do, and you've just got to find ways to improve your position. So it is challenging. I'm not really sure what I would do, to be honest. I think I know what I would do, but I'm not positive.
I'm just going to poke because he's also my level, so it's not like he'll respawn perfectly.
Yeah.
So I think just poking might open up an opening. Now, I need to poke in a way that... So if I poke with this bishop, I'm still defended. Oh, actually, that knight is poking that. So if I poke, he can take, I take, and then I have a hanging queen. Is there anything that can counterattack that? Look for bishops, because I'm bad at bishops. that would leave no, my knight would not be hanging, so I can make that trade. I'm going to make that trade. He wants to do that. I can.
Oh, okay.
Because I just want to start opening up and poking.
Yeah, Night Forest. I don't think poking is a term in chess, but I kind of like his usage of it. So.
I don't know. I use it in Go a lot, so I don't know if there's a term for pushing or poking. I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing in chess.
Yeah, I've heard people call it.
There's a term for like.
I've heard people call it touching, like when one piece is either attacking or putting pressure on another piece. I've heard it called touching. I've heard it called tickling. Because like you're not threatening to win the knight.
I'm gonna tickle.
You're not threatening to win the knight, right? The knight's defended by the bishop, but you are putting pressure on it. So you're sort of.
Someone requested a normal opening. Use castles. I don't know what that. Rooks. What? Oh, I don't understand what they're saying in my chat.
Yeah,
they're saying request a normal opening. Use rooks.
DM no GM is right. Your thought process where you said, well, maybe I'll do this and it's not great, but he's not a good player, so he's probably not going to punish it. It's probably not the right way to think.
Yeah, well, I wasn't thinking that he wouldn't punish.
Yeah.
I was just thinking if I try to force exchanges, maybe an opening will come up, is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to like think that he will mess up or anything. I'm just thinking that on a stale board, I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to start, I guess, making tickles.
Yeah.
Is that to find an opening?
Ooh, I missed this move.
That's interesting.
That's a problem.
This move is a fork.
Yeah, so he found a nice tactical sequence there. I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. And
I should have seen that.
I'm a dude player, so. Okay, so I think I have a counter though. No, I don't. I was gonna say I can move my knight to e6 to check his queen, so we can trade queens. But as soon as we trade queens, then he can still get my next knight. So that bishop's is looking at 2 knights, so not just one. Because I'm trying to think of how I can trade if I can't just defend.
That's true, but I mean, also he could just take your knight, and then, he's still up a knight. Like, if you played knight e6, he could just play, like, the pawn on f takes the e6 knight.
Isn't knight e6 a fork?
But he can take it.
Oh, wait, he can take it with a pawn.
Yeah. He can take with the f pawn. Yeah. He could even take with the d pawn, but he could definitely take with the f pawn.
Yep, I'm just bad. I don't know what to do here.
I did miss this threat. I mean, we can look at it after the game, but I think bishop f4 was not a good move.
Here?
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't really help much.
Oh, because the bishop's worth more than the rook, so even though I'm defending it with 2 pieces, I just made a bad situation worse.
Yeah, unfortunately, that the bishop.
I'm falling apart.
The bishop supporting the pawn is quite powerful when he can go into Pac-Man mode like that. Yeah, now it's quite tough. I wouldn't give up just yet because he is an 1100 player, so he can make mistakes. But
okay, where do I want a queen in the middle game?
How's it going, Indo Queen? Indo Queen, you might enjoy playing Clossius. I think you're a little stronger than him, but it's fairly close. Indo Queen's another relatively new chess player.
If I take with the rook, his bishop will take my rook, and I could take his bishop, but the bishop, that's 5 pawns for 4, and he's up 3.
So I'll offer you the advice that when you're down a piece, like you're in this situation, and you're about to be down more than a piece, you don't really want to trade pieces off. So I don't know. I'm a little bit torn. Like, if you take the pawn with your rook, you're losing an exchange. You're losing a rook for a bishop, which is actually better than just straight up losing a piece. But the only way you're going to win this game is if you checkmate the guy, and your rook's probably going to help you more than your knight is. So I'm a little torn on what the best move is here. I mean, both moves are losing, but I don't. I don't know which one would be. Okay, yeah, a stronger player than me in the chat thinks that rook takes d4 is less bad, and I
Well, I was
understand.
just thinking if rook takes the pawn, I'm down the exchange. I'm down one pawn, but in this case, I'm down three. Is my thinking.
Well, you're down 6. You're down 2 bishops.
Well, I meant
Oh, just from this
after the
exchange.
three mistake.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this exchange, I lose three, but on the but with that one, I would be down four. I don't know if the math is as important though.
Yeah, I mean, I think the actual material difference, like the math, matters less when you're already losing, when you're already down a piece like this. Usually, if you're down a piece, like you either need to win the piece back soon, or you're gonna have to checkmate him. Or, I mean, in some cases, maybe you can play for a draw in the end game, but not in this case when the queens are on the board, the rooks are on the board. Like, I mean, this is just subjectively completely lost. So you have to try to create threats on his king and just hope that he's not going to be able to counter them.
Yeah, but isn't it harder to? Isn't it harder to make those threats with rooks when he has a lot of pieces? Isn't it better to make threats with knights than rooks? I'm just thinking from the checkmate problems. It's harder to trap a king with behind pieces with rooks or with. I don't even know if I'm saying the right words.
I mean, the rook is the stronger
problems,
piece.
If he has pieces around him, yeah, it's the stronger piece. But I'm trying to.
Yeah, it is sort of.
I'm trying to say the right words.
Right.
I don't know if I'm saying the right words, but
it's sort of dependent on the situation. I mean, knights are often useful because they move in such an erratic way compared to the other pieces, and they're tricky. I mean, that's basically the best way to describe a knight. But I mean, a rook is the far more powerful piece, but if the board's not very open, then the rooks can be sort of restricted. Yeah.
And I'm just trying to get my king out because I think it's close to endgame. So don't you want your king out in the endgame? I think.
Well, I don't agree with that logic at all. But it is correct that in the endgame you want your king up, but usually endgame means the queens are gone and probably at least one pair of rooks is gone.
I don't know how to tell if it's endgame or not.
Yeah,
endgame for me is okay. The center's missing pieces
right
after I've stubbed my setup.
Yeah,
so
no, this is.
I don't know how to tell what endgame is.
Yeah, this is definitely still a middle game.
Ooh,
although he's given you.
Is that a mistake?
Yeah, well,
isn't this a mistake?
I would not have played that. I think that's not a good move from him.
I take with my rook. My rook isn't exactly protecting anything right now. Can he do anything? I don't think so. I think that's a mistake, so I'll just take a free pawn.
I would have taken with the pawn, but I'm not really sure. I mean, again, we're sort of, it's sort of an exercise in which is the trickier move, which is the move that creates the bigger chance for him to make a mistake. But if you take with the pawn,
well,
your pawn's getting pretty close to promoting. I mean, and you're even threatening d7, which just traps his bishop.
I was thinking the pawn would open up his bishop.
That's true. But his bishop's not really. I mean, it doesn't really open up his bishop because your rook's controlling the d4 square, your other rook's controlling the e5 square. His bishop doesn't really have anywhere to go. It's sort of just biting on his pawn at c3. And I'll caution you, you're starting to get fairly low on time.
Oh, yeah. I'm used to like Byo-Yomi where it'll just count in my ear, so I don't have a habit of looking at the clock.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's
it just tells me how much time I have when I start running low.
Yeah, the chess clock is much less forgiving.
I've timed out a couple times in chess.
Yeah, I have more than a few times.
I want to do this because I'm worried about him opening up the left side and letting his pawns just walk down. So I feel like it's worth defending. I'm just letting you know my mindset.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I guess that doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, and also, I mean, the thing about the rook on a1 is that's what we would call a very passive rook. I mean, all it's doing is just sitting there defending a pawn, and that's not really. I mean, again, this is sort of depending on the context, but in this position where you're losing, you really need active pieces to try to get at his king. Like the a2 pawn doesn't really matter in this particular circumstance. The a2 pawn doesn't matter at all.
Okay.
Like if he's able to move his pawns down the board and queen, then okay, he does it. But that takes a lot of time, and he's winning anyway. Yes, Gung Fusi. Yeah, we're doing chess first, and then we're gonna do Go. So we're gonna take turns. You know, guessing at how to play a game.
I can't come up with any way to break this. I don't see any opening in his position.
Yeah, he's playing decently, defending this. He's making it tough.
Like, I think it's almost GG.
Yeah, I kind of agree, to be honest. I'm not really sure what I would suggest to try to get an attack.
Okay, what is my all or nothing plan? Because in Go, when I'm about to resign, I'm like, okay, let's come up with an all or nothing move.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do that in chess though, without just losing a bunch of pieces.
Yeah, I mean, you can try it, but yeah, I think it's done. I don't even really see a move. Yeah, like that doesn't even. He can just take it. Although maybe if he takes with the pawn, then you've got some chance. Oh, but he's gonna take there. Yeah, I mean, it still is done, I think. Yeah.
I'm just looking at his king. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're coming up with a good idea here. I don't think it's gonna work, but it's a good attempt. It's the right type of thinking, and I think now you see why the rook and the queen are quite powerful. But unfortunately, his bishop is sort of raining on the parade.
Yeah. If I had one more bishop. Or one more rook.
Wait, Bobby, you're saying white is maybe fine?
Oh, wait.
Am I missing something here?
I can maybe...
Is there some tactic?
I can go right here. What can I do? So now that rook has... Oh, no, I can't keep it here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're between a rock and a hard place here. The rook can't move, and it also can't not move. Well, I guess the rook can move, but... Okay. What's he going to do if you move your rook?
Another all or nothing idea.
Okay, yeah, I think that's as good a move as any, because he's ready to promote his pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now it's
the king and
completely over, I'm sorry to say.
I don't think I have any chance.
No, you don't.
I'm down 10 points.
I'm sorry to tell you.
Just resign?
Well, I mean, you could play on if you want, but I mean, you've really probably got nothing to play. If you want to see like a checkmate pattern or something, see what he comes up with, you can, but it's completely over.
I'm just gonna resign.
Okay, yeah.
Right, thank you for the game. I don't know if that's a thing. GG, well played.
Yeah, the chess community's, I think, not as polite as the Go community, if I'm being honest, but I'm sure that'll still be appreciated. Okay, but yeah, that was still, I think you played pretty well in the opening. Unfortunately, you just had one move that didn't really work tactically. So I think maybe someone in... oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna invite you to a study of this game. So that'll be like kind of in the Go boards, like the Go analysis board we were looking at last night, where I can make moves on the board and draw arrows and stuff, and you can follow along in real time.
Yeah, how do I do that?
Okay, let me I'm just gonna send you a message on, I guess I'll just send it in Discord.
Okay.
I'll send you the link. I guess that's easiest. And guys in my chat, because I know there's stronger people than me in the chat, so definitely help me out here. And anyone in Clossius's chat who might be strong too. By the way, those
I don't know. Do we have strong chess players in my chat?
Those of you in my chat, you might find this funny. This stream was initially, Clossius was initially going to be streaming with Vampire Chicken, aka Jonathan Schrantz, who's a much better player than me and has a lot of experience as a chess coach. So I've got big shoes to fill, so I need some help.
No. I mean, I was planning to do a collaboration stream with you eventually. Anyway.
Yeah.
I would just, I already had it scheduled.
Gotcha.
And then he he and I have rescheduled for, but I had already like spammed social media and everything.
Right.
And I was like, I need to do something tonight. So
I'm sorry. When
you were like my first.
When did you say that you had rescheduled with Jonathan?
He had something come up earlier today. So we had to cancel earlier today.
But do you have a new date?
Scheduling for. Yeah, it's for Saturday.
Saturday. Okay. So yeah, everyone in both chats, you know what you're doing on Saturday.
Strong too, right? You're much stronger than me, so it's not like it doesn't really change much for me. I'm still getting chess reviews.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit there. I think Discord may be having some issues.
I said you're still me, so it's for me. It's like I think for me is going to be the same.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I get what you're saying. You still cut out a little bit, but yeah, I appreciate it. I'm gonna do my best. So, okay, can you can see the moves being made as I sort of go through them here on the analysis board. Shit. Okay. Can I call you in Lee Chess? In my experience, that works a little bit better than Discord.
In my chat. I don't hear you now. His rank is 1800.
Can you hear me, Clossie?
Twitch Live.
Shit. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna hang up on Discord, and then I'm gonna try to use the Lee Chess voice chat. Let's see if he sees that.
Voice chat is ready. Voice chat is ready.
Oh man, my computer's getting really slow. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the push-ups, Bobby. Is this gonna work? It says voice chat ready. I think he's got to click it on his end. Shit.
Voice chat is ready.
All right, maybe we're just gonna have to try Discord again, because I don't know if that's working.
How do I up to the call? I don't know how.
Hey, can you hear me better now? Can you hear me?
All on the chess.
Oh my god. Can you hear me, Clossy?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you
Okay.
on Discord now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think maybe Discord's having some issues. I don't know.
Icon on the left side. I don't see a phone.
Right, you see where it says chat room?
Yeah, click chat room.
And then, like, there's a little green box, and then to the right of that, there's a phone icon.
No, there's no phone icon.
Oh, that's weird. You might be on, like, an older version of Lichess or something for some reason.
I might not have set out. Probably don't have like my sound set up on it.
Oh, maybe. Okay, well, I guess Discord's working better now, so hopefully that'll continue to work.
I think you have a noise filter on yours, and that's why you cut out. In your Discord settings, if you click the user settings, and then voice and video, there's automatically determine input sensitivity, or something like that. You can lower that.
Okay, let me go to that real quick. Voice and video. Automatically determine input sensitivity. It says if the indicator is solid green, then Discord is transmitting my beautiful voice, and that is happening.
I mean, you sound good right now.
I think maybe there was just a hiccup in the server, so I guess let's just continue and see if it'll work for now. So I was asking, can you see, like, I'm sort of paging through the moves here on the board? Is that showing up for you? Ah.
I can see your move. Yeah, as soon as you started speaking strategy, Discord's like, nope,
yeah.
I'm dropping it now.
I'm trying to think if there's another way we can do this. If there's another...
When you start explaining. I don't know.
Okay. Maybe
on the chest.
I'm just gonna restart my Discord, and we'll see if maybe that works. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what's going on here, but all right. I'll be back in a minute or two.
Okay.
And yeah, sorry everyone in the chat. I know that's like perfect timing. It worked great for the entire game, and now it's not working. So, if anyone has any tips and tricks, I'm not really super well versed on Discord, so. Okay. You'll play chess? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's going to want to do at least one more game before we switch to Go. But, Bobby, I think he wants to play people closer to his rating. I think you're too good. How's it going, A. Gonzalez? You're out? Okay, Bobby. See you next time. Come on, Discord. I guess I might as well start looking at this game while Discord's... Well, we tried calling him on Lichess, and he says he doesn't get the little phone icon. I know Lichess, like there's a newer version of Lichess that maybe hasn't been pushed to everyone yet. I don't understand why, but... Or maybe there's like some setting that he needs to enable in order to have it. Okay, let's go back to Clossius. Okay, is this any better? Doesn't sound any better.
Yeah, Yeah, you're just cutting out again. Are you able to move the mic closer to your face? If you can be louder.
I don't think it's
usually better.
I don't think it's a mic thing because you keep cutting out for me too. So I think it's just an internet thing, but I don't understand why.
Oh, that would make sense.
That
would explain why.
Do you have Google Hangouts? Do you use that?
Yeah, I can use that.
Maybe we could try that instead.
To Google, let's do Gmail. I think that's the fastest way to Google Hangouts for me.
I'm gonna send you my my name in Discord.
Okay. You mean you're not Mr. Smith?
I am Mr. Smith, but I think you might have to have my email address. I'm not sure.
Let's see. CL Smith. Charlie Larry Smith 15.
Nope. Good guess though.
Charlie Larry. No, that's your new name, right?
All right, that's fair.
Your chat's not gonna let you live that down.
Yeah, probably not. Actually, I have had someone in my chat try to. I can't remember what he calls me. He guessed what my name was, and I was like, "That's not it." And he's like, "I'm gonna call you that anyway." So I was like, "Okay, fine." And of course, now Discord's working perfectly.
That's my email.
Oh, okay, great.
That's so. If you can just call me.
Okay.
Fun collaboration streams.
Yeah, this is my first one ever, so I'm
I didn't even know there was a phone button on the chest, to be fair.
Okay, I'm gonna I just sent you an invite on Hangouts, so I'm gonna hang up on Discord and then we'll see if Hangouts works.
I don't know how to join Hangouts apparently because I'm not getting popped up.
Oh, just maybe go to hangouts.google.com.
I have Hangouts conversation.
Are you in Gmail or are you?
Yeah.
Okay, if you go to hangouts.google.com, I think might work better. And of course now Discord's working perfectly, so.
Yeah. And now we're doing chess tutorials. Now we're doing Google tutorials.
Right.
And eventually we'll do Go tutorials.
Yeah.
All right. There's a green button. Wonder what that means. Hi, Sean. Get started by calling or messaging a friend below. Are we friends?
I think I sent you an invite.
Have any friends. That's also like loading. That's conversations. Phone calls. Nope. Contacts. Nope. How do I do this? Is it a phone call or a conversation? It's conversation.
I think it's a conversation. Right? And then I don't
have any new conversation.
I sent you my name if you want to try to call me.
Okay. Let's message. We're gonna enter that. You. Click on you.
Okay.
There we go.
I think okay.
And now how do I... That's a video call. Is video call the only option?
No.
That'll be really laggy.
No, there's supposed to be a voice call.
That'll be really laggy.
Why is there not a voice call? Like,
I don't know. I don't do Google. I'm on Discord. I'm the Discord
yeah.
guy. I'm gonna click the friend icon.
What the hell?
Nope. I'm gonna do it and then like immediately close my camera.
Yeah, we could just do that. Like disable the webcam and just have it being a video call. Maybe that won't lag too bad.
All right, close that.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up on Discord and we can try that.
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I don't see you, so perfect.
Awesome.
I'm gonna block my camera too. All right. Hopefully that will work better.
It looks like the audio is good.
Yeah, it sounds good on my end. Let me open
Back
up
to the
Streamlabs.
chess.
Okay, yeah. All right. Sorry, everyone, about that diversion. But okay. So you can see in the study, like you can see as I'm moving through the moves, right?
I could before. I hope
Okay,
can
I'm
now.
not right now, but
Okay.
sorry, my computer's lagging now. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the engine. That'll probably help. Okay.
You know what we should have done in hindsight?
What's that?
I should have let you call on your phone, so that way it wouldn't lag your computer. That usually works really well.
Yeah, I thought about that, but then how do I get your audio on my stream?
Oh yeah. Never mind.
Yeah,
Just
I
kidding.
mean, there's probably a way to do it. I just couldn't think of a way quickly. So
just kidding.
So anyway, I'm going back a few moves. So like this is the Sicilian, as I was saying, and I don't know if you have on the right sidebar. If you look at the very bottom of the right-hand bar, there's a little book button at the bottom, and if you have that open, it's going to show you what's called the opening book, which shows what moves have been played in master level games. Or
okay, so this is like a database.
Yeah, this is just a database of games. And if you
Cool.
if you click on the little gear icon next to the database there, I would just make sure you have it set to where it's showing you the master games, not the Lee Chess games, because the Lee Chess games is just showing you like amateur games, but the master games are more useful.
Okay, so the settings icon, masters, all set.
Right. So if you see in this position, it says B20 Sicilian defense, and then it shows you the most popular responses for white after that. So this is a nice way to sort of try to start figuring out openings. So
awesome. How do I get here? How do I get to the study of my game review? How do I review?
Well, the opening book will actually show up on like a regular game. If when you end the game, there's a button that'll say like analysis board, and if you go to the analysis, then you'll have all these same options.
Cool. I can now review my game.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a great tool to use. Hey, Madquick, how's it going? Yeah, this is Clossius, who's a 1-dan player in Go. So we haven't quite figured out what the Go to chess equivalency is, but he's a very strong Go player. I'm thinking that it's the equivalent of like a 21 or 2200 FIDE, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think it's 21, 2200.
Yeah.
So the highest, if we'd use ELO and Go, I think the highest would be like 35, 3600, something around there.
we don't have that strong in chess.
Yeah, I don't know what you have in chess. But that's because there's like professional exams. Like you can get from 1-dan to 9-dan amateur, but then you have to like beat all the other 9-dans in a tournament to become professional. And so it goes from, I don't know. You can probably go up to like 35, 3600 and Go.
Yeah, wow. I mean, like the best player in the world in chess is like 28 something. He's like low 2800s, I think. He's been as high as like 2880, but I think right now he's like
we have also like about 40 something ranks.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many ranks there are in chess. If for every 100 points, if there's a rank, we probably go from like -30 to 9, and then 1 to 9 professional. So that's 40 something ranks.
Gotcha. There are ranks in over the board chess, but I have not really played over the board chess, so I'm not too familiar with them. But they're sort of informal. It's like class A, class B, class C, class D. I just don't know what all the cutoffs are. So
gotcha. Yeah, I just consider myself a black belt and Go. Like that's the closest equivalent I have. That's easiest to explain.
Yeah.
Just black belt.
So anyway, yeah, Mad Quick, the point of the stream is I'm going to help him learn chess, and he's going to help me learn Go. So we're still in the chess portion. He just played his first game. We're going to look over. So Mad Quick, if you want to help me analyze this game, I would appreciate it. Mad Quick is another strong player. I think he's just short of the NM rank.
Someone told me in my chat on Go ratings, the highest ranked player in Go is 3748.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I guess it's just an arbitrary number, but it's just interesting that, like, I'm assuming it's a similar like ELO system.
It's ELO.
Yeah.
It's an ELO system, but I don't know the math behind it.
Right. Okay, so anyway, you can see on this game the most common move for white in this position would be knight f3. but what you did, knight c3, is fine too. I don't really know it. Oh man, now I'm getting your call on my phone.
Is it? It says it in 32,000, so I'm in the top. Like, I mean, it's not 400,000, but I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is still, this is like
cropped it too much.
Yeah, this is perfectly acceptable opening play. Like, this is completely standard, but.
All right, master level play already.
Right. So, and then knight c6. Oh, interesting, Mad Quick. I don't know the close Sicilian at all, so he's helping me with this. But knight c6 was correct from him, and then you played knight f3, which, I mean, it makes total sense to me, even though it's not the most popular move. It's the fourth most popular move, but you see, like, there's still 3,000 games compared to 7,000 for g3.
I don't understand what g3 does.
So g3, this is sort of a common structure where your bishop's going to come. This is called fianchettoing, when your bishop moves to either g2, b2, b7, or g7.
I thought you didn't move the three side pawns on both sides in the opening.
I guess this is sort of an exception. Like, it's usually okay to fianchetto the bishop. I mean, if you think about it, the bishop is a diagonal piece, so it's often going to be really strong on the longest diagonal on the board. So in general, you don't want to move all of the pawns in front of your king, but one pawn is usually okay. But
so if I move that pawn, then I'm likely not going to castle on that side.
No,
basically.
You would still castle over there. So I mean, we could even play out like, okay, what's like the most common line in this game? Sorry, I'm gonna have to play it kind of slow because my computer's chugging a bit. But so yeah, you can see g6 was black's most common response. White fianchettos the bishop. Black fianchettos the bishop. I assume d3 now. Let's just go with this knight f3 variation just to show you kind of the common structure. And let's say black goes knight f6, and then now both sides could castle. So I mean, this is a pretty common structure for a castled king behind a fianchettoed bishop like this.
Okay. I keep thinking you're saying Fianchetto or something like that.
Fianchetto or fianchetto. It's an Italian word, so I guess it depends on your pronunciation.
I was going to call it the cheese bishop.
Cheese bishop.
I'm not going to remember that word, so I'm just going to... You can put your cheese bishop on right here.
Yeah, oh, that word. Well, I mean, whatever helps you remember it, so yeah. Yeah.
I don't even know what word you're saying.
Yeah. Offbeat opener in my chat says, yeah, fianchetto is the Italian word for flank, so you're flanking your bishop. Yeah.
Oh, flank bishop. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so yeah, that's a pretty common structure. So I wouldn't be afraid to do that in the opening. And yeah, so let's see. I'm trying to remember what you did here. Oh, you did knight f3, which is fine.
Okay.
Let's see, what did he do? e6. I mean, yeah, you can see we're still in very common. Okay, yeah, and d4 was actually the most common move for white here. So that's nice. I mean, I thought this was a pretty typical Sicilian idea, and I think we're sort of transposing from a closed to an open Sicilian. Oh, Mad Quick is saying the king's side knight belongs on e2 if you're fianchettoing. Okay, so that's my mistake. Yeah, so...
Wait, you put it on E2? I thought E2 was not good.
Well, Mad Quick knows more opening theory than me, so I'm going to defer to him.
I guess my question is, what is... So, I can... So the book is really helpful for me learning an opening, but I guess I don't really understand the reasons why. What is, like, my reasons that I should be thinking about in the opening?
Well, I mean, you sort of alluded to it earlier. I mean, the main thing in the opening is you want to get your knights and bishops out, you want to castle, and sort of your final step usually is connecting the rooks, meaning that the rooks can directly see one another, there's no pieces in between them, and ideally you're centralizing the rooks, or at least putting the rooks on open files. So usually your opening moves are sort of centered around those ideas. You also usually want to be fighting for the center. So putting pawns in the center is, also very good. Yeah, controlling the center, as Mad Quick says.
So correct my thought if I'm wrong, but my thinking right now is knights and bishops are to get out in the center, to get active in the center, and then you move your rooks together so that way you can control like 2 files, and then you use your pawns in the center to try and sacrifice a pawn to mess up their position. Is that correct?
Well,
Theoretically,
I not necessarily the last part about trying to sacrifice a pawn to mess up their position. I mean, your pawns are really sort of what you use to control space, and so like for example, in this position, E6 or D6 rather, which I just circled on the board, is a hole. What's considered a hole for black because he doesn't have any pawns that can defend that square. So, you know, I'm not saying it's necessarily right in this context, but sometimes you might think of like pushing E5 so that you've got direct control over that, and then maybe you can maneuver a piece into E6 into D6, and he can never kick that piece out with a pawn because all of his pawns have moved past that square. So yeah, your pawns are more about controlling space and securing squares for your pieces than they are for trying to mess up your opponent's structure. I mean, sometimes you can use pawns in that way, but I think that's a little more rare. But it's not wrong. It's just not as common.
okay.
So yeah, again, I'm not advocating these moves in this position. That's just sort of an idea, maybe. And then you also said bring your rooks together, and that's not necessarily true either. Really, you just want your rooks on the open files, which often will be the D and E files, so the 2 central files. So maybe your rooks will be together in the central files, but in some other openings, maybe the C file is going to get open, maybe the F file is going to get open. So really, it's more about getting your rooks on files where they're going to be useful, where when the pieces move out of the way, there's no pawns, or at least none of your pawns in the way. So those rooks are going to have an active role. They're going to put pressure on the opponent.
I didn't know about open files until today.
Yeah, so that's a very useful concept.
Okay.
So yeah, we're doing great so far in this game. He took, which makes total sense. You took with the knight, which is the only move, because you take with the queen, you're going to lose your queen. And let's see, he played knight f6. That's makes total sense to me. You played bishop e3, which isn't super common. I didn't hate bishop e3. I mean, I think at your level, unless there's like a tactical reason not to play it, I don't see a problem with this move, even if it's not super popular. The only thing you have to watch for, I guess, is maybe his knight will try to harass your bishop, but you've got that square controlled with your queen right now, so I don't think it's really an issue.
They were saying, so the recommended move was to move the d4 knight to b5, but doesn't a pawn just immediately kick that out by moving up 1 at
yes,
a6?
But I believe the idea here is if you make this maneuver, he can try to kick you if he wants.
There's a flank.
But now we're talking about the hole on d6 again.
Oh, there's a fork. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a fork. Actually, I think a6 is a mistake for black. I think black, if you play knight, I'm guessing if you play knight d to b5, black has to play d6 so that he's protecting the d6 square. Yeah, so you see the most common move is d6. So now you can't go here because his queen and his bishop defend it. But yeah, that's sort of the idea, is to key in on that hole. This is sort of a more advanced opening, I think. I mean,
aren't they all probably?
This kind of breaks some opening principles where the knight's moving twice in the opening, but since you're creating a threat, it's okay. But in general, you want to develop all your pieces. You don't want to be moving the same piece over and over again in the opening.
That's one thing I'm worried about if I follow the book. I don't even know the opening theories yet. Do I really want to be playing the exact moves right now, or does it matter?
You'll get differing opinions. I mean, my opinion is stick with opening principles, and if you want to learn openings, learn like a few moves of an opening, but don't get bogged down in learning many variations. Not yet, but
okay.
I mean, like I don't really know openings that well. I mean, I know basic stuff, but like, okay, this is a Sicilian, which I play a lot, but it's already a different move order than I've seen. So like, I don't know this opening, even though this is like a pretty common opening. So yeah,
I've had some chess players tell me that if I want to get good at chess, just pick an opening and memorize every variation in that opening.
I mean, I think that's fair.
That's probably one way, technically.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, and I mean, there's certainly a place for that. I just think at the beginner level, that's a bit excessive. Like, I think you just want to get your fundamentals down first, and then you can start learning specific openings. But yeah, Akash in my chat says those players might not be very good. How's it going, Akash? Thanks for stopping by. Akash is the national master I was telling you about, who I played Go with last night until like 5 a.m. Okay.
Oh wait, is that the streamer that you mentioned?
Yeah, and he's a great streamer. So yeah, you should definitely follow him, and I'm sure he's going to be interested in.
I did follow him. I think I followed him.
Yeah,
I clicked the follow button. I was going to hit him up to see if he wanted to do a collab stream sometime in the future.
I won't speak for him, but I'm guessing he'll be interested in collaborating on Go. So
I did follow him though. I followed him as soon as you gave me the link.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, now we're back to what actually happened in the game. Bishop e3. I mean, again, I think at this level it's completely fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he played g6. So yeah, he's going for that fianchetto structure, which he played.
Bishop flank.
Bishop flank, yeah.
Bishop flank.
Yeah, and in my chat, I don't know if you saw, but Akash says he'd love to collaborate. He was watching your beginner tutorials on YouTube last night and today. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I recommended your tutorials to him.
I'll send him a message so I can have a chat up to talk later. Or actually, I can't apparently. Tell him to or actually, you can hear me. Hi, Akash.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Just send me a message on Twitch and I'll check it out later.
Yeah.
Just say hi on Twitch and then we can have a conversation.
Yeah, he's on Discord too.
Discord or something.
So I'm sure y'all can set something up.
I'm Clossius everywhere, so feel free to message me anywhere, and then I'll chat at you when I can.
All right, I guess I'm going to turn the engine on now just because I want to make sure I'm not missing stuff. But I think bishop d3 is good too. Again, you're just developing a bishop, getting it out, getting ready to castle. Bishop g7, that's that fianchetto structure, the flank bishop. Computer likes that.
Okay, now that...
Sorry, go ahead.
Now that makes a lot more sense. Now that you've explained the flanking bishop, now his structure makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even see, like, the bishop's going to be good on this diagonal because you've got pieces. You know, the bishop has targets. So it's... Yeah. This bishop is actually, probably going to be black's best piece in the opening and early middle game because it's a great defender of, the dark squares that are kind of weak around the king. And by a weak square, I mean that a pawn isn't defending it.
I mean, I lost the game because of that bishop, didn't I?
Yeah, ultimately you did. But yeah, I mean, this bishop's doing everything. It's defending his king side, and it's putting pressure on your pieces, on your knights in the center. And yeah, like that tactical opportunity arose because his bishop was well placed. So, okay, you castled here, which is great. And yeah, I don't know if I turned the engine on for me. I don't know if it shows for you as well, but you can see it's.
I see stuff, and I don't know what I even see. So I can't tell if it's the engine, the branch of the game. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, the number in the number in the top right. If you see like plus 0.4, plus 0.5, that's the engine guessing at which side stands better, and that means that right now it's saying white's better by about half of a pawn.
Okay, so that's a point system, not a percentage system?
Right, it's a point system. So that...
Okay, so one thing to know if you ever see that on the OGS, on the Go server, is that the AI goes by percentage, win percentage.
Okay.
So when it says -1 or +1, that's like 1 percentage point.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that's pretty different.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
So yours is pawn points.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay. He played knight h5, which is an aggressive move, and actually you can see the computer doesn't like it. I mean, again, he's moving the same piece twice in the opening, and he hasn't castled yet, so that's generally not good, and he did it because he's threatening your knight, which we talked about, but you have a convenient way, and I think we even mentioned this during the game, you can defend your knight with bishop e2, because now your queen's defending the knight, and you're also attacking his knight that's sort of out here on a bad square. And Sorry, I'm going to turn the engine back off just because it slows down my computer so much. But like if you play bishop e2 and he captures here, then I don't know if you can take this knight right away, but eventually, I don't know. I'm just going to play some moves. Let's say he castles now. If my computer will work. Oh wait, it's white's move. That explains it. You could even maybe, no, you can't take that knight yet. You can take here. Let's say that he castles, and now if you take here, now this pawn structure is bad. Like this is not what you want in front of your king. His king's going to be exposed on this file, on this diagonal that you're already on with your queen. So the knight to h5 probably wasn't really great for him for that reason. But you have to find the move bishop e2 that simultaneously defends your knight and punishes his bad move.
Okay. How can we dumb that down to a hint for me to see that?
Yeah,
I mean
it's
a
tough.
lot of reading or calculating.
Yeah. I mean, you had the right idea, right? Because you moved the bishop. Well, shit, just a second. You moved the bishop to c4, which discovered the queen's defense. So you had the right idea of moving the bishop. You just didn't pick the best square for the bishop. So the bishop here, I mean, it looks nice. It's out in the middle of the board, but these pawns are in a position to where it's going to be tough for your bishop to really influence the king side much, and there's nothing this way. So the bishop might be good on this diagonal one day if his king ends up on g8, but right now it's not so great, and it's more useful on this diagonal where it has an immediate target.
Okay, so poking is better than influence when you have to move.
Well, I mean, not always. I don't want to make that claim.
Okay.
I think just in this case, I mean, like what you did, I don't think is a problem. Like his knight's bad on h5, so I mean, there's a saying in chess that the knight on the rim is dim, because if you think about how the knights move, like your knight in the center is influencing 8 squares.
Yeah.
And then his knight on, okay, not that one, but this one. And then his knight over here is only influencing 4 squares. So his knight is just, it's not as potent as your knight. And knights are slow. Like if he wants his knight to start influencing this side of the board, he's got to make a million moves to get it over there. So even if you're not taking out his knight's just not good on h5.
Okay.
So, okay. And I do want to turn on the engine just to see. Yeah, so it still says, a pretty big plus to white. Maybe not quite as big as bishop e2, but still pretty good. Okay.
I didn't know that, Kriegers. Someone in the chat told me that Catago goes by points, and I didn't know that. It's another AI.
Oh, okay. It's like, yeah, I have no idea what that is. Okay. Queen d2, I think, looks great. Yeah, I mean, all your pieces are developed. Your rooks are connected. I mean, I think white's just clearly much better here. Black, I mean, this bishop for black is struggling. This knight makes no sense. So, I mean, white's completely crushing it here, I would say. Yeah, unfortunately here you didn't see that the pawn was hanging because you've got 2 attackers to 1 defender.
Yeah, I was too focused on my theories and not enough on seeing weakness.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to miss stuff like that. But Killer Ducky, we haven't done the go part yet. The go part is yet to come. So,
coming soon to a stream near you.
But this move, the move rook from A to D1 makes total sense too. I mean, that's a great square for the rook. He realized his pawn was hanging, so he defended it.
So this one I didn't necessarily need because I don't have an open whatever it's called.
I'm not sure. Let's see what the computer says. It's sort of unclear to me where this rook on the F file is going to be better placed. Because, yeah, like the computer for a second was suggesting that you push F4, which is one way to activate that rook, from the square that it's on. You're sort of giving the rook more scope as the pawn moves up the board. But But yeah, actually, now the computer's saying that the second best move is rook f to e1. Rooks in the center are usually good, but it's a little less clear when both of the files are closed.
Okay.
So usually I try to think about, like, okay, which file is more likely to open up for the rook?
Okay.
But it's also nice that, you know, okay, maybe you're defending your bishop, so, you know, I don't know if the bishop's defense is going to be that important, but maybe. Mm-hmm. So this isn't a bad move by any means. I think that's totally fine.
Okay.
And then I think, yeah, here was sort of where things started getting difficult.
Well, I think I just made a reading blunder, right? Or a calculating blunder?
Well, I wouldn't even call this a blunder. I mean, I think this is just an inaccuracy when you play b3. In chess, we sort of go, there's like 3 categories of errors. There's inaccuracies, which are minor, like maybe a pawn to a half pawn. There's mistakes, which I guess are probably 1 to 2 pawns, and then a blunder would be anything bigger than that. I mean, I think white's probably still better just because black's pieces are kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, you're letting him mess up your structure with this move. And also, I don't know if you know this, we haven't talked about this yet, but bishops are generally considered to be slightly better than knights. And especially having, especially if
I
you...
thought that was personal preference.
It kind of is, but most grandmasters, like 99% of grandmasters, are going to prefer bishops. And it's even more true when one side has both bishops and the other side doesn't. Because, you know, by its very nature, a single bishop can only control half the squares on the board. Like, this bishop's only ever going to go on dark squares. So, since he has a light squared bishop and you don't, he has opportunities on the light squares. He can create threats on the light squares, and you're going to have one less piece that can defend those threats because you don't have a light squared bishop.
Okay.
So usually, in a situation like this, where a knight is attacking a bishop, a lot of times, even though that's an even trade, a lot of times saving the bishop is preferred. But that's sort of one of those trade-offs. Like, maybe you save it, or maybe you've got something better to do. I mean, you don't want to lose it for nothing, but a knight for bishop trade isn't bad. It's just often you want to avoid it. Okay. So I think if you had known that, you probably would have played bishop to e2 or bishop to f1.
I would have played bishop to b3.
Oh, or bishop b3. Yeah, no, I think bishop b3 is fine too. I mean, I think that's the move I even suggested. Let's see what the engine says. Yeah, it's not as good. Bishop e2, I mean, again, makes a lot of sense just because you're putting pressure on this knight here. You're threatening to... Like, that would be a case where...
Oh, because it's pressure.
Like, if you play bishop e2, then I think that's a case where you would be okay with trading the bishop for the knight on h5, because then when he takes back, his king safety is permanently ruined. Like, his king's never going to be safe.
Okay.
So yeah, I know that's sort of... You know, this is what makes chess kind of challenging, is there's a lot of principles, and then you have to know when to break them, or when to prefer one to the other. So, I
mean, I haven't seen more principles than Go has, so to be
I'm sure that's true. Yeah.
The only thing that I've kind of struggled with is when you start going like 5 or 6 moves deep, I'm like, I don't think I could do that.
yeah. I mean, I feel the same way about Go. So, but I mean, I think your experience in Go is going to pay off there. I think that, you know, you are used to visualizing, you know, a position in depth. It's just you're not familiar with this game, these pieces, these ideas. But I mean, I suspect that you're going to pick that up quickly because you're used to that type of visualization already.
Yeah, for me, it's just figuring out the theories, because for me, it's hard to... With Go, you read from shapes that accomplish goals, which are your theories, and basically. Mm-hmm. So it's like, what are my theories that I'm trying to accomplish, and then how do I use the moves to accomplish that goal?
Yeah.
But if I don't have like the goal of the turn, I guess I don't really understand what to read.
I mean, I think that's...
Which is why I've started getting theories.
Yeah, I think that's very analogous to chess too. I think that happens in chess. It's just, you know, you're new to the game, and you don't recognize, you know, what sorts of advantages you can be trying to accomplish with a move. But Anyway, I mean, all that, this is, this is a little bit splitting hairs. Like, B3's fine. You're still better. It's just, it's a slight disadvantage that you've allowed black to give you. So nothing serious yet, but that's just one thing to think about. Okay, and then here was the mistake of the game, bishop f4. And
this was just not reading deep enough.
Yeah, this is just pure calculation, because I mean, as I said earlier, you want to look at checks, captures, and threats. That applies to your opponent's moves too, although it's often a lot more challenging to see what your opponent's, checks, captures, threats are going to be. But here, I mean, this is a pretty forcing continuation, and this is exactly what happened in the game. He took your bishop. You have to respond. You have to take a piece. So you took with the queen. He took your bishop. Again, you have to respond. And then now this is a really common tactic. I
didn't realize that after the 4 moves, the bishop was attacking several things, and the pawn. I would have never seen. I would have never seen that pawn.
Yeah, the pawn was the problem. And yeah, it's when you have 2 pieces that are in front of a pawn like that, then they can get forked. So I mean, I'll admit, when you played bishop b4, I didn't see it, because that is, several moves deep. But if it were a longer time control game, you probably would spend more time and have a better chance at finding it. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he found it. And
I can barely read forcing sequence, much less read a move that's not obvious 5 moves later.
Yeah. Well,
so I think this is just beyond my reading.
Well, I think it's impressive that he found it. I mean, he's an 1100 player too. And honestly, I'm not sure that he did find it, or if he just started taking things, and then when he got to this position, he was like, oh, I have a fork, Yeah. Like, he may not have seen it. He may not have seen it at this point, but he probably knew that bishops were better than knights, and he sees in this position he can get both your bishops. So he's like, I'm going to do that. And then here he may have noticed, oh, there's a fork that just wins a piece. So really,
and then I just fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should even look at the rest of the game from here, because I mean, usually once you're down a piece, if you don't have some compensation, if you don't have an initiative, like you're not checkmating the king, you're not winning your piece back, that's usually game over. At your level, I would absolutely never resign when you're just down 1 piece. But in terms of analysis, I mean, it's useful to learn how to play down a piece, but it's hard to criticize any of these moves because you're already losing. So it's sort of just a matter of, like I said, it's just a matter of taste. Like, what the moves that you need to make are just the ones that make it trickiest for him. So so yeah, I mean, again, I think you played really well just until, and it's a really tough phase of chess that a lot of players have trouble with, where you're sort of transitioning from the opening to the middle game. You've gotten your pieces out, you're developed, now you've got to find a plan. And I mean, players at a lot of levels, high levels even, will struggle in this phase of the game, to find the correct plan. So I think it's encouraging that you played the opening really well, and you'll just have better luck next time in the middle game.
Yeah, I'm happy that I got to 1100, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably fell down from 1100, right?
Maybe. I mean, you probably lost maybe like 5 to 10 points. You might have lost a little more because when you don't have that many games.
I'm 1106.
Yeah.
I'm 1106 now. I lost 14 points.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm still 1100.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but I'm 1100.
Yeah. Well, do you want to play one more game of chess? Or did you want to switch to Go? It's totally up to you. I'm completely fine either way.
Chat like to do? Would the chat like to see me play more, or do they want to go ahead and learn Go?
What do you guys think? I'm guessing
they do either, honestly.
Yeah.
AGA says, okay, my chat's saying one more game.
One more game. Okay. No one's opined in my chat yet, so I guess one more game it is.
Maybe they're just in mine right now at the moment. I don't know.
Maybe what?
All right, so we'll do it 13 by 10. I think maybe they're just in mine. I have a lot of new users.
Oh yeah,
in mine.
yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing some
And
new
probably
folks in
new
mine too.
people.
Oh,
I'm thinking I'm gonna do a 1510 rather than trying to.
yeah, 1510's great. Let me I need to go back to your user. Hey, Thinker Teacher. This is Clossius, who is a very strong Go player, who's picking up chess. So I think we're going to play one more game of chess, and then I'm trying to pick up Go. So the tables are going to be turned,
And I will be.
and he's going to be reviewing my shitty Go games.
I will be teaching the rules of Go, so
Yes.
anyone, even if you don't know how to play, we're gonna start by explaining how to play the game, so that way everyone can follow along. Because I know you are, you definitely have the rules down right now. But I want to make sure that everyone can be on the same page.
Yeah,
when we
absolutely.
are going into it.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. Okay, let me get back.
I think you've been improving at Go faster than I've been improving at chess.
We'll see. I mean,
Wait, what?
last night I don't know. I felt like I was playing well for a while, and then I felt like I started playing terribly. So I guess we'll see.
Well, it's probably just because you played for so late in the night.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like you got another game going. Sorry, I'm jumping in now. Ah, so he's playing a common opening that I don't know at all, but I'm sure a lot of folks in my chat know this opening.
Oh, what the crap do I do? Okay, so he's threatening a pawn. I'm defending that pawn though. I'm just gonna activate a bishop. I don't see anything. Oh no, because that blocks a pawn. So I want to move this pawn up. That way I can free a bishop.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the theory here. This is a common.
Well, thank you, Akash, for the follow. Welcome to the Clossius Club. Converting all the chess players to Go players. My master plan is working.
Yeah, people in my chat, you can probably tell me, but I think taking the pawn would have been the more common move, right?
But that was a pawn for a knight, right? Oh no, I get his knight too.
Yeah.
Oops. My bad.
No, I'm saying not in this position. Now you want to save your knight.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah.
So if I move there, knight, boom, boom, and now I can't capture it. But if I move to b4, he's gonna kick me out with one of the pawns. And then what's my follow up? I think I done goofed. Ooh, I have a plan. It's a bad plan. I'm gonna do it. I think I'm losing, so I'm gonna try to be fancy.
Ooh.
I'm gonna try to be clever because I think I'm behind a little bit.
I think this was too soon to start playing that way. I mean, I think you were worse, but not as. It was too soon to be giving up a piece.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. I mean, there's still a lot of pieces on the board, so it's not over yet by any means. But it's pretty rare that you want to be down a piece.
If I'm completely honest, I misread it.
Yeah. Well, that happens. That's okay. That's totally fine.
Okay, well, I'm losing.
But again, there's you're down one piece and all the other pieces are still on the board. So if you can get your pieces active, if you can generate threats, I mean, you don't have to go all out just yet.
Okay, you said trading bishops for knights is not good.
Right.
Wheel.
And in general, you don't want to trade pieces at all because you're already down a piece. So the fewer pieces that are on the board, the less attacking chances you're going to have, and the more likely he's going to beat you in an end game.
Okay.
And let me know if I'm talking too much. I don't want to distract you.
I know you're good. The cat's more distracting me than you
Oh,
are.
okay.
She wants pets. Okay, so I move. He takes. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. Dang it. So he's got 3 pieces on that square, and I only have. No. I have a pawn. Okay. Reread that.
I just remembered I gotta go do something real quick, but I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So doot, 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 doot. Haha. So I can do it, right? I hope I'm right. He's a thinking. He's a thinking. Wait, what? Oh, did I miss that? Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm back. Let me see what moves, what I missed.
I missed the piece. I missed the capture.
Oh, well. This isn't too bad.
Oh, what do I do? Okay, so he's looking at that one, which is hanging. That one. That one, and that one. Those 2 are defended, so I just have this pawn right here. How do I defend this pawn?
Oops.
I feel like I'm in a terrible position. Wait, I can just move the pawn. Why didn't I consider that? Okay, so let's say I move the pawn and then he jumps in. Then my queen is targeted. That's targeted. That one's defended. So I can just move the queen out of the way. Yeah. But if I move the pawn, then he can start trading crap. If I move the pawn up, he takes. I take, he takes, I take, he takes. That's not good. Da, 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 da. Okay, but if I take this pawn and he takes that pawn, that should be an even trade. No, because that knight's defending that pawn. I don't know how to defend this pawn. Okay, so that pawn's got to go. So I need to worry about this pawn. So what if I don't know what to do. Let's just go here.
Yeah, it was a tricky pawn to defend.
Us Go players don't get fancy, Clossy. 'Cause, 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 ' Hi, Peyton.
I think your move's okay.
Yay. And then I just moved this up, I believe.
Thinker Teacher, that's his Twitch name too. Clossius. He's both.
Yeah.
He's Clossius everywhere. At least is everywhere that I know of.
You can watch the multi-stream.
Yes, and there's a multi-Twitch, which I don't know exactly how all that works, but
hold on. Multi Twitch.
Are you gonna post it in my channel? Because I need to.
Yeah.
I need to. Did I VIP you yesterday? I think I did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, then I think you can post links.
Gotta get the cat out of my arm now. Why do I keep? How does it work? Whatever. Can someone type it for me so I can copy paste it? My command isn't working for some reason. I must have misspelled the command. Oh, it's multi-stream. Copy. And then in your chat. And we are just going to... Okay, got it. I got the rules. I know the terms of service. I don't.
God, it got deleted. Okay, I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I got deleted. I always get blocked in your chat.
I got it.
I get banned in your chat or anywhere else.
Okay, thanks, Alonzo. You can think about chess. We got it.
Okay. I don't know if that's good. Wait. Doot. Wait, it's no, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I can do this because I have a knight.
I think you could have taken with the knight also, but both moves work.
Oh yeah, because the bishops. You said bishops are more valuable than knights. Oops.
Thanks, Squirrely. I'm going to give full credit to Clossy for it. I mean, this was completely his idea, but I've been enjoying it so far. Hopefully, the go part's going to be fun. Although I'm going to be embarrassing myself, I'm sure, but
yeah,
it'll be fun.
Whoa.
Okay. Now we're talking. Now we got some good stuff.
He didn't. I don't know what that was. He didn't see his knight or my knight.
He forgot your knight. I think he thought that you were just going to trade queens. Yeah, Squirrely, it is kind of nice that I get a little bit of a break while we're doing the chess portion.
Okay, so he's targeting my queen because my queen has the what do you call it? King holding it in place or whatever. What is that called? When they attack a piece that's right in front of your king?
I don't know if I know what you're thinking of. I mean, I know what you're saying. I just don't know that there's actually a word for it. Pin. Yes, you are in a bit of danger here because of this pin or this idea of a pin.
I'm going to do this.
Yep, that's exactly what I would have played. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a really rare instance where he can answer your check with a check, but I don't think it's such a big deal.
He can? What?
Yeah. We'll see if he finds it.
My check with a check?
Well, he has to get out of check.
Oh, not on this turn. Okay.
No. Like, no, this turn.
I was like, what?
No.
What magic sorcery are you about to see?
No, you're I meant exactly what you thought. He can get out of check and put you in check in one move on this turn.
Oh, you meant my move.
No, I mean, okay, he didn't find it. We'll talk about it after the game.
Okay. I have no idea what you're on about. How do I get the horse and bishop out of my crab? I can move that pawn up. And he can move his knight to that square, which targets the queen. So he can move his knight. Oh, I can still be pinned. I can still be pinned. That is bad. Dang it. Ah, that bishop and knight's messing me up. Oh, you were talking about moving his knight in front of my queen, because that would counter check.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I gotcha. Okay, I need to get this queen out of here because his knight and bishop keeps pinning my king. Okay, so it can move there. That means I can't move the queen there, but I can move it there. Oh, what do I do? Why did I get this queen out of here? Let's see. That square. What if I just move the queen down to E7? If I move it down to E7, no, that's blocked by the knight. Dang it. Oh, forget it. I don't know what else to play. Oh, wait. No. I'm still good. I don't see anything.
He actually has a really good move here,
yeah,
but I'm not sure if he's going to find it.
There's still a freaking... I don't know. I don't think this is a turn, but he can still get my queen.
Yes, he can. What move are you seeing?
E5.
Yeah, knight to E5 is a good move for him. He didn't find it, but you're still in quite a bit of danger. That looks like a good move to me. Yeah, so this tactic that he has lined up is called a discovered attack. So when his knight moves, there's a discovered check from the bishop on the king. So essentially his knight's getting 2 moves. He's getting a free move with his knight. Because you're going to have to respond to the check.
I should just move my king. But I can't.
That's the problem. This is sort of an interesting position where the only legal move your king has is still you're still lined up for the discovery. Yeah, Majestic Corgi, he can't go to that square because the knight's attacking it.
I mean, that helped a little bit. All right, if I take this pawn, is there still a discovered blasted attack? Because this discovery crap... Listen, I never liked the Discovery Channel. I mean, some days I had a mood for it, but usually no. Okay, I think I'm good.
Yep.
All right, so now he doesn't have the dark squares. Now I can move this guy out. No, I can't. Because if I put him in check, he'll just move a pawn up, and that's protected by both the knight and another pawn. All right, I want to move my rook to D1, but I can't. How do I get those things out of there? I need a fork or a discovery as well. How do I do? How do I do? Ooh, what about crap? B6 still gives some discovery, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Because yeah, I'm good.
Oh,
That works, right?
I think so. It looks good to me.
Uh-huh. And then I move a pawn. Man, that took forever. They were annoying. Oh crap!
Yeah, unfortunately, that pawn was
was
not
stupid.
well enough supported.
That pawn was stupid. All right, I'm getting on a dark square. I want to get on a dark square. Okay. Oh, I should have castled.
Well, you're actually, it's not legal to castle when you're in check.
Wait, you can't?
Yeah, when you're in check, or you can't move the king through a square that would be in check. So if you're,
Oh,
yeah, you actually were not legally allowed to castle in that position.
I had no
Yeah,
idea.
that's an important one to know.
Uh. Okay. This is really dangerous because my queen's on the line of his king, but I can't get the bishop or knights at the moment. Ooh, I know. I have a move. I have a move to break that little formation apart. I go here. Well, there went that idea. Crap, my pieces are all trapped. I'm gonna do the bishop cheese flank thing.
The fianchetto?
Yeah. Gonna be the French bishop.
Actually, the French bishop refers to something else in chess, so
Oh
so you can't use that one.
Fine. The cheese flank
Yeah.
bishop.
There's an opening called the French defense, and you have a bishop that gets not so great, and it's called the French bishop.
Only there's a Japanese word for it, right? Yeah. Oh, shout out. Shout out CL Smith 15.
I guess I should shout you out on my channel. If people
Well,
need,
someone requested it in mine.
people need to know where to find you.
Just move this bishop. Well, hold on. Is there anything I need to worry about? I don't think so. Wait a second. Did he give me a free pawn? I think he did. Wait. I just realized my rook. My rook is in a bad spot.
Okay, that rook has been hanging for like 5 moves and neither player saw it. So
your chat must be yelling at me.
no, they're being polite.
I just noticed.
Yeah, you're quite lucky he didn't see it, because he would have a decisive advantage if he had taken your rook.
Whoopsies. Yep, we suck. Just throwing that out there. Tactics are more important than theory at this level. Being able to see captures, yeah. I mean, that's why I was doing the problems. That's why I do problems. I mean, I want theory and problems so I can see captures and kind of know what to do with the pieces.
Yeah, whoever said that in your chat's absolutely correct. That at this level, tactics is going to decide almost every game.
Which Joseki is this? No. I don't think this is one. I mean, I think probably he needs it more than I do, right? Because he lost his queen super fast. But we both need it. Hold on.
Unfortunately, he found a tactic this time.
Ow. Yeah, you know how I took that pawn? Mistakes were made. Oh my gosh. There's only one. I might lose. I'm up 3 pawns, yet I'm going to lose.
You're up 3 points at the moment.
Yeah, but as soon as he takes the queen,
yeah,
I'm not losing.
That's the problem.
By 5.
Is if he sees,
I'm gonna lose.
If he sees that, which he wouldn't have played knight c1 if he didn't see it. But he's blundered pretty badly already in this game, so I mean, anything can happen.
All right, where am I weak? Is anything weak? I don't even know. I can't even tell if anything's weak. Can anything be captured on this turn? I don't. He can capture a pawn. So I should move this rook up 1. So that way to defend that pawn. Is that even important? Will I give him a flank? Yeah, kind of, whatever. Who needs
I think that's
good strategy?
I think that's a better move than defending the pawn. I think that was a good move.
Yeah, he did move his horsey out, so now I can start attacking the center.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it, like, your threat was more important than his. Okay, you're low on time, so I'm not going to talk.
All right. Wait, what?
Yes.
Totally planned.
This, no offense, but this game is like vintage low-level chess. Like, it's swung back and forth so many times. I mean, I'm sure this happens in Go too, but
I mean, I will say it can be stressful watching beginners play.
yeah.
When you like the more you know what you're doing, the more stressful it is to watch beginners.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's definitely true of chess too.
What if I go?
Don't watch my games then, Jeg Harin plan. He said there's nothing more stressful than watching total. Okay, you got 5 seconds. All right.
I need the ear. I need the sound to tell me how much time.
Yeah, there's no countdown, unfortunately.
I don't understand. That's like a major oversight. There should be a countdown, at least in sudden death or something, right? Should be a countdown saying like 10, 9, 8. I feel like it's a major oversight with the clock system.
It's funny, all the chess players that were watching Go yesterday were like super annoyed by the lady on OGS counting down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Very good.
See, I can't play a game without hearing the clock or I'll time out because I never look at the clock.
Yeah.
I always listen so I can keep my eyes reading while I'm listening. And it uses like 2 senses at once. So I like trained myself to do that. So for me, it's like really, really hard to not have a clock. There's no bad side to this, right?
This is actually a super interesting endgame. Like, I don't know who should be winning. It's very close. You don't often see these types of imbalances at higher levels where one side has 2 rooks and one side has 3 minor pieces. 10 seconds. There you go.
Yeah, you be my clock. 10,
Yeah.
9, 8. I will do so much better with that. I'm just going to keep trying to get pieces because I don't see an immediate checkmate. Because my rook, unfortunately, is buried.
You're probably not going to checkmate him. I mean, this is probably going to come down to who can promote a pawn.
Really?
Yeah, just because... Okay, I'm not going to talk during your turn. There you go. Yeah, I mean, when there's... You have 2 rooks, so you might can checkmate him, but the fewer pieces on the board, the harder it is to checkmate, for, fairly clear reasons, I think. So, I mean, this is what would definitely count as an end game, and usually it comes down to who's going to queen their pawn first. Because once you get the extra queen, then you can checkmate pretty easily.
Okay, so I have a plan to get a queen then. It's horse, then bishop, then queen. That's my plan. Okay. First the horsey. And your downside. Oh yeah, time.
Very good.
I can't just think it through and then get my time back. That stresses me out so much.
I mean, now you should be completely winning.
It stresses me out so much that I can't just think through my moves and just still have time left over. Okay. Whatever. I don't know if I'm doing good or bad. I still don't know if I'm doing good or bad.
Just don't hang stuff. That's the most important thing. Don't hang things.
I want to look for
yeah.
I want to look for like any sort of fork or magic thing that you said, but I can't do it in enough time. Just get the bishop out.
Ooh.
Oh, dang it!
It's okay. You're still completely winning. It's a little harder now, but you're completely winning.
I hate not being able to think. All right, so I get 10 seconds back, right?
Yeah, you get 10 seconds after every move.
4, 5. So I'm at least going to think for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mostly I'm just trying to see if there's any problems with my move before playing it. Okay. I don't know what to play. 1. I'm scared. I'm gonna move it over.
No bouncing. This is Clossius playing a random person on Lichess that's around his rating.
Why? Oh, he gets my pawn. but I'll get your dude, and then I'll be ahead. If I get his horse, I think I can win. Stop it.
Those knights are tricky. Bouncing, I think we're going to do the Go section after this game. I think probably we'll review this game and then play Go. I think that's the plan. Don't hold me to that.
Seriously? All right, I've almost got a minute back.
Yeah, that's at least good. I mean, you can take a little more time to think now. Good. You're in great shape now.
He just keeps check, and I can't do anything.
Right, now his knight's far away, though, so you're going to have a bit of a reprieve. Yeah, very good. This is another one of those trade-offs. Like, he might be winning your pawns over there, but you're going to queen way before he does.
Yeah.
But this is kind of all he can go for at this point. Oh, sorry, bouncing. I think we're gonna switch to Go after we review this game.
Ooh, I have time now. Use it. But now I'm just like, get the queen, get the queen.
Yeah,
get the queen,
I mean
get
now you're completely winning, but I mean, you know, still think about your moves, think what you're trying to achieve. But have you?
I'm just thinking, get the queen.
Yeah, have you studied like basic checkmate pat? Like, have you studied how to checkmate with a king and a queen versus
No,
a king?
I'm not getting a draw.
He offered a draw.
He offered a draw.
Yeah, people do this all the time. All right, he resigned.
No.
I don't know why people do that, but people love to offer a draw like right before they know they're gonna lose.
Yeah, that's like stupid though. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, instead of resigning, we're gonna try to trick you into a draw.
Yeah.
Rude.
Yeah, very good game. I mean, that was a really entertaining game just because both sides had a lot of chances. I mean, you found the moves that you had to find, and he didn't, or at least.
So I think the big thing to take away from this game is I need to see captures better.
yeah. I mean, the checks and the captures are you know the biggest thing that you're gonna have to work on, but that's everybody at your level. I mean, that's just how chess is. But there's a saying in chess that the person who wins is the one who makes the second to last mistake, and I think that like totally applies to this game. So I mean, you did a good job of you know not making a mistake at the end of the game and punishing his mistakes. So let's look at this game. There's a lot to look at in this game. This one was a lot more sharp than the previous game.
There's a lot of oops. I think a lot of like you could have captured here.
Yeah, I mean there were some kind of complicated tactics that that both sides missed, I think. So I'm gonna do another study. I'm gonna send you the link.
I feel like I missed like if capture is like the equivalent to an Atari, I think I missed Ataris like 5 or 6 times at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I guess a capture is roughly equivalent to an Atari. I guess an Atari is more like a threat, right? But yeah, that's similar.
You're about to lose some pieces.
Right. Similar thought process though. So okay, I guess I'll send you this link on Hangouts, I guess. I don't know what's easier.
Okay.
I don't know if you still have Discord open, but yeah, I'm gonna send the link on Hangouts.
Then bring it over here. Pull it up here.
Yeah, Jeg Haran playing. There were a lot of tricky knight moves at the end of the game. Even in the middle game, there were a lot of tricky knight moves. This is why a lot of times, like I told you, beginners, or I said bishops are generally better than knights. A lot of beginners prefer knights because the knight has a lot of trickier moves, and you know the bishop's okay. He moves in a straight line on a diagonal. The knight's a lot trickier, so you will eventually get used to knowing like
I mean,
these are squares that the knight can fork. These are squares that the knight can get to in 2 moves. These are the squares he can get to in 1 move. Like you'll start to just see that stuff automatically.
yeah. If I mistake, yeah, I know that's what Atari. I just mean I missed that I was about to be captured.
Right, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is a very common opening. Again, I don't really know it at all because I don't play e4 as white, and when I'm black and they play e4, I don't play e5. But this is the Scotch game, which is very, very common.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was pretty sure that black basically has to take, and you can see in the database, like, virtually all the games black's taking. And the reason is because of what happened in the game. When you didn't take, he gets to push his pawn to d5, and now your knight's unsettled, and there's not really a good square for the knight. So, I mean, you mentioned b4.
Ew.
You mentioned b4, but I think you correctly noticed that he can just push a pawn, one of these pawns, and then the knight has to go to like a6, which is just ugly. So yeah, I agree that that b4 is not a good option. I mean, I was thinking maybe the best is just to go to e7 and then g6 on the next move. You really don't want your knight on e7 either, because this knight might want to go to e7, this bishop might want to go to e7, so the knight's kind of just in the way on e7.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's why, a lot of times when there's tension between pawns like this, when the pawns are attacking each other, I guess I should back up to when it was your move. You kind of have to calculate a few different scenarios. You have to calculate, okay, if I take, what's he going to do? You have to calculate, if I ignore it and then he takes my pawn, what's going to happen? Or if I ignore it and he pushes, what's going to happen? So I think the last one is maybe what you didn't think about here, but
yeah.
So yeah, I mean you're already in pretty rough shape, I think, at this point. Well, I mean, you definitely are here, but even at this point,
isn't that bad, huh?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, the computer's saying plus 0.7. I mean, the computer in the opening isn't necessarily the most reliable, but yeah, I wouldn't be happy. I mean, white has a lot of space in the center, which is good. Your pieces are going to be awkwardly placed. So yeah, I think you were correct to realize that your position is suboptimal here, but and I think you said you just forgot that the pawn was attacking the knight.
Yeah,
but
totally forgot.
Yeah. So I mean that happens.
Like, okay, I'll go here. He'll defend, and then I'll take his knight, move his queen out of the way, and then I can move my knight.
Yeah.
And blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g4 it's a nice idea. I mean, you see this in a lot of openings where knights end up on c3 and f3 a lot, and then often, this bishop might pin the knight to the queen, this bishop might pin this knight to the king. So, I mean, this is a common idea in the opening, what you did. It just, you had a piece hanging, so you can't do it yet.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like I said, there's so many pieces on the board. This is a beginner game. Like, anything can happen. It's far from over, as you saw. Okay, he attacked your bishop. You move back. I'm not sure, but I probably would have played bishop h5, because usually, when one piece is pinning the other, you want to maintain that as much as you can.
Wouldn't that help him develop his next pawn?
Well, that's sort of the question. Is he can play g5 or g4 to break the pin, and the question is that good or bad? The thing is, when he does this, now he's not really safe to castle kingside because his pawns have all moved. He might can castle queenside, but he's got to move all these pieces first, and you've also got the open b file, so his king might not be safe on the queen side either. I mean, that said, your bishop is getting kind of trapped here. I mean, he can even win your bishop right away for the knight. So I'm just not sure. I mean, I think what you did is okay. I think I mostly just wanted to point out this idea of just backing the bishop up, maintain the pin. But I mean, yeah, okay. I don't think what you did is like terrible or anything. So So knight c3 was played. Yeah, d5 unfortunately just gives away a pawn and gives his knight a lot of initiative. But yeah, I think the bigger problem than the pawn is just the fact that now his knight is all up in your face. Yep. And this pawn is very awkward to defend.
I feel like when I make a mistake, I immediately follow it up with more mistakes because I start losing track of stuff.
Oh, I hung a piece in my analysis, so sorry. He still could have played g4. I forgot that he can't play knight g4. I hang pieces sometimes too. So okay, so in my chat, someone's asking if queen d6 works here. Yeah, I think queen d6 is probably okay. I think I would be worried that he's just gonna support this knight, maybe, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's tricky to defend this pawn. Queen d6 is probably fine. Let's see what the computer says here. I was thinking that the best plan... The problem that you have here is that your king is in the center of the board. You really want your king to get castled quickly, so I was thinking the best plan was to defend your pawn with knight to e7, and then you could play g6 and make this structure and then castle.
Okay. That makes sense.
Because the knight here, I'm not sure you realize that there's, that this pawn has a lot of pressure on it also. So this knight does a good job of defending both points. The problem is it's blocking this bishop, but you can get your bishop out this way. So I think that's how I would have approached this, but let's see what the computer says.
That's understandable.
Oh wow, it says white is totally winning. So I missed something. Oh well, white is up a piece. I forgot white's up a piece. So yeah, that evaluation makes sense.
You should resign. That's the correct move. Resign and go try again.
No, I know that's a joke, but please don't resign. Like at your level, like basically never resign. Never resign unless you are like 100% getting checkmated in a move or two. But okay, so you did this, which I mean, you're sort of saying, okay, you can take my pawn, but I'm going to develop my pieces and get active, which is fine. I mean, I think that's a good way to think about this. I think he didn't even take no, he did take the pawn. Okay, and now queen.
Yeah, I didn't realize his pawn, and like, there's a lot I didn't realize.
Yeah,
there's a lot of problems with this.
So queen d7, I think looked good at first, but he found the issue with that. Often, I mean, this is sort of deeper, I guess, but when you line your pieces up on a diagonal or a file, I mean, you often have to think about how your opponent can hit both at once. So, I mean, already when your queen is on that square, he's got this idea of bringing his bishop to b5, and then, I mean, this is a big problem for black. I mean, maybe you can escape without losing material, but it's very, very dangerous. So yeah, I mean, I'm guessing, I mean, the thing is, if you go queen d6, then there's knight b5. I mean, this is why you're already in trouble, because there's just not many good options. I guess maybe queen d7 even has to be played. I don't know if you can do something like queen c8, but let's see.
I'm just in a bad spot.
Yeah, yeah, so it's saying either queen d6 or queen c8. Both are just completely lost. But luckily he blundered soon and let you back in the game, which is gonna happen a lot in your games. So, hey, what's up, Metal Eagle? We're about to switch to Go, I think. So I hope you're interested in Go. Yeah, and then even for his level, I don't want to be too critical of the guy, but I was pretty surprised that he didn't see knight takes queen. But luckily, you saw it basically immediately. And now he played bishop b5, which is a really nice move. I think a lot of players will just immediately take the knight, and then you're sort of.
I think you saw that I would capture with the queen if he takes.
Yeah, and definitely that's what you should do. But I mean, bishop b5 is like the move to keep things complicated. I wonder what this position even is. Yeah, so black's winning, but it's not like crazy winning. Okay, the more it thinks, the more it likes black. There's just so much. Yeah, see, actually the computer's saying knight takes c3 is basically the only good move for black. In any other move, it's virtually equal.
Wait, but so that's just against the pawns, and
so
opens up the queen's movement.
Actually, the main idea with knight d3 is now, okay, he has these knight moves that are scary. Like this one, you know, it looks on the surface like, okay, he's going to get your queen, but that's why your knight's on c3. Now you can just take the bishop. At least wait, I'm sorry, that's not correct. You would take with the queen. But I think that's sort of the main idea of the knight to c3. Is now, let's see what it suggests for him. Yeah, I mean, you're basically forcing him to capture. Otherwise, you're going to get his bishop. So, I mean,
yeah,
you know.
And then my queen's free to start coming out.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like, so we kind of talked about in the last game, you were down material, how I said you probably don't want to trade pieces. You want to keep the pieces on so that you have attacking chances. Mm-hmm. This is sort of the same situation, but in reverse. Now you're up material. You've got a queen. He doesn't. Okay, he's got an extra knight and bishop for the queen, so it's kind of close. But you have a big material advantage still. So, yeah. So trading's good for you.
Okay.
But I mean, this is a scary move. I mean, he's lining up a lot of scary stuff, and I mean, I don't. It's almost tough. It's almost tough to play. It's almost tough to play knight takes c3 because it's easy to get really worried about this this discovery here. So
I just didn't see it.
Yeah. So this move, the computer said was completely equal.
Really? He can take my queen though.
Well, not immediately. So what I was saying during the game was he could actually play knight e5. I don't know if it's a good move.
Why can't he play a d4, knight d4? Oh, he's in check.
Yeah, because he's in check. Yeah, sorry. This position got complicated. So yeah, he can't because he's in check, but actually you like here I think you saw that he could play knight d4, which is a discovered check winning your queen.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
And then you concluded correctly that you needed to move your queen.
And then I moved it to another.
Yeah, and then unfortunately you picked a square which is also able to be attacked by the knight with a check. So, I mean, this is kind of what I was saying. Like, once you've played a lot of games, you'll sort of instinctively know, like, okay, the knight is going to be able to attack that queen in one move.
Yeah, I haven't done enough problems yet.
Right, yeah.
I haven't gotten to those problems yet.
Yeah. I mean, luckily for you, he didn't find it. And now I think queen e4 check is a really good move because you're getting out of that. And this, when you're diagonally 2 squares away from a knight, like that knight's basically never going to attack you. He's got to make like 3 moves before he can ever, dream of attacking you. So that's like a really safe distance from the knight to be. And also you're safe from this knight. The knight can't get to a square right next to it very quickly either. So that looks good to me. He blocked, and okay, you traded pieces, which looks good, unless he has some good discovery, but I don't see it. F takes, and yeah, and then you, I think you debated whether or not you had time to do this check, but I think you absolutely do. I mean, it's tough to see at your level, but the knight, it doesn't have a good move where, okay, he has a discovered check, but he doesn't have a move that he's going to attack anything else. I mean, he can grab this pawn. That's like all he can do. So yeah, this was great. I mean, you're completely winning at this point. And you played queen b6. Yeah, so I think you were really concerned about these pieces, which was good. And you were trying to sort of get rid of them. But I think I would have just moved this bishop maybe to either d6 or c5, because I think the bigger problem is that your bishop and your rook are trapped, and you really want to develop those pieces and be able to use them. But that would take a bit of recognition to know that he doesn't have any good tactical opportunities arising from this situation. Let's see what the computer says here. I want to make sure I'm correct. Yeah, I mean, it's suggesting a6, which, okay, makes a little sense, but then it plays bishop d6. And it says bishop d6 is the second move. Black's completely winning either way, but I think that's kind of how you should approach it. When you're up material, you're not in immediate danger, you want to just activate your pieces. But I totally understand why you were freaked out about these pieces. So, okay, so yeah, this, I mean, again, it's not bad. Yeah, he played the discovery, but there's not really, any good discovery he can do. You played king e7, which I didn't like, or you blocked with the pawn, which I also didn't like because it just hangs.
I didn't realize it was hanging.
Yeah.
Or that he could just take, and I was like, oh yeah, that was stupid.
Right. And then king e7 I didn't like because, again, I want you to get your bishop out, and then when your bishop's out, your rook can come out. So moving in front of the bishop seems
better?
Incorrect. So yeah, I would have gone king d8. And, I mean, you do have to...
But doesn't he get a fork? Well, no, that's a fine fork.
I mean, this one, if that's what you mean, you can just take with a pawn. So no issue there. The move I'm worried about is rook d1. But I don't know. I mean, this position's tough because it's so wide open. There's going to be a lot of tactics. But I think maybe you can just play king c7 and be okay. Let's see. Oh, I forgot your rook's hanging. Oh my god. Okay. I forgot the rook. Oh, yeah. I forgot the rook. I forgot the rook was hanging after all this. Yeah, that was actually the bigger problem with the pawn push.
Oh yeah, that pawn did hang that rook, didn't it?
Yeah. So if you just play king d8 now, then there's no problem. He can play bishop c6, but then you just move the rook. So yeah, actually the pawn push was much worse than I even realized.
Very bad pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, Killer Ducky's right in my chat. He says, problem is the situation is just too complicated for this level. And yeah, it is, in an open position like this, it's going to get very complicated. But luckily for you, he didn't notice that your rook was hanging for a long time either. But neither player realized for a while, which was kind of fun. Yeah, so you got to save your rook, but you didn't see it. So, yeah, and now I even kind of liked him not taking the rook because now there's threats of moving his knight with initiative. I mean, like, he's getting his last piece into the attack. So yeah, I thought white was going to win again at this point. So. And yeah, he's actually completely winning now, it says. Yeah, I mean, you're probably just going to get mated or something because your king's way out in the open. But he didn't do it. He gave you another chance. You saw the rook was hanging. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, this is just getting crazy sharp. Like, I wouldn't expect... Like, I'm not sure... I mean, I'm guessing just after bishop b5, he's got a really good move with his knight that's going to be problematic. But saving your rook's good. Taking the queen, taking the pawn, you can't do. I think you just missed the discovered attack. Oh, yeah.
I need more discovered problems.
Yeah, and I wanted to point this out to you. Your queen is lost, but you can get something for your queen here. And it's sort of a weird-looking move, but...
E6?
Yeah, queen to e6, and he'll take with his knight, and at least... Oh, shoot, my computer's getting real laggy. I'm going to turn off the engine. Yeah, so he can take with his knight, but at least you're going to get a knight. So, I mean, you're still in big trouble here. You're down a piece, but it's better.
Sense.
At least you're getting something back. Okay. He took the queen, and now, I mean, he should just be totally winning. In fact, I'm trying to remember how he even managed to get into the situation he got in from here. You developed your bishop attacking his knight, which was good. You defended your pawn, which was good.
And then my king got in a little cool spot there.
Yeah, I mean, this looks kind of crazy because, I mean, there's still a lot of pieces on the board and your king's way out in the open. The Thinker Teacher says King C5 was brilliant, and I kind of agree because the thing is, even though it looks really insane for your king to be in the middle of the fray like that, you're putting pressure on 3 of his pieces, and none of them are hanging right now, but it's kind of easy for him to make a mistake. And in fact, you're already threatening something. You're threatening bishop.
I think it's because I don't know to be scared of with the king.
Yeah.
I just like, oh, king's like a powerful piece, right?
Yeah.
You can attack everywhere.
Yeah. But you're threatening bishop takes d3, and then if he takes with the pawn, now this knight can be captured. So yeah, I mean, Thinker Teacher in my chat said King C5 is brilliant. It was a GM level move, not kidding.
And I don't even know. I'm like, oh, cool, I can attack stuff. I think one thing I take from Go is that I always try to defend with a counterattack.
Yeah,
because in Go, it's like the most effective defense.
Yeah, I think that's very good practice. I mean, in chess, initiative is extremely important, and yeah, usually, if a counterattack works, that's preferred to just defending whatever threat is there. Activity is really important. So, okay, so yeah, King C5 GM move. And then he hung his rook, which was really, really helpful for you.
Yeah.
You saw the rook was hanging. And now it's like super interesting. Because material's like almost equal.
Can't he do a fork
Oh,
here?
yeah, I did. Wait.
No, he can't because I'm defending it with the pawn. Never mind. I always miss that.
Oh, right. I missed this fork. So there were so many tactics in this part of the game that I got confused, but I saw that he could have played this, which doesn't really work.
Oh, that.
Because you can just... Oh, wait, you can't walk there. What am I talking about? Oh, let me erase all these, if I can. But you can go here, defending the bishop. What I didn't see was he also has this fork, which that's a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But luckily, he didn't see that either. Yeah, and now he's still got these forks. Okay, he took...
Then he did it again.
Yeah, and I mean,
he lost both rooks on the same square.
Well, I mean, actually, rook takes bishop isn't a bad move for him as long as he sees that he can win his exchange back with one of these moves. But
if he forks
the...
on the top, can't I just move my king to defend my rook?
Oh, Thinker.
Well, I guess rook.
Okay, Thinker pointed out something I missed. I'm sorry. What was your question?
I mean, he took my bishop. I take his rook. He forks. I defend my bishop. He takes my bishop, and then I take his rook.
Okay, wait. I got lost in all that. I think
I got lost on my own thought. I'm sorry. How do I say? Okay. He go forward. He takes.
Okay.
And then I take.
Yep.
Then he forks.
Which one? Here or here?
Well, yeah. We saw that A6 is clearly better, but I'm saying if he goes D3, then I just go D6.
D3, okay. Yeah, and then you go here.
Yeah. And then he takes and then I take.
Yeah, and this is this is like almost equal. I mean, I'm going to guess the computer's going to say maybe white's a little better.
I have a rook.
So,
well, I guess he has 2 pieces and I only have 1 active piece.
Right. I mean, he has a knight and a bishop, which are worth 3 each. Your rook's worth 5. So, yeah, he's got to be better. And the reason is that he's got actually the c3 pawn. The c3 pawn's passed, which means that there's no black pawn that is ever going to be able to like take it somewhere. That's a really strong thing to have in the end game because that pawn's likely to queen.
Yeah.
But it's probably close to equal. But yeah, I'm thinking white. Yeah. Okay. So white's definitely got the advantage, but it's still very difficult. I mean,
Someone said I could have taken the bishop and won a piece. How do I do that? You could have taken knight instead of taking knight with bishop and won a piece.
could have taken knight. Where?
I don't know. Someone just said you could have taken knight with bishop and won a piece.
Knight with bishop. Oh, I think he's talking about back here. Yeah, which someone pointed out in my chat, which I was gonna show to you. Oh. Although I think maybe I'm still missing one piece of this, because they're pointing out that here. Okay, he did. Wait, where was it?
So if I take right here, if I take the knight, like you said in the previous, like you said it before, if I take the knight, he takes, and then I can take another knight.
Right. Yeah. Wait, thinker teacher, where are you saying he dropped the rook? Was there ever a moment where like this was an idea? But it's white's turn. Am I wrong? I don't think there was ever a moment. He did play it.
It's too complex. I'm noobing my way out of here.
I want to make sure that I'm not missing something. Because, I mean, Tom's a good player. Bishop c6 takes rook e8. Oh, you hung your rook. I completely missed that. Oh my god. Yeah, you hung your rook.
Oh.
I completely missed that too.
I suck at this game.
I think I'm getting to the point where
I'm making you worse at chess. That's funny.
Yeah. So he's right. I completely forgot or missed that rook was hanging. So yeah,
I'm making everyone in the chat worse at chess.
No, I think it's just beginner games in general. Like, you know,
there's too much happening.
Well, yeah, and it's just like a lot of times in my games, if my opponent makes a move, I'm not usually thinking, oh, he just hung his rook for nothing. You know, I tend to give my opponent some credit. Like, okay, that move's not, just hanging a rook for nothing. No, I'm not used to like seeing those moves on the board. Okay, so now this is like super interesting because it's 2 rooks versus 3 minors, which I don't think I've like ever seen in a game before. Yeah, and the computer says it's virtually equal if he plays one of these forks, which makes sense. And he didn't find it, but he's got another opportunity here. You took the pawn, which is great. Man, I'm gonna have to like second guess myself every move now because there's so much going on.
Way too much for me to handle.
Yeah, I mean, he hung the knight, which was also really nice for you. I think maybe he thought that you were threatening to take the bishop and then get the knight. But well, I guess you were threatening that, so never mind. Was there... Man, during the game, I thought I saw somewhere he could have saved this. He could have gone here, if nothing else.
He can go a6.
He can go... Oh, yeah.
That's like the only move, isn't it?
No, because then you take the bishop and then you take the knight. Maybe there is just nothing to do here. I was thinking maybe he could do this. But then... he can do this.
So I won because of my GM level move, basically.
Right.
King's the most powerful piece in the game, obviously. King and queen, anyway.
The king is actually very important to use in the endgame. I think he can do this, and now... Whichever way you... Like, you can take the bishop, but he's going to take this rook. Yes, Zeldrek, sorry, we're about to get to the go.
Oh, that is a nice fork, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oops.
But I want to make sure. I'm so lost. Where's your comment?
You think you're lost? Try being the beginner.
Oh, okay. Tom's right as usual. If you play this fork, you have a move to get out because you have this check.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep. Okay. Anyway, we're coming up with the end of this game. So you got a knight. Now you're completely winning. 2 rooks versus 2 miners is completely winning in the end game. Yeah, and okay, yeah, this is all good. I think here you just weren't really sure what your plan should be, and that's totally understandable.
Well, my plan was to get b4 up without dying. And I was just,
Yes.
I'm just trying to stay around my rook.
Yes, that's absolutely what your plan should be. I mean, your first priority is don't hang a rook. Like, don't let his knight or bishop fork or pin you. And your second plan is you want to run this pawn. You want to run it to b1 as quickly as possible. And actually, king b3 makes a lot of sense, because what you would like to do often in these types of positions is get your king to the second rank, because if you can imagine your king on a2, it controls these squares, and now you're helping this pawn. So, you know, if you get your king there, you're really close to just being able to push the pawn all the way. Does that make sense?
Yes. That was pretty much my plan.
Yeah, I think
In dumber words, that was my plan.
yeah. Unfortunately, here you just moved your rook to a bad square. But even now, it's okay. I mean, you're up a rook. You're up a rook for a minor piece, and you have a pass pawn in the endgame. Like, it's still completely winning. I wondered if you should have taken with the pawn just to get the pawn one square closer to queening. But taking with the rook means that his king is never going to get over here. Like, your rook cuts his king off, which happens a lot in the endgame. So now his knight is the only piece responsible. His knight's the only piece that can stop this pawn. So either way is probably completely fine. Yeah. I like taking with the rook now that I think about it more. I think that's simpler. So that's what you did. Yeah, I wouldn't do this move. A lot of times in games, checks are not correct. It's more about restricting where your opponent's king can move to than it is about trying to check them or checkmate them. So here, I mean, I probably would have played like rook all the way back to c8. And
well, in that case, would d4 be good? No, nope, that's a fork. Never mind.
Oh, very good. Yeah, d4 does get forked. You're probably still winning after the fork, because the b pawn's really strong. It's really tough for him to stop it. But yeah, I would absolutely keep your rook. Just keep your rook on this file where his king's never going to be able to get over and stop the pawn. So, I mean, I would just play rook c8.
Would d4 be good? Because if I go d4, he goes c2, I go c3, he takes, I take, and then my pawn's free.
I mean, he's not forced to do that, is the thing. Like, he might want to, but he's not forced to. And I need to do a little calculation to make sure. I mean, this is completely winning, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, your king... The thing is, his king can't get over here quickly enough. Your king's going to box him out, I think. Let me make sure I'm correct about that.
I don't consider the king doing the king.
Yeah, this is how the game would go. He could try to go here. I think now you would... Yeah, you're going to go here, and then eventually you're going to do this. And then once you get your king here, he can't stop. He has no way to stop your pawn from making these moves. So yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, this completely works. So I mean, if you had gone rook d4, it's a fine move because he can't take it. Is the long and the short. Like, if he goes for this, taking the rook is just suicidal. I mean, realistically, there's no way for him to not lose, but taking the rook is an easy win.
Cool.
But I think on principle, I would just bring the rook all the way back. Your rook's out of danger. You know, his knight can't really attack you. You're cutting the file. Your pawn is, you know, ready to go. And in these types of endgames, it's often useful to think about, can the knight fork my rook and my king? Well, if your rook and your king are far away, they're not going to get forked. And also, here's a little trick that is useful, but you don't have to remember it. The knight can never fork two pieces that are on different color squares.
Really?
Yeah, because the knight can only attack one color square at a time. It's always attacking the color opposite that it's currently on.
That would help so much.
So it's a nice.
Like, I can't see this.
Yeah, it's a nice trick to help you, realize what squares are going to be safe. So any light square with the rook is going to be safe. And
what's a squad mode? Someone said we're not streaming in squad mode. I don't know what that is.
I don't know how to do that. I think you might have to be a Twitch partner to do that, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I remember reading something about how to make teams and stuff, you have to be partner.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, all this is fine. I mean, you're not losing the game. It's just you didn't know the winning plan. But I mean, eventually you kind of just survived and you kind of just got the position to where he no longer had any threats, which is fine. I mean, that
was what I do.
Like, you're going to, if you do that, you're going to win. Like, sooner or later, he's going to run out of threats and you're going to win.
Oh, my new emotes are here.
Oh, nice. So yeah, honestly, you might be a little bit lucky that he just resigned and didn't make you prove that you could mate him. But I mean, you would have gotten it eventually. It just takes some time. You should definitely look up how to mate with a king and a queen and how to mate with a king and a rook. Those two are really important.
Yeah, I did. I've done those.
Oh, okay, good.
3 times, I think.
Okay,
I've
perfect.
done the whole set.
Great.
I need the forking stuff and the discovery.
Mm-hmm.
I think from this game.
Yeah. Well, this game had a ton of tactics. I mean, this was really instructive. So good game. Congratulations on getting the win. It was well deserved in the long run.
That was, my brain is so busted right now.
Yeah, mine is too. I'm sure my go is going to be like even worse than it normally would be afterwards, but that's okay.
Now we get to switch gears, right? I actually get to know what I'm talking about to an extent.
Yes, I get to be the one who, bumbles through a game now.
All right, so before we do anything, I do want to go over the rules and let everyone know what the game is. So I think now would be a good time to take maybe a 5-minute break.
Okay.
And let everyone go to the restroom. And
yeah, sure.
I need to also see if we can see if we have a banner on OGS. And then get everyone on the same page, basically.
Yeah, awesome. That sounds great to me.
So yeah, first I'm going to, for those who are interested, link the online Go server. Oh wait, I can't link the online because I get banned on your chat.
Oh, I'll link it.
Okay.
So it's www.online-go.
iPod doesn't like me on your chat.
Yeah, he's fickle, unfortunately.
All right, so online-go is going to be the server that we're playing on. The way to use this server, for those who are watching the multi-stream, it's pretty simple. Once you make an account, you can just click the play button. What we're going to be doing is clicking this create button to customize the stuff, and I'll walk everyone through that and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break, I think, and refill water and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to get a banner on OGS.
All right.
Razzer, are you here in chat?
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes then, guys.
All right, not a problem.
And chess folks, I hope you'll stick around because this is a really fun, interesting game. If you like chess, you're going to like this game.
We also need to change the game that we're playing in the stream manager. Edit stream info. Go. All right. Done. All right. Out to bring some chess peeps to go. Can I get a banner, please? And then I'll post our multi-stream link. Oh, this isn't Vampire Chicken. This is CL Smith. All right, I will be right back. All right. So I can turn up my voice just a little bit if that will help you guys. Hopefully, I'm not too loud. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I need a minute to get my my Streamlabs set up.
Gotcha. Don't forget to change your game to playing Go now.
Yes, thank you. By the way, I know I've had several people follow me that I haven't mentioned during the stream, but thank you everyone who's followed. A Gonzalez, Jegharan Plan, Majestic Corgi, and Eclectic. Thank you guys so much.
I have the same. I have a lot of new people and a lot of follows and stuff. So thanks to everyone. I'm sorry I'm not as active in the chat today as I normally am. For those who don't know me, I'm Clossius. I'm a Go instructor. So on my stream, if you ever want like game reviews or a teaching game, just hit me up on stream. I'm happy to help new players improve. And yeah, that's what I do. I'm a Go player / Go instructor, but mostly Go instructor. I have a lot of teaching streams.
Okay, I think I'm set up. Are you going to be on like an analysis board or something that I can have going on my stream?
Yes, I will. I'm gonna have to make multiple demo boards to go over like different topics, but
Okay.
I can very easily give you a link
Okay, perfect.
as needed. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually open up a. You're logged on, right?
Yes.
Smith 15. I'm gonna go ahead and open up a chat box with you.
All right.
Would really look like a banner, but for some reason the mods are hit or miss for a banner.
One of them was in my chat yesterday.
Oh yeah, Raza. Raza's been.
I can't remember his name right now. I'm totally blanking.
Raza's been a lot. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is pretty much go over the rules of Go. So let's say you just get on the server. Let's say everyone gets on here and makes an account. If you want to just immediately play, you can click on play and then click on the quick match finder, whatever. But I'm going to be going over this custom game button right here. So when you click create, you get this little menu right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. If you're on the multi-stream, hopefully you're on the multi-stream. But there's a few things that you want to make a note, and that is the ranked checkbox and the board size. So we're actually going to start. You and me are actually going to start on a 5x5. Well, we're not going to actually play. I'm going to go over some stuff. But the reason I recommend starting on 5x5 is because I think the first thing we want to learn is the capture rule, and that's what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to create a demo board to let you guys follow along. This will be 5x5. This would be teaching. We're just going to create this demo. Okay, there's that. Just let me know when you're in here.
All right.
All right, so this is actually going to be kind of fun, but also you're only going to play it on a couple times, right? It's going to be very, very simple. It's just going to be a very, very, very basic introduction. So let's just talk about the rules of Go. So the goal of Go is to surround more area than your opponent. So it's not about capturing pieces or checkmating anything. It's about surrounding points. So when you play Stone, you play it on the intersections, not the squares, because this is a Chinese board game, and for some reason China plays on the intersections instead of the squares. So this game, you play on the intersections, and this includes the edges and the corner. I'm just gonna hide that.
Sorry, my board's still loading up, but I think we're just about ready.
Oh, okay. Let me know when you're good.
It's showing me a 19 by... Okay, now I've got the 5x5, but it's really small. There we go. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm ready.
All right, so you play on the intersections, and this includes anywhere in the center and on the edge and on the corner. However, there are pros and cons to where you play. So with half the rules is the capture rule and the other half is the territory rules. So what you're trying to do is surround areas. So let's just make an example of that. So here we actually have 1 point surrounded here in the corner. So black is completely surrounding a point. So that is considered territory or area. So your goal is to have more territory than your opponent at the end of the game. And there you go. There's half of go right there. The other half is going to be the capture rule. The capture rule states that any stone that does not have any of these lines touching it, so you can sort of imagine these little intersections touching it through the lines, kind of like a train track or something. So these 4 points right here are basically like your lifelines. They're called liberties. So if you have 0 liberties, then your stone gets captured. So if I play 4 moves and then play a final white move, I'll actually capture it and remove it from the board. So what your goal is to kind of move around the board and surround as much area as you can without getting captured. And that's all the rules of Go, pretty much. There are a few little minor rules to know as well, but that's pretty much the gist of it. And so the first thing I would say when you want to learn how to play the game is the first thing you want to do is start being able to see liberties. And so there's a mini game that you can actually play with yourself, with your family, whatever. And the reason I started on a 5x5 is because it's very easy to just get a piece of paper and draw a 5x5 grid and play it with a family member or a friend. And you both just start using a pen and paper and just start drawing circles, like maybe an empty circle for white and a colored in circle for black. And you just play on this 5x5. And the first one to capture a stone wins the game. And that's a sort of mini game called Capture Go. And I think that's really, really useful for beginners to just start being able to see liberties. So that is what I would recommend you start with. And you can easily do that on a 5x5. Yeah. And so I don't know if we want to try that with the viewers. Do you want to try that with the viewers? Do you want to just move on to the rest of the...
Hey, it's up to you. Either way sounds good to me.
So we can actually... we can actually let someone play Seal Smith in a game of Capture Go if you guys want to try.
Who wants to challenge me?
So I think it'll be interesting to just, get some practice in just to show an example of how it works. But basically the goal will be to capture stone. Since this actually isn't a rule on the OGS server, basically you both will agree that if something gets captured, you're just going to resign.
Okay, I've got a volunteer, A. Gonzalez.
All right. Just post your username in chat so that way Seal Smith can give you a challenge. And what you're going to do is just search his username and send him a challenge and make it a 5x5 board. And then the loser, whoever gets a stone captured, will just resign. But just send me a link so I can watch.
Okay. I hope I can figure out how to send the challenge. Let's see.
So in the top left, click the little hamburger and click search for the username.
All right.
And then choose username.
Okay. And challenge. Okay, and I want a 5x5. Okay, it's there. If my computer will. And why is it not? It's not letting me select 5x5. Oh, because I've ranked click probably. Okay.
Yeah, you can't do it. You have to be unranked to play 5x5.
5x5. I mean, Japanese rules. Is that correct?
Yeah, the rules don't matter because you're both going to agree to resign.
Okay.
We haven't really gotten to the deciding the rule set and the differences. I will say this: do not stress over the different rule sets. They're extremely minor differences, and honestly, it really doesn't matter. There is like a couple things to note about the different rule sets, but it's very, very simple things and aren't really going to affect your games too much as long as you understand how to finish a game. Right? So we're going to watch you guys play Capture Go.
All right, I think we're ready.
Yep, you're good to go.
All right, I was hoping he wouldn't go there. I'm thinking I should do something like this. Oh, wait. Oh, I haven't played on correspondence mode before, so I'm not used to that. Okay.
I will say that because it's such a small board, Black does have a very serious advantage.
Yeah.
But
that's okay.
The point isn't to have like a super big advantage is just to train your eyes to see liberties.
Right.
So as long as you can see liberties, then you should move up sizes. You should not stay on this board for more than just a couple or a few games. Once you understand how liberties work, move up in sizes.
I mean, I feel like I'm already.
This is just an exercise to introduce.
I feel like I'm already screwed here.
Yeah, that's because you actually know what you're doing, though.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if two family members were playing and they didn't know what to do. They would just start playing random moves, and then something will get captured, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing this puts up the most resistance, but
yeah. So as long as black doesn't make a mistake, black should win, and that's fine. This is just sort of an introduction to an exercise that you and some friends can do if you're brand new to the game. You can do this on a bigger size board. I just find it easy to do with a pen and paper, and I've done it with when I taught some kids in schools and stuff. This is what I showed them to just get them playing pretty quickly, something they could just take home and play with their parents.
So someone mentioned in my chat shared liberties, which I'm not sure if you fully discussed.
Oh yes, I do need to explain that.
That's relevant here.
Sorry. Basically, I'll show it. I did skip over that topic, didn't I?
I'm thinking I can draw now, but I'm not sure.
No, draw is impossible.
Draw's impossible? Okay.
You'll self-Atari.
Oh.
Basically, don't pass and capture go. The passing shouldn't. The version of capture go that I teach is basically there's no passing.
That kind of that kind of wrecked my plan. I was planning to just make two eyes and chill. So I mean now I've just got nothing to do.
Yeah, so but go ahead and play it out so that way viewers can see. You're just gonna run out of liberties first, though. That's all it is. But you'd be surprised how often this rule turns it around some interesting way with someone who's brand new to the game and doesn't understand staying connected.
I'm confused though. Like, if he plays A1, A2, A4, or A5, I can immediately capture, right? So
but you're gonna run out but you have nowhere to play but your own area.
But I can just pass, right?
Passing isn't a thing.
Oh, you're saying it's not legal. Okay. then yeah.
Not in my version.
Yeah, I got you.
Not in the version that I taught the kids. It would be way too confusing.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I think pretty much every move I make, I've only got 2 liberties at best. This one I've got 3. Let's go there.
Yeah, we're mostly just playing it out for the sake of showing how capture works.
Yeah.
But this is just an exercise, right? This is a mini game / exercise for brand new players. It's not actually meant for once you know what you're doing. This game is kind of silly.
I'm playing till the very end though. I'm not gonna give up.
No passing. What is this craziness? I mean, it's just an exercise.
Yeah.
Right? Well, he doesn't know what to do.
I think I see a move. I think I'm toasting 2 moves, aren't I?
What's really funny is he can play a move that can lose him the game.
Really?
Yeah, there's one move that'll lose him.
Ooh, that one I kind of wondered about, to be honest. Now I've got to... Okay, I can't go there. I can't go there. So it's either here or here.
And this is why the rules exist, guys.
Oh
by
man, I
chance
really
for
don't want to. I really don't want to blow my chance now.
There's no co Kriegers because co involves a capture, so there's no co. Co is not a thing.
Oh man, I mean,
Jaws theme.
there's only 2 moves that make any sense. Oh my god, I gotta calculate this.
It's a lot more complex than it looks.
It feels like he's gonna win because he gets to go last. Oh, but I can throw away a move. I could throw away a move and he can't. I think I go here.
Someone said queen f7. Checkmate.
19 by 19 today? I don't know if that's in the cards. I don't know what Clossius has planned. I've never played a 19 by 19 game, but I guess I gotta.
It honestly depends on how far we get with everyone and just how much time passes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm good to go until midnight because my wife's at work.
I got you.
And I'm usually good to go until she gets home. But I don't know how long you want to stream or how long everyone wants to stick around. But I am happy to go through my entire document of things I want to show you guys.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll just play it by ear, I guess. I mean, I've got no other plans really, but I might get tired and my brain might get dead at some point. So I think the winning plan for me here is, I mean, if he goes E1, I've got D1 and I immediately win. If he goes anywhere in my territory, I've got 1 move to win. If he goes D4 or D1, then I just play anywhere in my territory. He can't capture me. Then he's got to go the other one. Wait, no, that's not quite true. Wait, if he goes D4... Oh, if he goes D4, I capture immediately. So D1...
I like how everyone was like, this is so silly. Black immediately wins, blah, blah, blah. Now everyone's like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? It's like the most epic game.
I think D1 is his best resistance, but then I just play any move on the A column.
I don't want to say anything.
Okay, yeah, you probably shouldn't. I guess maybe I have to be careful about what move I play on the A column. But... Okay, someone in my chat is asking, can I ask Clossius if he has read Go as Communication by Yasutoshi Yasuda? Probably butchered that, but...
Yeah, I read it many, many years ago. I don't remember the exact content. I found it, like, hard to apply, I think is my memory of it, but I don't really remember what it talked about. It was like probably like 7-8 years ago, so it's been a while since I've read it. But at the time, I found it hard to have its content was something I've had trouble figuring out how to apply. It was an interesting read, I think, though. But yes, I know of it. I don't really remember what it entailed because it was just so long ago, and I only read it once.
All right, I guess Black's trying to figure out what to do here. I mean, I think there's only 1 move that doesn't just lose immediately.
Oh my gosh, I just realized you made it a correspondence. You have 6 days to make it.
Okay, so this is the tricky move. If I play anywhere, if I play D4 or E1, he plays the other and captures me. So I need to throw away a move. It doesn't seem like it matters where I throw it away, but I guess I should be really sure of that. But I don't see how it could possibly matter.
Passing is not allowed.
I think I can just play anywhere over in my area. Now I think no matter what he does, I'm going to capture something.
I would rather it played out until it captures. That way the chat can see how the capture works. If you're okay with that.
Yeah. Okay, so now I play d4, and all of these stones, every single black stone has no more liberties.
And we're going to go over why. When he resigns, I'm going to start a review. And just join the review, and we'll go over why this happened.
Okay. So, good game, A. Gonzalez.
You have won.
It's a really interesting little minigame, though.
Yeah, that actually did become a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
It could get really crazy.
Yeah.
But it's only interesting for beginners.
Yeah.
Once you get strong enough, you'll almost never lose it. Okay, so first off, I forgot to mention that, yes, a stone does have these liberties. Are you in here?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the lines connected to your stone are the liberties. So those are your lifelines. But if you connect to it like this, when you connected stones share lifelines. So in this case, you would have that many left, right? However, they do not connect diagonally because there's no line there. Since there's no line there, they're not connected. So there's still only these. So white can still capture it. With that being said, black can connect it like this, because now this stone connects to that stone, and then this stone connects to that stone. So now they all share liberties, and you can see if I take this stone off, these three stones actually all have liberties. So connected stones share liberties. That's just the thing I forgot to mention. So now when they played, so black played the center of the board to try and have the most liberties and the most routes to run away, which is good in capture go. We'll see in territory go. It's arguable if the center moves the best, but for now, white came in, and then white stayed connected and tried to just expand as much as he could. Black did as well, and you saw that black actually had a lot more area to fill than white did. So black just starts filling it, white filled it, black fills it, and if we keep going with filling, eventually white's going to fill his last liberty, and black's just going to be able to capture. So white, understanding that, tried to go in and confuse black. And so that's what white did here. And black tried to take the liberties. White tried to run away and gain more liberties. And black played this move, was actually the losing move, because when white plays here, black cannot play here because there's only one liberty left. And black cannot play here because this stone is not connected diagonally, so it only has one liberty. So you would lose. So there's actually no move to play but this one. And now white actually can't continue, because if white goes here, it's self-capture. And if white goes here, capture. So white actually can't continue. So white has to fill his own. But this is why there's the no passing rule in capture go, because now it forces black to either come inside here somewhere where you'll just capture, or fill his last liberty, and which allows you to capture. This is why the no passing rule exists, because it sort of creates these situations where someone has to get captured. There shouldn't be a possible tie, because there's an odd number of moves, so that shouldn't be impossible to tie. Now, black does have a huge advantage. So if you do this with a friend or family member as an exercise at home, it's very easy to get a pen and paper and just draw out a 5x5 grid and just start drawing circles. There is a big advantage with black, so make sure you're switching colors. But this is a great exercise to learn how liberties work. And playing this a few times with a friend or family member is a great way to train yourself to be able to see liberties. But yeah, that's the capture go. So does anyone have any questions about that before I move on, about how liberties work? I'm actually going to look at your chat too. Does anyone have any questions before I move on?
Killer Ducky says this way of teaching actually gets students begging to pass.
Instead of teaching about passes, instead of like, here's how a pass works and when to pass, they actually beg to pass. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to. Can we explain why the empty triangle is the best shape? We're not going to get into that. Red to zero. It's just a funny little thing that came up in a yesterday's stream, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to a couple more rules. We're going to talk about first Komi. So what is Komi? Komi is basically bonus points for white because remember how I said whoever surrounds more territory wins the game? Well, at the end of the game, you calculate the territory, but white gets an extra 5.5 or 6.5 points or 7.5 points, depending on the rule set. And there's where one of those minor differences comes in. But usually it's 6.5 points. That's the general thing. It's very common. But if you ever go to competitions or depending on where you're located in the world, if you want to check your local rule set, just see what the Komi is. But basically, Komi is bonus points for white. Now, the reason it's 6.5 and not just 6 is the half points prevents ties. Tie is almost impossible in Go. Now, I know it's very common in chess, but in Go, it's extremely hard to get a tie. It does happen in a very rare case, which you mentioned that you didn't understand how that could happen. I'll show that actually today, just so that way you can understand how to happen. But tie is extremely rare to the point I've never had a tie in 13 years of playing. So ties, you don't really have to worry about a tie. And that half point is to prevent ties as well. So the reason white has that is because black does have an advantage playing first. So white does get bonus points. That's Komi. Next up is Ko.
Can I ask you a quick question? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, I'm happy to answer questions.
So at the professional level, what's like roughly the percent win for either side? Like, is it about 50-50 or does black still have an edge, or is the Komi enough that white wins more, or how does that work?
Yeah, so they measure the Komi based on professional players.
Okay.
So 6.5. It's being argued for 7.5 right now. So it's 6.5 and 7.5 depending on the rule sets. It's really, really hard to tell. And now they're starting to maybe ask the AI. The AI thinks that 7.5 gives white an advantage, a very, very slight advantage. But it's extremely difficult to tell because in Go, no position ever repeats on a 19x19. You'll never have a repeating Go game because the variations are insanely high. Like insane. It's a huge number. It's huge.
Yeah,
huge
it's many magnitudes greater than chess complexity.
But basically, you'll never have a Go game repeat.
Right.
So because of that, it makes it hard to tell exactly what Komi should be. But with the AI, it has helped a little bit. So it's arguably between 6.5 and 7.5 is the perfect Komi. But for some reason, OGS has 5.5 on here as well. But 6.5 and 7.5, that's what you're going to see everywhere. And even with 7.5, the reason sometimes that is applied is because sometimes they'll have extra rules that might take away a point from white in special conditions, which reduces it down to 6.5 in special conditions, which I don't really want to get into right now. But just know that 6.5, 7.5, those are approximate Komis. And if you want to play at home, I recommend 6.5. That's the easiest one to understand. It's most common. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. So next up, we're going to get into Ko. So what is a Ko? Well, a Ko basically states that the board position cannot repeat like it did like a move ago. So if white plays inside of here, can you see this?
Yes.
So if white plays inside of here, black can capture that stone, right? However, you can see that black stone can immediately be captured back. Oh, I tried to capture it and it gave me a move error warning. Crap. But you can see that black captures, white can capture back, black can capture back, white can capture back, and that's an infinite repeating sequence. You cannot have the exact position on the previous turn. So like I think it's really hard to word, but basically you cannot make a move that'll make the board position repeats your opponent's last turn, or something like that. You have to change it somehow. So you have to go make a move that maybe forces your opponent to respawn, and then you can take back. And that's called a co threat. But basically, co states you can't have that same position repeat right after it just happened. That something has to change before you can take it back. And so that's the co rule. Now, how you get this board might be too small for it, but how you get repeating position is you actually have 3 co's happen at once. I don't know how to set it up on a 5x5. So I can't show you on a 5x5, but
so 2 co's, like that wouldn't be enough.
So if you have 2 co's, I think I can set that one up. 2 co's, I think, creates an interesting shape. That the problem with 2 co's is, let's say I play here, you connect and I take, and then you take. Something's going to change the status usually. So usually it won't repeat. Like something usually changes, and then let's say you do something like this, and then I end up fixing and you fix, and now you can't take back or whatever. It usually works its way down to a single co.
Okay.
But 2 co's, it's hard to give an exact example because co's are so situational.
Right.
But 2 co's usually works its way down to 1 co.
Okay.
But with 3 co's, I really don't know how to set this up on this one. But with 3 co's, you take 1, I take another, you take the 3rd. I can now take back the 1st because the board is different.
Right.
And then it just repeats up and down that sequence. So with a triple co, with 3 co's or greater, involving the exact same stones. So if you have a co somewhere completely on the other side of the board, that isn't a triple co. That's just something irrelevant to the local situation. But if you have one group of connected stones with 3 co's on it, you can have 3 liberties that will constantly be going back and forth.
Oh, so interesting. Okay. I thought, like, when you said triple co, I was picturing, like, that basic co structure where it's, like, you know, a diamond inside of a diamond or interlocked, you know. I was just picturing that, like, occurring 3 times in different places on the board. But you mean it's, like, it's a single structure that just has, like, a 3-fold repetition.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Keep going back and forth because the co rule, it can't take into account a triple co because it's so unique.
Right.
But like I said, this is just more of like icing on the cake of knowledge. It's not important.
Yeah.
Triple co is irrelevant for a beginner. I just want you to know that that's how ties can happen, but you should never worry about it because it's extraordinarily rare. It comes up like, I don't know. I don't even know how often it comes up.
Yeah.
The last time I saw triple co was in a pro game several years ago, like in 2014. But so it does come up, but it's extremely rare. Extremely, extremely rare.
Gotcha.
All right. So that is the co. And I just remembered that the board position, you can't just capture. If you capture, they capture back, and you notice it's the exact same pattern, it has to be different. So that's just the co rule.
Okay, I've got a question from my stream.
Yes.
Which I think you'll like this question. Are these co, is it a good or a bad thing? Is it an advantage or a disadvantage?
Ooh, so this actually gets into co, how to fight a co. Since we haven't really talked about how to make territory and stuff yet, this isn't going to be a very perfect answer that you'll understand completely. But co is like one of my favorite topics to talk about because when you find yourself in a co, now you kind of want to try to lose the co because it's worth letting your opponent win the co and connect, so that way you can get 2 moves in a row somewhere else. So when you find yourself in a co, try to get 2 moves in a row somewhere else, and it's actually usually more valuable than the co. The exception being if it's a co for your entire group's death, which we haven't gotten into life and death yet, so I don't know if you'll completely understand that, but if it's a co for your entire group, you can't really lose that co, so that one's really bad for you. But when let's just say you're facing a generic co, it's actually in your best interest to try to lose the co to get 2 moves in a row. Just make those 2 moves in a row very valuable. And I think that's a great way to handle a co. But that's actually a little bit of an advanced tactic. So hopefully that answers your question. But just know that Co is one of those things that the only reason I'm saying it is that way you don't accidentally find yourself in it. It's not something I would worry about or seek out right now until you get some more practice in the game. I just want you to know that if you play with a friend or play online and you capture something, they can't immediately capture back and repeat the position, because you'll find yourself in a repeating position and be like, hey, I thought you said I couldn't tie. That just know that it exists. It's just one of the rules. You have to know that it exists, but I wouldn't stress over it too much. But hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I think he's happy with that answer.
Awesome. Okay, so that's Co. So now I'm going to talk about life and death. Normally, I don't do this. Normally, when I teach beginners, I don't even worry about Co unless it comes up. What I teach them is just how to make territory, and then I let them play and gain experience. But because I kind of only have everyone here, I'm going to continue with more knowledge. But if I lose anyone, please, please, please feel free to ask questions or ask me, because I only have this stream right now, I kind of have to give you all the information at once, and that's not usually my preferred way to teach. But I want to make sure that you guys have enough knowledge that if you watch CL Smith or myself or anyone else play Go, you understand kind of what's going on, even if you don't understand the exact moves. Kind of like me with chess. I understand that, oh, that piece got captured because that piece moves this way. I kind of want you to have at least that much knowledge after this stream. So I'm going to need a bigger demo board.
Yeah.
So I'll pick another one and send you a I'm going to make a 13 by 13 just to give myself plenty of room. And I will send you a link.
All right.
So just know that if you have any questions about what I'm about to talk about, feel free to ask questions. It's okay if it's a little confusing, but just know that what I'm about to say is something that you will eventually need to learn, but you don't necessarily have to know it inside and out to play your first Go game. But this is kind of like bonus knowledge that I kind of have to do because of our circumstances. All right, are you on the stream or on the game?
It's loading up, so it looks just about ready. For some reason, this always takes like 30 seconds to load whenever you give me a demo board. Okay, I'm good.
Awesome. Okay, so life and death. Introduction to life and death. So the reason we talk about life and death, so let's say I have a large position or something that I'm surrounding, right? So remember how I mentioned that you want to surround area to get points. So right now, you could say that black is controlling this area of the board because black is kind of surrounding it near the edge and working with the edge to surround a position. So you could argue that this is black's area or framework. So you have to ask yourself, okay, but my opponent, it's kind of wide. My opponent can try and play in there, right? And let's place that. What if my opponent goes in and just tries to just take away all the points? Well, now we get into life and death, which means, can you capture that stone and keep that area your territory, or can you not, and then that area is no longer your territory? Did I explain that kind of okay?
Yeah.
Does anyone have any issues with that explanation?
Works for me. Anyone in chat, let us know if you need any more details.
Okay. So that is how life and death comes about, is when you try to go inside of your opponent's area of control, it becomes more of a life and death problem. And now we're going to talk about how life and death works. All right, so to talk about life and death, you need to talk about eyes. So what is an eye? An eye is actually a place that your opponent cannot play. So this center point right here, I don't know if you can see it on, I can't, oh, hey, I can play it, haha! Okay, this center point is actually an illegal move because you cannot play a move with 0 liberties. So this is considered an eye, which basically is a spot that your opponent is not allowed to play. So it's 1 liberty your opponent cannot play. But there's an exception to this rule. So I'm going to actually connect these up. And that exception is, if it is your last liberty, your opponent can play it because it captures something. So you can only play a move with 0 liberties if you can capture something. And when you capture it, you can see that now your stone actually does have liberties. So an eye is a move that you cannot play because you have 0 liberties when you play it, but 1 eye is not enough to be alive, because if you get surrounded and it's your last liberty, then you'll eventually get captured. So a smaller example of this is if I play in the corner right here, you can see this white stone has no lines connected to it. So it has 0 liberties. So this is an illegal move for white. Now, if white plays all the liberties on the outside, takes all the liberties of black, now white can actually play on the inside and capture those stones. So how do you make life? Well, you actually try to make 2 positions like this. You make 2 eyes. So now, if your opponent tries to play one or the other, let's say our opponent tries to play here, you can see this is an illegal move. You're not allowed to play it, okay? What if I play here? This is an illegal move. You're not allowed to play it. And since you can't play 2 moves at the same time, it is impossible to take both of those liberties without black making a mistake. So this is a group that's considered alive, basically a group that's impossible to capture, because it has 2 liberties that you cannot take. So that is a living group. When you are handling life and death in your when you're trying to invade your opponent and you're trying to make 2 eyes, what you're trying to do with an invasion is you're trying to surround space inside, so that way you can make some eye space or enough space to make 2 eyes. When you're trying to attack something that's invading you, you're trying to reduce the space and prevent 2 eyes. So we can actually go a little bit further with this topic. If everyone's following so far, I'll go a little bit further into this topic. If not, we'll just skip this and go on to try to make territory. But if everyone's comfortable, I would like to explain a little bit more about this topic.
No questions so far in my chat.
All right. I think my chat is good as well. All right. So when you're watching a ghost streamer, sometimes they'll say something like this. They'll say, "Oh, I have a group that's surrounded, but my group has 2 eyes." This is not exactly obvious if you don't understand how this works its way down to 2 eyes. So let's keep the shape on the board. Let's set up another position. All right, so we talked about how this is only 1 eye, right? Because it only has 1 liberty, white can eventually capture, if the stones would work. But let's talk about this shape. How many eyes is this shape? Well, right now it's 2 liberties, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is 2 eyes. So if white plays a move inside, it's not illegal because white has 1 liberty. So this is not an illegal move. So white can play inside, and now black is actually forced to capture because black only has 1 liberty as well. So now black captures it. And you can see this is actually now 1 liberty. So white can come back and recapture. So it's only 1 eye. So 2 in a row is considered 1 eye because white can sacrifice a stone to reduce it down to 1 eye. And if I'm going too fast, tell me so I can slow down, because this is kind of a complex topic. But I want to make sure that everyone understands what streamers are talking about about life and death. Okay, so 2 in a row, 2 liberties in a row are considered 1 eye because I can sacrifice a stone and reduce it to 1 liberty. Okay, so what about 3 in a row? How many in a row do you need for 2 eyes? Let's talk about 3 in a row. So 3 in a row. 3 in a row actually is whoever plays first. So let's talk about why. If I play this stone right here, you can see that this move is illegal for white to play because it has 0 liberties. And this move is illegal for white to play because it has 0 liberties. So this group has 2 eyes. But what if white played first and white played this exact move? This is not illegal for white because white has 2 liberties. 1 on that side, 1 on that side. So it's not illegal for white to play. Black can't actually respond on the inside because it's a self-Atari. I haven't explained Atari. Atari. Atari means you are one move away from getting captured. So if I play right here, you can see I have 1 liberty. So this is a self Atari. So I can immediately capture. And if I play right here, it's also a self Atari because it reduces me down to 1 liberty and I can be captured. Atari is 1 move away from being captured. So you don't want to self Atari, so black doesn't play. So white is actually going to play on the inside. And now black is an Atari, which means he only has 1 liberty. So you have to capture. And now it's that 2 in a row shape again. So capture, and now it's 1 eye. So let's go through that again. There's 3 in a row. White plays the vital point to prevent the 2 eyes. And then sacrifices 2 stones to reduce it down to 2 in a row. And sacrifices 1 stone to reduce it down to 1 in a row. And now it's 1 eye, and the whole group gets captured. That is basically the essence of life and death. So now why is the group at the top right alive? Because 4 in a row is considered alive as it stands. Because if I play here, black will play here. There's 2 in a row on one side, which is 1 eye, and then 1 move right here is 1 eye. So that's 2 eyes, actually. And then if white plays right here, black plays right here, 2 in a row and 1, that is 2 eyes. All right. Is there any questions about life and death? Like I said, this is kind of a difficult topic for someone who's brand new to the game. Usually you introduce this after they play a couple games. But because I only have you guys here for the stream, I wanted to make sure you understand this as a concept so you understand how it works when you're watching a stream. Would 5 in a row also be alive? Yes. 4 in a row or greater is alive as it stands because you can, as long as you have the space to make 2 eyes or 2 or more eyes, then you're considered alive as it stands. So going back to my 4 plus in a row, yeah. So going back to my original example of if my opponent plays inside of here, is this my territory or not? Well, this becomes a life and death battle. When your opponent does something like this, you actually want to try to surround it and push it to the edge to make it run out of eye space and reduce its eye space down to 1 eye. So let's say, I don't know if I want to play it on sequence, but that's the theory. And then you have to figure out what moves do that, what moves execute that, and that goes into other stuff that we haven't talked about yet. But hopefully that helps you understand that this position says, yes, I'm making territory, and yes, my opponent could play inside of it, but I'm saying if I claim that it's my territory, I'm claiming that if my opponent plays inside, I'm going to reduce it down to 1 eye and eventually capture it. So it is going to be bad for them to play inside because they'll just die on the inside. And so I consider that my territory. When you hear these types of words or you hear that talk when you watch a stream, that is what they mean. This is my territory, or they can invade here, or how I will deal with this invasion in this way, or whatever. That's what they mean. Okay. So that's the most complex thing I wanted to talk about today. So the next thing on my little list is how do we move up in board sizes? So for those who don't know, the official board size for a Go board is actually a 19 by 19. So I'll actually pull up a demo board so you guys can see that. Create demo. And I do not recommend playing on a 19 by 19 at the very start, simply because it's very overwhelming.
I'm still terrified to play on 19 by 19. I mean, I've only been playing for like a week, but
I think you're almost ready for 19 by 19.
Okay.
I think you're almost ready for it. You just gotta work on like how to finish the borders and stuff, and I think you'll be on 19 by 19 in no time.
Yeah.
So this is the official board size. And then you might see games start looking like this, like play a basic opening.
Sorry, mine's still loading. Just okay, you're good now.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is the official board size, and this can be very overwhelming for a new player, and this is why there's sort of an entry barrier, because when a new player joins the stream, they'll see a Go player playing on this size, and they'll see crap like this where they go around everywhere and start making massive areas, moving very quick, and they're like, I don't even understand what's happening. And that's why there's an entry barrier. But I want to encourage you guys that it's actually really easy to work your way up to this size, and you can probably get to the size very quickly. The challenge is actually improving your efficiency more than anything else. But the trick to getting this size is taking it one step at a time. One step at a time. So we started with Capture Go. That's step one, which is understanding how liberties work. Step two is actually going to be playing on a 9x9. A 9x9 is great for beginners who want to get on a server. So basically everyone in chat that wants to play, I recommend playing on 5x5 with friends and other people in chat or whatever. And once you understand liberties, then I think you're ready to get on the Go server and just start playing games. And I would recommend starting on a 9x9. Once you can solve a life and death problem, once you understand life and death, so basically liberties and how to determine if something's alive or eventually going to die, once you understand a very basic life and death problem, I think you're ready for a 13x13. And that is when you start learning how to move about the board to make territory, which we can, if we have time on the stream, I'm happy to talk about that as well. But basically, you start working on your movement to surround territory in kind of an efficient way. And once you understand the borders of territory, which CL Smith is practically almost done with, then you're ready for 19x19, and then you get into like opening patterns and opening theories. And I have a whole approach document on how to play on a 19x19, which I'm happy to share with anyone if anyone asks. And then this is basically what I teach on. So if you guys ever feel like you want advice or anything, I think CL Smith would be happy to give advice. And you can also check out my stream. I'm happy to review any of your 9x9 games, 13x13 games, and maybe encourage you to maybe move up a board size or stay on the board size you're at and help you work your way up to a 19x19. And then when you're ready for 19x19, I'm happy to help explain opening theory and stuff to you guys as well. So this is what you'll eventually be working up to. And I want to encourage you to not be scared about this. It's just another step in the game. It looks scarier than it is. It's really not nearly as scary as it looks. It's just Go is about just taking things one step at a time, one tactic at a time. And that's how you get through that entry barrier. With that being said, that is pretty much all the rules of Go. And if you guys want, I can play CL Smith in the game. We can talk about some basic strategies. But does anyone have any questions? That is officially the rules of Go. You guys are good to play your own games now. And while I'm waiting on chat to ask me any questions, I'm actually going to go over the ranks of Go. Ranks are actually pretty straightforward. They look confusing at first because one goes down, one goes up, blah, blah, blah. But let me explain how ranks work. So a rank is basically a Dan. Dan is like your rank. You can consider Dan like a black belt. So a 1 Dan is like a first level black belt. And then it goes all the way up to 9 Dan, which is like a 9th level black belt. And then you can see a pro status. So pro status means they're a 9 Dan who beat all the other 9 Dans in a tournament and got the title of pro. And then there's pro ranks, which is 1 Dan Pro to 9 Dan Pro, which is 1P to 9P. And that's just a pro rank. So Dan is amateur Dan level, but basically equivalent to a black belt. And pro is just, they are someone who won a tournament against the top level amateurs and were able to get a pro status. You cannot rank up to pro. You have to win it. But if you are a pro, you can rank up above the against other pros, but you can only rank up against other pros. So the confusing part is the Q, which is KYU, which is why you see a K. So when you see 1K, 20K, or whatever, this is where it gets a little confusing to new players because they don't really understand. But basically, just think about it this way. Q is basically stone or rank. So 1Q is 1 rank underneath 1 Dan. So 1Q is 1 rank from 1 Dan, right? So it goes down to 30Q. So 30Q is basically a brand new player. 30Q to 25Q is basically a brand new player who has just learned the rules and is starting to work on strategy. that means you're about 30 or to 25 ranks away from an amateur black belt. That's basically a rough explanation of how ranks work. So CL Smith is actually a 22Q. So he's actually past that little beginner entry barrier and actually can play a game and finish a game. So that is 22 ranks from 1 Dan. So if we're going by OGS standards, you are only 22 ranks away from me. Only 22 levels.
All right.
One
Any
level
day
at a
now,
time.
I'm sure.
Yeah, any day now. Just one level a day, right?
Yeah.
For those who are wanting a timeline, I'm happy to talk about that.
Can I ask another question about the ranks? Like, about how many players have attained like the professional rank? Do you have an idea of it, like just a guess?
I can tell you how hard it is to get pro, but I can't tell you the exact number of professionals.
I'm just wondering. I'm trying to like compare it to chess. So like I think in chess there's about 1,600 grandmasters, which is the highest chess rank. I'm just trying to like get a comparison, I guess.
So to understand my problem answering that question, you have to understand a little bit about the history of Go.
Mm-hmm.
We actually in the West, there wasn't a Western professional exam until like a few years ago. Like it's less than 10 years old.
Wow.
So professional Go in the West, like in Europe and North America and stuff, is actually very, very new. So there's like very, very few pros. I think there's a dozen or less that actually, no, there's less than 10 that actually became pro because of a Western tournament, I believe. But there are pros that did move to our countries, and now they are considered professionals in our system because they are now citizens. But the pro exam for us is really, really new. So it's not really a good comparison yet to say like how many grandmasters versus professionals. But I can tell you how hard it is in Asia. In Asia, to get to 9 Dan is already insanely hard.
Yeah.
Right? It's insanely hard. It takes like 10 plus years of 8 hours a day to study to even get to that rank. And then you have to beat all the other 9 Dans. And in Asia, it's about 1 in 400 people once a year. So you have to you have to play a tournament and beat all the other 9 Dans. So to be a professional in Asia is maybe about a 1 in 400 chance at the top level. So it's really, really, really hard.
Yeah,
to the point where they say that if you are over 13 or 14 years, actually, they say if you learn Go after you reach like 12 or 13 years old, it's impossible for you to become a pro. You just don't have enough time.
Yeah, people say that about chess too.
Yeah, so it's insanely hard. Now in the West, I mean, you could argue I could get pro if I study for 8 hours a day for the next 5 to 10 years, just because there's not as many people to compete against. Like I think that if I got to the top rank, and the AGA, they limited the rank to 7 Dan. I don't know why, but they made that decision like several years ago, like 10 years ago or something. So the highest rank in the American Go Association is 7 Dan. Arguably, I could get to 7 Dan if I work really, really, really hard. It's arguable that I could get to 7 Dan, and then I just have to beat like 30, 40 other people, and I could do it. So yeah, for me to get a pro in the West is a lot easier and it's realistic and possible. It's just it's insanely hard. It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible. But if I was to go to Asia, not a chance.
Yeah.
I don't care if I study Go for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I could not become pro in Asia. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So Go is still coming about. Go is still coming about in the West. I will say, thanks to Google's AlphaGo DeepMind technology, Go had a big boom. But I would say there's probably around 100 to 150,000 people that actually play Go in Europe and North America combined. Whereas Asia, like everyone knows what Go is.
Yeah.
It's like chess over there.
Right.
Like everyone knows what it is and knows the rules probably knows the rules of the game. But in America, no one even knows what the game is.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of Go history. Did anyone have any questions Yeah, someone said there are close to 400 professional players in Korea right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Kuja is still like one of the top players. Yes. Yeah. So cool. That's everyone enjoyed that little history lesson apparently.
Yeah. No. I mean, that's really interesting. I mean, and I think just because so many of us are coming from chess, we're just trying to tie it to something. So
Yeah. So I would say if you want to learn about why Go players is so amazing, is I would recommend watching the Google's documentary over AlphaGo.
mm-hmm.
And that will tell you like our feeling for the last like 6 years or so, because in 2014 is when the AlphaGo happened. If you want to watch that documentary, if you need some like inspiration to learn the game, and you want like some inspiration and a great story about a game that took over the world, go check out the Google documentary about AlphaGo. It's an amazing watch. And if you want another documentary that was released before AlphaGo, I would say check out the surrounding game. That talks about our very first pro exam and our very first professionals and stuff and interviews with them and stuff while they were actually competing for the very first pro certificate. That's a good documentary as well. But it's kind of funny because you look at that documentary and they're like, oh, AI is like 10 years away, and like a few years later,
Yeah.
little did we know, a few years later Google came out with a storm. Like the strongest AI before Google was like 5 Dan amateur. That was the strongest AI, and we were always laugh and say, no, AI is terrible to play with. You can't learn anything from an AI. No AI could be a professional player. No one's cheating with an AI. Basically, it's not a thing that happened in Go. And then Google's DeepMind came about, and then everyone had a professional on their computer.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, oh, now it's a huge problem, and there's all kinds of cheaters, and Go is still actually learning how to deal with this because we don't have algorithms that can actually determine if someone's using an AI or not yet. This is actually still relatively new because we've only had AIs that can beat Go for 6 years, less than 6 years technically. So it's for us, it's still very, very fresh that AIs are a thing. So for Go players, it's still very new, and it's an amazing documentary. I highly recommend watching that. All right, so that's pretty much it for the rules of Go. I didn't really see any questions. So yeah, if you want, we can actually play a game, and then when we review, I can actually go over the next points, which is talking about some strategies, which is basically the next topics I want to talk about. Where are which lines to play on for making territory, why we play in the open corners, pushing borders, second line cuts, how to handle invasions, surrounding and push to the edge and reduce ice space, basically, for how to handle invasions. But that's only if we have time. Those are the topics I have written down to discuss, but we can go ahead and play a game if you want. And then I can show them how to beat you, and then they can play you and try to use what I did.
Yeah, I'm down to play a game. I'd really like if we could to just take a quick break. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I think I've got some like leftovers that I think I'm gonna go warm up, and that'll give me some brain fuel for this game, hopefully.
So yeah, we can take another 5-10 minute break if you want.
Yeah,
and I'll just
that'd be great.
I'll just be here. I have both chats open, so if anyone wants to ask me a question, as long as like if your stream's still up and they can hear me, I'm happy to answer any questions while we wait. I'm timed out in your chat.
You're still timed out? What? Really?
Well, it says I can chat again in 0 seconds, so I have to refresh the.
Oh, okay. I guess let me permit you if you want to post some links. I think I can allow that to happen. 60 seconds? Can I not do more than that? Okay, well, hopefully I've got a mod somewhere in chat that can permit you if you need to post some links.
All right.
I suspect Alonzo's around. Hopefully Alonzo's around.
Yeah, but I am here to answer any questions that anyone might have about the game, about the strategies.
Are you there? I think you might have cut out. Please, let's not have that problem again. I can't hear him. What is happening? I can't tell what's going on.
Because
Oh,
on my next stream, and I'm happy to give you advice. But I'm not really pulling up people's games right now.
okay. Your audio cut out for a second there, but I think maybe we're good now.
Yeah, I tried to refresh the multi-stream, and that was a terrible idea.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna go take my break real quick. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Clossius, can you share with us how many years have you been playing Go, and what is your actual rank level? Okay, so I have been playing Go since December of 2006. So about 13 years ish. I mean, I don't count it every month. I don't like this many months or this many years or whatever. Like every year, try to do the math in my head. But basically, since December of 2006, I've been playing Go. What does he mean by actual rank? I think you mean what is my rank overall, but the problem with Go ranks is it's relative to wherever you're playing. So on the online Go server, which is where we are right now, I'm rated as a 1 Dan, but in the American Go Association, which is my national rank, I'm rated as a 4 Dan, and on Asian Go servers, I'm a 5 Dan. So OGS, I just have bad luck with ranking up, I guess. It just really depends on the players you're playing against. My best possible title is 5 Dan, going on 6 Dan, hopefully. If I work hard enough at it, I think I can pull off 6 Dan on the Asian Go servers. But I am working on trying to get to 5 Dan in the AGA. But those you only really update those in tournaments, so it's a little bit harder to compete in those. Oh, cool. Awesome. You've played before? Hopefully I was nice. So CL Smith is asking me if I'm GM. I've like several chess players are asking me if I'm Grandmaster, and I actually don't know. But not Grandmaster, Master. I think there's a Master and a Grandmasters in chess, I believe, right? And I don't know if I would be considered a Master or not. It's really hard to say. I would say arguably. Okay, I could probably say that I'm in the top 200 players in my country, top 200, top 250. I don't know if that would be Grandmaster or Master or none of the above. So top 200 out of probably how many players do we have? I know there's at least 15,000 subscribed to the e-journal, but that can be out of the country too. I don't know the exact number of members we have in the American Go Association. I don't think that I've looked at that number recently. It's thousands though, many thousands. FIDE Master, International Master, Grandmaster, Canada Master. I have no idea. Okay, so there's Master, then Canada Master, then FIDE Master, then International Master, then Grandmaster. Okay, so Grandmaster, then we wouldn't have a single Grandmaster in our country. The Grandmasters would only be like the top like 10, 20 players in the world, right? Because you have International Masters, which are only Asian professionals. There's no Western professional that can be an international master. It's really hard to say. Play chess for at least 5 hours a day. Ryan Lee is a professional, and he did get it in America, but he is not good enough to compete at the international level. There's a huge gap. How many hours a day is it needed to reach the lowest title at Go? Define title. Do you mean like professional or Dan? A lot of people say Dan's the milestone to reach because being professional is like really hard for the average person and almost impossible. So a lot of people say, I just want to reach Dan. But I can give you some hours to think about. So there is a research done into this topic. It's about 1,000 dedicated hours, which means you're not just playing randomly, you're actually playing with the intent to improve and studying and whatever. It's about 1,000 hours to reach 1 Dan amateur. So you can get to, I've put in more than that for sure, but you can get to the 1 Dan and maybe the AGA and the Asian Go servers, maybe even OGS, in about 1,000 efficient hours. The professional, though, is about 10,000 hours. That's 10,000 hours of serious study. That's like 8 hours a day, like 5-6 days a week for like 10 years. 10,000 hours of efficient, good study is professional. All right. Ryan Lee did beat Asian pros in international competitions. Did he? I have not heard of this. Typically 3,000 actively playing tournaments in the US a year. So there's typically about 3,000 players a year, but not, that's just 3,000 active players though as well. Yeah. I would be really impressed if Ryan beat an Asian professional in an international competition. That would be really, really cool. But usually it's unheard of for a Western professional to beat a pro. But thanks to AI, the overall player strength is improving. Have you mentioned Joseki with Seal Smith or Sente Gote? I think he knows what those are, but that's not really something that's likely to come up, or it might come up today. But so basically, Joseki is just a common variation in the corner, like a common sequence in the corner. And Sente means forcing. Gote means giving your opponent the initiative, so not forcing. Or the sequence might be Sente, or the sequence might be forcing, or Gote. If you beat Chen Yaoye, you are super good. That's impressive. Oh, I think I do remember that. That was many years ago, right? That's really cool, though. That's really, really unlikely to happen, and really cool that he did it. That's really impressive. But I do know the average player strength is improving, so maybe my comments might be outdated now. Yeah. 2017? Yeah, it's very unheard of for a Westerner to beat a Easterner, I guess. Can we tell us about Go international competitions? So the big competitions are between Japan, Korea, and China. And I think the Samsung Cup is the one I can think of offhand. And that's where you'll see like the top professionals play. So that the international competitions is where you see the top players play, but there's also a lot of national competitions in each of the big three countries, and that's where you also see a lot of top play. My favorite professional is Iyama Yuta from Japan, because Iyama Yuta was the first one to achieve a Grand Slam, and that means to hold all 7 national, not international, but all 7 national titles simultaneously in Japan. And the national title is basically a competition that happens once a year. And he held all 7 at the same time. There's 7 national huge titles in Japan with very large prize pools, like 100,000 to like $250,000. And he held all 7 at the exact same time. And it's never been done before in history until he did it. And so I kind of liked him ever since then. Shinji So. No, the problem is I don't follow pro play by the player. I kind of follow the stories, I guess. So I don't really follow like the top players, just because I guess it doesn't really involve myself or my country as much. So I'm not really focusing on the scene. We're focusing on how can I grow Go in the West? How can I create more Western professionals? How can I or help create more Western professionals? How can I help get more tournaments in the West? I mean, that's where my focus is at the moment. So I'm not really watching the top professionals, I guess. But it doesn't mean I don't like know their name and stuff. There's not a single world champion. No, I would say the biggest world championship, if you're trying to think of a single one, is probably somewhere along the lines of the Samsung Cup. But there's multiple international tournaments. But the international tournaments are considered the world championships, in a sense.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Did you ever figure out who the mysterious Go player Tartrate was? Tartrate, that's a funny story right there. All right, welcome back. Do you want to go ahead and try playing?
Sure, yeah.
Awesome. So I will send you a challenge, and we'll play a 13 by 13.
Yes, please.
This will just be a fun game. I don't know if I want to make it a teaching game where I hold back and try to guide your moves, or I just want to show chat like how to win.
Yeah, I guess I'll leave that to you.
Actually, I don't know. We'll see how the game goes.
Okay.
We'll do 0.5 point Comey. That's considered a 1-stone handicap, but basically it means I'm only have half a point to prevent ties, but I have no bonus points.
Challenge received.
Alrighty.
Game started.
All right. Have a good game.
Yeah. I would tell you good luck, but you're not going to need it. Okay.
I don't know. A meteor could hit me. I could lose power in timeout.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point.
I could lose on time. Never know.
Yeah. Okay, so I know that in the opening, you basically play either third line, fourth line, or third/fourth line. I like these 3/4s. I don't know if that's actually a good thing or not, but that's what
3/4s are kind of the meta nowadays.
Oh, okay.
I would say 3/4 is a good meta right now.
Gotcha.
It kind of counters a lot of the AI influence crap, but at 22Q, it really does not matter.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like me saying, what's the best chess opening right now? And I don't know if that's even a thing.
Yeah.
It's just pick ones you're comfortable with. I would say what I recommend my students do is I say play the same opening for a month and learn the ins and outs of that opening at your level, and then pick a different opening every month or every 50 games. So for you, I would say play the 3/4 point for 50 games and then play the star point for 50 games until you learn some basic patterns with it.
Is the star point the 4/4?
Yes, star point is the 4/4.
That's the one that's marked. Okay.
Yeah. And then you can even also play the 3/3 point for 50 games. Just learn how the variations work. And I think it's a good recommendation. Don't worry about opening patterns. Worry about like how the 3/4, 3/3, and 4/4 works. And worry about like direction of play right now. And not dying. Especially since you're on a 13 by 13 right now. There are no opening patterns.
Okay. So my thought with that move was, I know I'm supposed to play on a big side once the corners are taken, and I figured I might as well try to encroach on your area as much as I can.
So what he is quoting is basically my approach document. Basically, the Clossius approach is what I'm known for teaching. It's basically like a step-by-step guide for playing a good move. There's like 3 main sections. It's the section 1 is where am I weak.
I mouse slipped, but that seems good enough.
Okay, yeah, you can undo if you want. Section 1 is where am I weak?
Undo requested. Undo
where am I
granted.
Weak? Stop talking, woman. Where am I weak? Where's my opponent weak? Where's the big move? And then the section 2 is the big move: open corners, open sides, largest framework, and then end game. And the largest framework is like the largest area of control. And if it's yours, build it. If it's your opponent's, reduce or invade it. And then section 3 is basically attack and defense, which is make a base / take a base, which is I space, and then surround / run away, reduce I space / make I space, and then vital point. So I'm gonna go here. Oh, the cats are now trying to rob my kitchen. Hold on. trying to get into our leftovers. They know I'm not watching. This is the exact same game that we played last time.
Oh,
Right,
is it? I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I'm gonna play different because we played this like last time or yesterday, like last night. So I'm gonna play different. So that way you don't know what to do.
Well, there was little danger of me knowing what to do, but
Well, I showed you like what to play to this yesterday,
Oh.
and I don't want you to.
yeah,
I don't want you to have the exact same moves that I showed you yesterday because it'll be too easy for you. So what I'm doing here, for the chat, is we're both trying to surround each other, right? Because right now it's a fight for the top side. So he's trying to surround me to make it a life and death problem for me. I'm trying to escape and also surround him to make it a life and death problem for him. So the reason I played H11 is so that way he couldn't play something up there and get control of the area. So I basically went inside to destroy those points. And what we're doing now is attack and defense, where we're both trying to get out / surround each other. And I'm just trying to get out, survive, and destroy these points. And if I happen to get to attack, that's even better. But I'm just trying to destroy his area because I felt that he had more. And before making eyes, like locally, it's usually better to try and run away unless you can just make a base. And a base is pretty much efficient eye space, which lecture on that later. But a base is basically eye space that's several points, whereas eye space might only be 1 or 2 points or 3 or 4 points or something, very small value and territory, but still eyes. So since I don't have a lot of space to surround a bunch of points, I'm going to run away. And if I get surrounded, then I will start worrying about making eye space and eyes. But I'm going to run away first because him surrounding me would give him value on the rest of the board. So I'm actually going to go here. And if anyone has any questions, just ask in chat. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I feel like you're getting in my corner.
I'm getting your area. I'm like all up in there.
Yeah, I think you're in.
Ooh, Akash went live. Need to get him playing Go. Maybe we can invite him. Maybe you and him can play a game.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd totally be down for that. I mean, he says he's interested, so.
He knows the rules, right? So we don't have to go over all that again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he knows all the like stuff, but I mean, like we played some games last night, and he knows liberties and capturing and that kind of stuff.
Okay, so he could probably play a 9x9, or do you think?
Yeah, no, I think he could definitely play a 9. Like that's what we were playing last night. He could play 9x9, and we even had a come up that I think he sort of realized what was going on. So I think maybe he did know the rule. I'm just not sure.
I think it'd be really cool if you and he played a 9x9, and then I could like talk to you guys about how to like get the advantage over the other with strategy.
Yeah.
On a small board, so that way it's still relative to your level, and that way, but the chat can also follow.
Right.
Because probably my shapes and patterns are a little bit high level for the chat. So I can only say the overall idea, but I can't really go in the ins and outs of the variations of why I'm playing the exact move that I'm playing, because it's going to be way too many variations. It's a little too complex. But a 22Q and a 25Q, maybe the shapes and patterns will be much easier to explain. So I think it'd be really cool. But I am trying to just work my way out while also surrounding black. That is what I'm doing with this.
Yeah, now you've got me worried about my 3 stones at the top. Like I'm thinking I need to give them some help.
You probably should.
Okay. That was the move I was leaning towards, so.
All right, so you're trying to make eye space because you're surrounded, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, that's what your move's trying to do. So since I'm attacking you, I'm going to try to prevent you from surrounding more eye space. And the eye space is on the side. So surrounding the side is how he's getting eye space. So I'm going to prevent him from moving further down the side. This is probably a little mean. I should really don't let you live, but since it's not a teaching game, I can be mean, right?
Yeah,
It's
you can
just
be mean.
it's just an example game.
I mean, this is what I want to do. I wonder if I'm just fighting a losing battle here.
Well, imagine that you can always consider sacrificing it and going somewhere else.
Yeah, I did.
Just imagine drawing a circle around your group,
Mm-hmm.
and can you get that circle somewhere else?
Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, I feel like the answer to that is definitely yes.
I think it's a no.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that group's like 25 points,
Oh, wow.
and I don't think you can get 25 points.
I was thinking the lower side looked pretty open, but I guess I do already have like a stone kind of over there.
Yeah, yeah, the lower side is definitely very big. It's definitely the next biggest move. I just don't know if it's as valuable as your entire group.
Yeah, I got you.
With that being said, if you're already dead,
Right.
which is arguable, then it doesn't matter, right? So
Right.
it really depends on if you can make eyes or not.
I guess I'm gonna fight.
So I'm just going to keep you surrounded and enclosed against the side. That's the best way to attack a group that's surrounded. Just push you to keep you enclosed against the edge and just push you towards to the edge.
I think if I do that, I'm gonna get cut viciously. So I think I need to go like here. I was thinking C13, you'd play E12.
Okay. All right, so the very basic shape is to just block. So I'm just going to block. Usually, I don't like playing the first line unless we're in the end game. But since your group's health is at risk, it's kind of worth playing. And it's not the best move here, but it's a very easy to follow move. It lets me keep attacking black in a very simple and easy way.
I'm thinking I need to carve out some space over here, but it might just be difficult. If I go here, it looks like I'm not giving myself enough room for two eyes. Here, I don't know, that looks a little strange, but maybe it works. I mean, here it looks like a place he would want to play, which makes me kind of attracted to it.
Oh, since everyone's here, let's do a shout out. If you haven't already, follow the streams. If you would like to see more chess or Go, follow the streams. Do a shout out for the follow button.
I would try this one. We'll see.
All right, I'm going to block. Keep you surrounded. Okay, I'm an Atari, so I'm going to connect.
Okay, and then I don't know if... Man, I mean, it feels like I'm gonna die, because like I'm looking at... If I play G12, that's looking like what I think is called the bulky 5, which... Oh wait, that can be alive or dead, right? But you're probably gonna play the point first.
Technically speaking, a bulky 5 is like the 3 in a row.
It's who plays first. Yeah.
It's whoever plays first. For those who don't understand what he's saying, a bulky 5 is basically a name of a life and death shape. It's basically like the 3 in a row I showed you guys earlier. It's whoever plays first.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna die here, but I guess there's not much cost to really fighting it. I don't know, that cut looks nasty though. Maybe it's not so nasty. So torn. So torn
10,
between these moves.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Speaking of nasty cuts.
You're probably. Oh, that one wasn't the one I was so worried about, but I guess that does sort of kill my stones, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is the one that only has 2 liberties. You're
Yeah.
not connected.
Okay, well that's not good. Okay, now I think it's time to like bail on this group.
10,
So you have to ask yourself,
9,
is it
8,
impossible to live? And if you
7,
make that decision,
6,
then that means you want
5,
to sacrifice it.
4,
You want to force me to
3,
capture with the
2,
least value and get first
1.
moves on the outside, or just play
4
somewhere else.
periods left.
I mean, it looks pretty
But what?
impossible to live. You're gonna take D13 and D12 no matter what I do. Unless there's some trick that I'm not aware of. I feel like I should play down here and just try to
10,
get some
9,
influence elsewhere.
8, 7.
Like maybe here.
Okay. All right, I'm going to invade you. What are you going to do about
Oh
it?
no.
All right, how do you handle invasions?
I think I want to go here so that, like, if you try to run, you're running back towards my stone.
Okay, so I'm going to run away and do best I can, right?
Yeah, and I think I just want to block you immediately.
Okay. I'm going to make some eye space.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't know if it was critical for me to... It feels like you don't have enough room to make eyes. It certainly feels like that now, unless I'm gonna get tricked. Which I find myself saying a lot.
You can't assume that you're going to get tricked. You have to, like... You have to trust yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you know the shape. Crap. I don't know if you know how to stop this.
I mean, based on you saying that, I think I should make not the move that I want to make.
9,
Beware
8,
of second line cuts.
7.
I'm just going to throw that out there.
I'm thinking this is what...
All right. Run away!
We looked at, like one side running along the edge like this yesterday.
Oh, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, wait, we did... Okay, yeah.
10, 9,
We did talk about this
8,
yesterday.
7.
Isn't this right? Then I'll have to figure out the rest of it?
Yeah, you got to figure it out. I'm just going to tell you how to play. Your opponents aren't going to tell you, ooh. Uh-oh.
I messed up now.
How many liberties does that stone have?
Oh, shit. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Oopsies.
Yeah, that wasn't any good.
Yes, G2 was the move, and yes, I am dead.
You're still dead? Or you were dead?
Now it's up for debate if I'm dead. But I was a lot deader before that Suffatari.
Yeah.
You were playing the correct.
10.
Was it correct to go J2 before I made that jump?
No, you should have just jumped from the first move, but
Okay.
it's same principle. Okay. So if I connect, you're gonna do the same thing. So I get to show how a co works. That'll be fun. Okay, so I'm going to say I'm going to escape. And now everyone remember the co rule? All right, so you take. Now my corner, my stones in the corner are cut off, and they only have one eye because 2 in a row is one eye. So now I cannot take back because of the co rule. right? So now we're in a co-fight, which means I need to make you respawn somewhere so I can take back. I'm going to, and so that means I need to play a co-threat. So I'm going to play my co-threat here. I'm going to threaten to walk into your points unless you block me.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
This, I mean, I'm thinking this is bigger up here.
Yeah. And so now that the board has changed, now I can take back. And that's how you fight a co.
Ten.
Ooh, nice co-threat.
All right, I was hoping that was one.
Use the weakness of the dead group, or Aji. Aji, it means weakness. Use the Aji of the dead group to threaten to come back to life as co-threats. It's a great way to use a dead group. So I'm going to be like, well, I don't want to die, so I'm going to survive. So I ignored you. What are you going to do about it?
I got to figure out how to make my eyes here. I mean, I guess I got to go here. Or I'm going to get captured. So. And then it's a
10,
it's a bent 3,
9,
which depends. Except for I'm not
7,
sure if E12 is a
6,
real eye or not.
5,
I guess it.
4,
I guess it is.
3, 2.
I think I have to do this. I'm just not sure about the rest.
For the what he meant by real eye is there are some eye shapes that your opponent can force you to fill because of lack of liberties or something, and those are called false eyes. We didn't discuss those because I already felt like I said too much, but that's what he means. He doesn't know if it's a real eye. But the question is, can I force you to play E12 somehow? And that's how you determine if it's real eye or not. Can I force you to fill it? If not, then it's real eye.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I don't know. It felt wrong just saving one stone there, but I just wasn't sure what else to do.
Okay. I'm going to fix my cutting point because if you play where I just played, you will disconnect H4 from my
Right.
Ten, 9.
Okay. I have cutting points, so I'm just going to go forward.
Yeah, I wanted to play C11, but I don't think it
Yeah,
works so well now.
I can see that you're trying to disconnect at C11. That's why I'm playing a solid move instead of like E9, where I can have 2 cuts instead of 1. That gets into cutting tactics, which we haven't talked about, chat. But he was trying to do like I did at E12. He's trying to come up with some sort of disconnection play at C11 to break into my corner, and I did not want him to. So I'm playing different shapes to prevent it.
Okay, I don't know if this is necessary, but I feel like this basically secures that this group's gonna live.
Okay. I'm gonna go here because I want to block off the center.
Yeah, you've got a lot more space than I do. A lot more territory, which I guess should be expected.
Okay, I'm gonna block because this center is mine.
10,
Okay. I'm going to block again. My border. My territory.
Hmm.
ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Someone said if you play
4,
C3, I should resign
3,
out of respect.
2.
Oh, I was considering C3. Like
Oh, I
I was pretty sure I was gonna do it at some point. I've just like I felt like I've had to play somewhere else.
I have a response for chat if you play C3.
Okay.
I got something for him. I'm gonna keep blocking. It's gonna block my points.
All right,
Block my
let's
points.
see what it is.
Boom.
I was wondering if that was the plan.
It's not the best move, but it's a move that works because you have nowhere to run. So
yeah.
because I have stones everywhere, where are you gonna run? And you can't kill the stone faster than I can kill you.
10, 9.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna
8.
make you show me how that works.
Okay, well, I have to run away with a stone now because now you took my escape path. But the idea is I just play on the stone and you have no eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have nowhere to run. This isn't the best move in general at all, but I thought it was funny to play.
10, 9,
You
8,
play inside of me, I'll play inside of
7,
you.
6,
And I can
5,
only do this because I
4,
have all of the
3.
stones on the outside very solid and secure, and so you have nowhere to run.
I'm trying to pretend like I can make eyes here.
Okay. I'm just going to reduce the eye space. Reduce the space.
Yeah, it's not looking so good for my eyes. To my eye.
Reduce the space. Just going to keep reducing your space until it's down to one eye. That's my plan.
Seems like a good plan.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I'm glad I talked
2,
about life and death.
1.
Otherwise, they would have had no idea
3
what's going
periods left.
on. In hindsight, I'm really glad I did mention that on stream. How life and death works. This would have been very confusing if I didn't explain how eyes work.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
They're saying I'm trolling your chat. Okay. I'm going to push the border. Cats, please don't break my desk. They broke my desk. They unplugged my mouse. Dang it.
That's no good.
Tari! Tari!
Uh-oh.
Kappa.
This doesn't look good.
Kappa. You've got this. You've got this. All right, that was it.
That was all. Okay.
That was all I could do there. just testing you. Just seeing if you're good.
I guess I've always got G13 and F10, right? I mean, maybe you can do something on F10. I don't know.
I can't play F10 though.
No, I mean like if you got like I don't understand. I'm not good at spotting when eyes can be false or not. Like I'm wondering if I let you play.
Through that?
I'm wondering if I let you play at G9. Like, could you ever get me on F10? Maybe I'm just really overthinking things.
I think if you struggle to see false eyes, I would really recommend doing puzzles with false
10,
eyes. because
9,
that's the best way to train
8,
your eyes to see it.
7,
Okay.
6,
Is the puzzles
5,
kind of like with the chess
4,
checkmate problems and
3,
stuff, or the forking
2,
problems? That's just
1.
it's just the tactic or shape.
Yeah.
So I would recommend doing puzzles for that if you're struggling with that particular shape. And I can recommend puzzles because chess players actually won't cringe at the idea of doing puzzles. I hope.
Go players don't like puzzles?
No. Normal people don't like puzzles.
yeah. Yeah.
They just want
9,
to play the game
8,
and understand everything.
7,
Yeah.
6,
Because, you know, after you
5,
do a tutorial, you
4,
can just beat the game now,
3,
right?
Right, yeah.
2, 1.
It's really
2
Go is really
periods
punishing to video game players
Oh,
because
I bet,
video
yeah.
games, like chess, you understand that you're supposed to lose a lot, but with video games and stuff, you're literally set up with an advantage to win.
Yeah.
So Go is really punishing for players like that, for someone who hasn't been exposed to, hey,
10,
you're gonna lose
9,
more than you win.
8,
I don't
But it's also
7,
why
yeah. I don't see what I
6,
can do here that
5,
accomplishes anything.
4, 3, 2,
Maybe there's something. I don't know, maybe I
1.
can do like this. I hope I'm not losing my top group, but I don't think I am.
Hi, Tom Mom. Don't play Dark Souls. Go players would do so well at Dark Souls. Maybe chess players would too. I don't know. How do you guys do at Dark Souls?
I've never played it, so I don't know.
Do you know like the reason I say that though?
Well, that's supposed to
Because-
be like a crazy hard game, right? Like it's super punishing.
You can't win the game without dying a lot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Until you get really good.
Yeah.
Like it kills you so fast. My wife died to a pig. It was really funny. To be fair, I might have tricked her into attacking the pig because I wanted to see how.
Wait,
she
you
would
said a
react.
pig?
Yeah, a pig.
Oh,
One
nice.
of like stock, one of the little stock things, like stock
10.
NPC things,
Yeah.
just for world decoration.
Oh,
It's a pig that can kill you.
oh nice.
So he's trying to make eye space. Oh, thank you for the raid, Cherry Beatus, with a party of 4. Welcome all.
I mean, there's like nothing I can do here, right? But I guess I'm gonna try.
Final point.
Ah, man, I was hoping I could play there, but
Vital point.
I guess this is the way to fight, but
1 point jump.
something tells me
if
it's...
you can't block immediately, you block with a 1 point jump.
Okay.
It's the same as J1 or K1.
Yeah. So now this
you-
this A7 thing is just always going to be a false eye.
Yes, A7 is a false eye.
Okay.
And go ahead and play
10,
that out so that way they can
9,
see what I mean by
8,
false. They can see what you mean by
7,
false eye.
Like play
6,
inside on
5,
like B6.
3,
Try to escape and let me put you into
1.
Atari.
Okay.
That way they can understand that A7 is a false eye because it's not directly connected to the group. So when I block here, you only have 1 liberty on those 3 stones.
Right.
So you're forced to fill it.
Right.
So that particular eye is considered a false eye. All right, so I'll go ahead and play inside my own territory to make up for you playing inside.
I mean, I guess now there's just absolutely no reason for me to do anything, right?
Thank you for the follow. Keeps on.
I guess it's still worth it for me to capture these stones, right? I'm not sure if that math checks out.
10, 9,
Let's see.
8,
You play inside,
7,
you lose a point,
6,
but you
5,
gain 2 points.
4, 3,
But
2,
because
1.
I can't
Last
use. If you play inside, I'm going to play somewhere else. But because I can't play anywhere else.
Game paused.
Sorry, I didn't want to lose on time.
Because because I can't play somewhere else, you do get points for that. So you can capture those 2 stones.
Oh, okay.
I didn't explain this. Stones that are captured reduce your opponent's points at the end. I forgot to explain that. I'm very sorry. But captured stones take away your points at the end. So not only do I get the area here because his stones are dead, but it'll actually take these black stones and fill his area. Oh, someone just
Game
subscribed on YouTube.
resumed.
Say capturing him's fine. And then I'm going to play the last neutral point or dame point, which means neutral, which is here. Because both black and white are touching it, it's just the neutral point. And so now we're pretty much done, so you can pass.
There's just nothing to do. Okay.
Pass.
Okay.
Game
And now we're going to
stones.
remove the stones that eventually will be captured. So they're considered dead stones. So the computer automatically does this for you. But pretty much, if you're playing in real life, you would take all the stones that eventually will be captured and place them inside your opponent's area, and then count the area that remains as your territory. So I have 1 dead stone at G13, so that would reduce my territory by 1 point. And all of his stones are dead on the left, so that will go inside of his and reduce his points. Or if you're confused by how that works, you can just consider dead stones as a bonus point in addition to the territory. So if you're confused at how filling in works, because I'm not in real life, I can't show you, you can just consider every dead stone, it's considered 2 points instead of 1 point of territory. All right, so I accept the remove stones.
So bouncing across in my chat is asking, what if it's still in debate? Do you play it out? I think the answer to that is like if I didn't agree that like my group on the left was dead, there's this button here that says cancel and resume game. Like if we can't come to an agreement, like these stones are dead, they're not dead, then yeah, we can continue the game and play it out.
So I have a couple of points on this.
Okay.
So the first point is, if you disagree on your group being dead, you should be the one to play it out and risking the points. You should not force your opponent to play it out if the computer says it's dead, because your opponent will lose points playing inside if they try to show you. So it's like kind of not good for them to play inside. So you should be the first one to play on that left side group if you want to try to live and prove me wrong and prove that it's alive. Now, with that being said, once you get stronger, you're going to be able to tell if something's alive or dead better than the computer will. And at that point, you'll just eventually just know. But let's say you're playing in real life. Then in real life, I actually have a different rule set that I wrote for beginners. It's a beginner rule set that I wrote. If you want to score the game in real life, and you want an easy way to do it that's not confusing, whenever you have a situation like this, go ahead and play it out and remove and capture the stones. So as white, I could just play it out and actually play the moves out and capture the stones. But instead, don't reduce the points with dead stones. That way it does not affect the score. And you can play it out and figure it out together with you and your opponent can play it out and figure it out, and it will not cost any points. The way you score, however, will be slightly different. Instead of having the captures reduce points, you just put them back in the bowl or give them back to your opponent or whatever. You don't use the captures as points. Instead, capture or count the area that is surrounded by a single color. That is your points, and then add that together with the amount of stones that you have on the board. That will make it an easy way to count in person if you play this in person instead of online. And that's the sort of the beginner rule set that I have for beginners. It's similar to the Chinese rules, slightly different in a very, very small way. But all you're doing is just counting the area that is surrounded by a single color and adding the stones to that. And that's a very easy way to count in real life that's not confusing and will not punish you for playing something out if you're not certain. Yes. So if you want to play it out in person, just change the way you count at the end. It will not change the score at all. And if it does, it'd be a maximum of 1 point. So it's not important at all. So you can play it out, and that'll be a very easy way for you to determine if something's alive or dead. As a beginner, if you want to play with like your friends or family or something. Hopefully that made sense. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I just said?
I'm not sure I followed the whole thing. I mean, I think I understand the scoring well enough, like the way that OGS is doing it.
Okay, so the way OGS does it is it takes the dead stones off the board and then adds the area surrounded by a single color as your points.
Yeah.
And then for every dead stone, it reduces that the player's points. So for every black dead stone, your points are reduced by that much.
Right.
For every white death stone, my points are reduced by that much. So in person, if you're not sure how to do that, or if you want to play something out, then you just don't reduce.
Yeah.
Right. Instead, you add the stones remaining on the board. So for my points, I would have all these little white squares. I would count those up, and then I would add that with the amount of white stones.
White wins.
With the amount of white stones on the board, and that'll be my score.
Yeah.
The difference in points will be the same, even if the numbers are different. The difference in points is the same, so the result doesn't change. But changing the way you count like that will allow you to play inside your own area, because then your stones will count as points instead of punishing you by removing a point every time you play inside your own area. So that is the difference between like Japanese rules and Chinese rules. So when you play with Japanese rules, playing inside your own area takes away your own points. But with Chinese rules or the beginner rule set that I just mentioned, playing inside your own area doesn't change the value at all. So that's why I usually recommend it. If you play in person, play with the beginner rule set, because you just add the area surrounded by one color plus your stones, and then you can play out variations that you're uncertain about and let yourself learn how that works. And that, I think, is a more educational way to learn. But when you're playing online, understand that in the Japanese rules or the AGA rules or whatever, when you're playing online, a move inside your own area does take away your own point.
Right.
So that is a note.
Gotcha.
Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So do you want to try and chat up the chess streamer? Or is he busy?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him today really, but I can message him and see what he's doing and see if he's up to it.
Yeah.
Let me pop into his stream real quick and just see what he's doing.
I wonder if we can get him in can we add him to the Google call and maybe get this like a 3-way collaboration stream? Is that a thing that you can do?
Yeah.
Can multi-twitch do that?
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that. I just need to see if he's up for it. I don't know if he's live anymore.
That would be really cool if we could have... Oh, is he not live?
Just a second, I'm checking on my phone.
Okay, because that'd be cool if we could have three people at the multi-stream.
Yeah,
that'd be a lot of fun.
I don't see him online anymore. I'm just gonna go to his channel just to make sure that Twitch isn't lying to me.
Yeah,
I guess he's done for the day. Yeah, we're looking for Akash bouncing. Yeah, I can message him on Discord for sure.
Yeah, Jaghar and Plan. There is definitely an entry barrier to go, and I'm a little bit busy, Tom Bomb. I'm actually trying to do a collaboration stream, so I don't have time to pet the cats. Sorry. There is an entry barrier to go, and I'm trying to work like when I make the Clossius approach and the beginner rule set, and I also have a YouTube playlist to help a player get through that entry barrier, that first barrier of becoming a Go player. I do have several things that help tackle that, and I do try to work with that, but that is definitely a problem with Go, is there is a small entry barrier that if you don't have someone explain it to you the right way, then or watch the right video, then maybe Go won't be as appealing. And I do find that a little sad, but hopefully my playlist, like How to Play Go playlist and Beginner Lecture Series playlist, helps people get through that barrier. And for those who don't know, I also do have a YouTube channel. Oh, great. Thank you, Michia. Hopefully you found that helpful.
Okay, I sent him a message. I guess we'll see if he's free.
In the meantime, does anyone want to try playing you? Because I think the chat knows how to play, so it would be pretty cool if someone in your, maybe one of the chess players who just learned the rules today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm
might take a whack at it.
I'm willing to accept any challenge. I can't lose worse than this game, so.
And I'm happy to review the games that you guys play. So if you guys, if someone in the chat wants to play you, I'm happy to review for both sides and maybe answer any questions that someone may have. Any challenge. I would like to recommend to let the people who already know how to play Go let the beginners that just learned it try, so that way they can try.
Okay, yeah, let's let bouncing across play. He says he can play in a minute.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and I never get to beat bouncing across at chess, so this will be better.
This smack talk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that negative 82 point value. That's self Atari.
Oh yeah,
that
wasn't super.
Yeah.
Well, was I supposed to go? Well, I mean, the AI is suggesting something crazy, but was I supposed to go like F1 there to contain that?
Yeah, you're supposed to go F1.
Okay, yeah.
The reason AI is suggesting something crazy is because the AI is just going to play a big move because White's already dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like White can't really do anything. White's just dead. Red no zero, you be quiet. I mean, IZ Sente, I know what you mean by saying that YouTube videos are good, but losing 50 games as fast as possible is best. I understand that argument, but I think it's like having some direction when you go to play, I think is the best way to do it. And that's with any game. If you want to get good at any competitive game or sport, you need to do it a lot, right? You just need to do it, play it, and keep doing it, and then try to learn just a little bit at a time and practice at a time. The reason I try to have the videos is to try to give some direction of what to start working on when you start your game. If white L12 or if black L12, white F2, black.
Someone was asking if white could play at F2 to save the bottom.
If white plays F2, I will connect at H2, which is forcing or Sente at H1. And then there's actually a clamp. Let me just show you.
Okay.
Let me just show you.
Review started.
That's what they're saying now.
Someone was saying that if white plays right here,
mm-hmm.
I peep right here, which means I threaten to cut you off. If you don't play, I'll just cut you off. You have to connect, and then I can play this move. This is a Tsuji. Tsuji means tactical play, like local tactical play that works in a unique situation. This is the clamp Tsuji because when you try to run away, you can't really go anywhere. So the AI, being pro level, knows that this group's dead as it stands, and that's why the AI is saying, "Don't worry about going there. Just go up here."
Gotcha.
In addition, this for big moves, I think what he was also saying is this move is kind of a big move because it threatens to save a few stones. Because if I just ignore or whatever, not only does it, if white plays, white will destroy some of the corner. But if black plays, then black can potentially try to save these 3 stones. Now, he said it saves the whole group, but not quite, because I can sacrifice a stone here to squeeze, which is a squeeze to Tsuji. And this is why you don't look at AI when you're a beginner, because they squeeze to Tsuji like this, and you're still dead. Or I can just capture or whatever, and you're still dead. So it only saves 3 stones. But this is why you don't look at AI moves as a beginner, because the AI is correct because there's very specific variations why.
Yeah. I mean, this comes up in chess too. Like sometimes the computer suggests a move that's like, okay, yeah, there is a justification for it, 5 or 6 moves later, but it's like not a human approach at all, and it's just like not really a useful thing for a human to try and spot.
Someone said, what level should I look at AI? I would say like Dawn level, probably.
Wow.
I don't think you need AI until at least Dawn level. Even because even I struggle to understand some AI moves. Like some AI moves, I like as a 1 Dawn, 5 Dawn, whatever. when an AI goes above my head, I can recognize this move is above my level. I don't need to worry about it. But as a single digit queuer, like everything looks awful. The AI is telling me that I'm making a mistake every single turn. This is just awful. And no, that's not technically the case because you were probably playing good at your level, but you have to be of a certain level to even understand that some things are above your level. Because AI is stronger than the top players in the world. So you have to be strong enough to understand that, hey, he's doing it because of this reason for this variation, but I can't see that variation at my level, so I don't need to worry about it. How good was my move if that variation doesn't exist? And that's how you kind of like balance the AI, is you understand what is something you can apply versus what is something you cannot. And even then, I'm like, I don't know. I tend to study with the AI because I work on my opening and stuff with the AI. But yeah, handicap game against AI at Dawn level, yeah, that can help as well. Yeah, that can help because it helps you really watch your shapes. Because if you have a bad shape, the AI will punish it brutally. So it really makes you have very solid shapes and stuff. So yeah, I would say don't worry about AI until you get to Dawn level. The only thing that I would use the AI for as an amateur level is just the win rate graph, just to see like.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean that's cool, but don't worry about specific move recommendations because it's just way too high level.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the AI cannot tell you why it likes the move it likes. Cannot give you the why,
right,
which is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting. Like, I mean, people that have been playing chess for more than 20 years, ever since computers sort of revolutionized chess, I guess. Some of those people sort of like pine for the days of when the game was a mystery and when a computer couldn't just give you all the answers. And I mean, it seems like even though AI is really good in Go now, like there's still some of that going on with Go. Like there's a little bit more of a maybe like a romantic feel to the game. Like it's something that can't just be like easily quantified always. I mean, I guess if you are good enough to use the AI, then great. But for a lot of people, it's like the only way to really understand and learn the game is to have someone who's better than you teach it to you.
Yes and no. I would say you could definitely get to Dawn level just by watching YouTube videos and playing a ton of games.
Yeah.
Like you put 1,000 hours into YouTube and playing, then yeah, you don't necessarily need a teacher. But I think teachers are much more efficient. But you definitely can't. I don't think you can get to 9 Dawn Pro level without a teacher. Now I will say with Go, I think part of the beauty, especially for Go players, the beauty in Go is how things work together. And the flow makes it really cool. Oh, bouncing is ready to play.
Yeah. Oh, he got his Alpha Zero booted up.
Alpha Zero is not like a local thing. That's Lila and Katago right now. Lila and Katago. But I will say we already missed the days where there was an AI.
Yeah.
Also a balance because AI disproved a lot of very strict theories.
Interesting.
So it actually made Go a lot more open, which is really fascinating because like something as simple as the 3-3 invasion, we pretty much knew the 3-3 invasion inside and out, or we thought we did. Then AI came along and said, no, there's all these new variations. And the timing of the 3-3, we had the completely wrong judgment of the 3-3 invasion. We thought invading the 3-3 early was good for your opponent because the influence was better than the points in the corner. The AI disproved that and said, you can play 3-3 pretty much whenever. And so the AI disproved a lot of strict thinking, strict theories, and kind of gave way to this brand new openness of how your moves work. And like, so it kind of paved the way for like new opening ideas and new theories in general. And pretty much you can't really say that any specific move is bad. I mean, maybe for 22 Qs you can, but
yeah.
at the higher level, you can't really say that a move is bad you can just say that I don't prefer it, because with the AI, until you consult an AI, you're actually not sure that it's a terrible move until you look at an AI and say, okay, the AI said it's bad, so yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Because there's so much openness now to new ideas and new tactics, so it's hard to say that anything's bad anymore without consulting an AI. So it's actually kind of cool in that sense that a lot of stuff is now possible.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also annoying because a lot of stuff is like, yeah, but the AI could show me how to be better. Yeah, but the AI says this, or yeah, but I pulled up an AI halfway through the game and now you just lose.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I'm sure that's frustrating.
Now cheating is actually a thing that we have to worry about. Cheating before, maybe you can cheat with the clock somehow.
Yeah.
But you never, and like a tournament, if you're an in-person tournament, cheating was never a thing.
Right, yeah.
It's like almost impossible to cheat and go. And then an AI came out, and now everyone's like sneaking it in, and they're like like someone has like an earbud in while someone replays the game on a cell phone in the room, and there's finding clever ways to cheat. I'm like, that was never a thing and go.
Yeah.
And now it's really annoying.
Yeah, I mean that's super interesting.
Are you playing?
We just got hit. I just got his challenge, so I just accepted.
Game started.
Man, he made this a pretty quick game, but that's okay.
All right, can you send me the link?
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right, good luck bouncing.
Oh, here's something while you're playing the opening moves. For the chat, one thing that Go actually has is a lot of courtesies, which is really, really cool. It's a kind of a delving from Asian courtesy mindset, pretty much. But Go has a lot of courtesies. Of those, greeting your opponent at the start of the game and thanking your opponent for the game at the end is a very common and encouraged courtesy in Go, especially in person. So in Go, you'll have a lot of people say hi, have fun at the start of a game, and thanks for the game at the end. Whereas in chess, maybe there's no communication at all. I don't know about the courtesies in chess, but I know there's a lot in Go. There's a lot of courtesies, and you'll also always see black at higher level play start in the top right corner because that is a courtesy.
Huh. Okay.
Because if you're playing in person and you're sitting across from each other, if you start in the top right corner, and most people are right-handed, their natural response is now in the bottom right corner for them, which is the closest to their right hand, so they don't have to reach very far to play their first move. It's a courtesy. It's a courtesy for, since you're going first, you'll play on their side, so they don't have to reach as far.
Wow, that's interesting.
So now they'll still play like the other corner just to prevent a cross Fuseki and stuff. But just know that courtesy does exist, and that's why top players will play in the top right corner, just because it's a courtesy and Go. So you'll pretty much never see a pro not play the top right corner.
Interesting. So as far as the like good luck, thanks for the game, that kind of stuff, like if I'm not saying that to people on the server, are people going to think that I'm being rude?
Yeah. It's not that it's rude not to do it, because there's a lot, especially with the AlphaGo stuff, especially with the AlphaGo stuff, there's a lot of new people that just don't know it, so it's not uncommon to not have greetings. But probably the experienced players, almost all of us will say, hi, have fun.
Okay, that's good to know. Oh wow, someone in my chat says I had a player report me on OGS because he didn't greet him.
That's just trolls. Don't listen. Forget their courtesies. I wouldn't greet them. I like play Go for 13 years. I do the courtesies. I really believe in them. But if someone's just going to be blatantly rude to me, I'm not going to be courteous to them. Forget that. If you're just going to be like, I'm going to report you if you don't greet me, I mean, forget that. Just go, I'm going to kill your group now.
Yeah, so in chess, I've kind of found like it's pretty rare for people to like greet one another before the game. I mean, it happens, but it's like not really that common. At least not on Lee Chess. I mean, I don't see it too often. I'm not sure about. I think over the board, the handshake is pretty traditional. Although like all the Corona stuff is sort of maybe shifting things with that.
Handshake is pretty common for Westerners too, but a lot of the time, you just say thanks for the game. It really depends on how they learned. A lot of Westerners who came from chess will want to shake hands at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
People who learn from Hikaru no Go and stuff, or from Asia, usually just say thank you for the game and maybe like bow their head a little bit or nod as a sort of a half bow to say thank you for the game with a slight bow. That's more Asian culture.
Gotcha.
So you do have shaking hands at the end. They're probably chess players if
Yeah.
they do that. Because I think that some of the chess courtesies actually came from that. Oh, speaking of something that came from something else, I meant to mention this earlier when I said it, and I just remembered.
9.
I mentioned that Atari was a
7,
Go term
6,
that means you're about to get
5,
captured.
4,
But did you guys
3,
know that the gaming companies Atari and Tengen both took the names of their companies from the Go terms, and that's why they named their company that, because they were both Go players.
That's really cool. Actually, someone mentioned that in my chat earlier that Atari did come from Go. What was the other one? Tengen? I don't think I know that one.
Tengen is the center of the board, and basically means the center of the universe. And I actually went to a talk by the founder of Atari, and he did a talk at the US Go Congress. And he said he named his company Atari after the Go term Atari because it sounded powerful. It's like you're about to be captured, urgent. It was cool. And he named his game company that. And then someone came out later and named their game company Tengen, the center of the universe. He's like, dang it, I should have took that one. So he actually thought Tengen was a cooler name than Atari. He's like, man, I should have took that one because it means the center of the universe. So yeah, both. Oh, someone redeemed hydrate for me. Both Tengen and Atari, the gaming companies, were both Go players who named their companies after Go terms. It was a very cool fight.
Got him. Hopefully.
You have won.
Ooh, he resigned. That felt a little early. The AI is not real happy with that.
It's slightly early, but you're likely going to win.
Yeah.
Someone asked in the chat. You can see it now. So when someone messages in OGS chat, the players cannot see it until after the game.
Oh, yeah.
So,
gotcha.
Gildro, I think, asked.
Yeah, I see that now.
What is it? Courtesies in chess, IRL, and online? He would like to know.
Yeah, I can't really speak to the IRL because I've legitimately never played an over-the-board game IRL, but I'm pretty sure the handshake is like a big thing with some people, but like I said, maybe it's going to go away. And
now it's a foot shake, right?
Yeah, I don't know, something. But I felt like I thought I like lost the advantage at some point. I thought that he could have played like maybe it was E5. I thought at some point his group was able to run away. At one point I was very unhappy.
This is a great opening. Both players are trying to establish corners and sides, and then you go to push his border, which is cool, and he tries to push back. You ran away. That's cool. And here is actually the first time he played something that wasn't with his moves, because this one is actually not so. The A stone is not directly connected to the B stone. It's actually very difficult to connect back because black can actually come through and cut you off. So that means the A stone is actually an invasion. So white is kind of going in to say, I'm going to go destroy your points right now. Full play. I can't say it's a bad one. I don't know if I would play it, but you definitely can't say this is a bad move. But it's very, you can say it's very powerful. So now black kind of has to fight here. The other option is to reduce. So when I say reduce, I draw a line between the stones in my head and say this is the line of the influence. So if I play on this line, they cannot surround me without getting cut off. So if he tries to surround this way, then his stone actually starts getting cut off and stuff, and that's a bit dangerous. But if I go past that line, like here or here, it can surround me pretty easily. So we call that the line of influence. So this one is past that line, so that means you can get surrounded and fight. Not bad. I'm just saying the other option is to just push on the line like this. And then you kind of like push and then block, and then white wins. If you play kind of like this way, white should win.
Yeah.
This is the other option. So if you can find a way to push the border, if the territories like this are kind of even, so on this board they're pretty even. Like if you look at this, they're roughly the same size, approximately the same size. So that means all you have to do is just push the border and get a little bit more than your opponent. So that way you push the border and control the center. That means you're up by the center.
Yeah, makes sense.
So on this board, maybe you can play a little bit more easily, but it's not like I said, this one isn't a bad move. Like if you're behind, if you have less than your opponent, you have to play this way. So you have to know how to play this way and destroy the points. All right, so you try to surround this. This is not a terrible plan. The other option is to maybe just try to save your corner, but then he just escapes. So definitely a good fight here, and it's a very interesting fight.
Someone suggested e4 here instead of f3. I thought like if he plays e4, I was thinking I could just go e5, and I've got him stopped that way already.
Yeah. So the reason they suggest that is this is a shape I've actually noticed you've been doing lately, is when you have a 1-point jump against a stone, it's actually recommended to play this one.
Okay.
Because if you play this way and they push, you actually have 3 cutting points.
Yeah. Okay.
3 disconnection points, and that can usually cause you a lot of trouble.
Okay.
On this board, I would say maybe you could do something like this. Maybe just kill those stones. So it can cause you a lot of trouble. Now, with that being said, if you connect, it's pretty easy for him to expand his eye space and just live.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then you just lose. So it's not like this is impossible.
Okay.
Maybe you want to fight here. And then he didn't push and cut. There's also the strategy that if you push and you don't like these cuts, I can just walk. And then while you're running away, you actually cut off that cornerstone.
Yeah, okay.
So you can actually change it up. So I thought this was really good fighting spirit. But I do think it's important to note that you kind of almost exclusively play this one and you're not watching your cuts.
Yeah, okay.
So mind the cuts in the future.
Right.
But on this board, I don't think you have a choice but to try and fight because you're going to lose. Because he went in and destroyed your points. If you don't either A, kill him, or B, destroy just as many points, you're going to lose.
Yeah,
so
makes
I
sense.
think fighting is definitely the right idea.
Okay.
Now, he played this one. This one's kind of cool because he cut you off. He took advantage of your cutting points and played this disconnection idea. This is a very powerful way to play, but very difficult.
Here's where I thought I screwed up, because I think I played d5, and then as soon as I played it, I saw maybe he could play e4 and run away. Maybe I didn't play d5, I'm not sure, but so he's not, I guess he's not running anywhere. I played there. Yeah, I was thinking, like, I noticed, okay. Okay, I guess that's what I was thinking. I think I wanted to try to surround, like, I saw, I could play e2 and I'm kind of threatening 2 different groups, but I thought maybe it was better to, like, sort of start surrounding the 2 stones first, so that then when I finally played e2, it would come with a double threat, which ended up happening much later.
Yeah.
But maybe letting him run away is not good. Not good.
It's really complicated.
Yeah.
I kind of like this idea because I want to start a fight here to play this way and sacrifice 2 stones to let him live, but I come back and destroy his corner.
Yeah, I mean, like,
this requires a lot of reading.
Yeah, definitely.
This is too. The problem is, you can say, "What if this? What if that?" The problem is, every single "what if" requires reading.
Yeah.
And for those in chat, reading is calculating in chess. Reading and calculating are the same thing, same meaning. So, I think the big thing here is, how can you handle this at your level?
Mm-hmm.
So at your level, it's safety first. What is the first problem? It depends on what you think is more important. Is the A stone weaker or the B stone weaker? Which is the bigger problem for you? And in the game, you said B, and that's fine. That's your level. That's not that big of a deal. I would say no matter what you say, what argument you come at me with, I'm going to say, okay, well, no matter it's what you can play at your level, and if you disagree, then I'm going to show you the best sequence, and you're just going to have to deal with that because either you can read it perfectly, or you have to play a way to work with imperfect information.
Right.
And the 22Q, you can't read it perfectly yet, so you have to find a way to simplify it for yourself. So how do you work with imperfect information? Well, you say, where am I weak? Where's my opponent weak? Where's the big move? Right? So where am I weak? You have 2 weaknesses right now. 2 stones are not okay. And then you just pick one and you save it. And that's how you handle a situation like this. So I would say you kind of make it complex on yourself, because now you're saying you're going to save both of them, and that might be possible. Maybe you say he's weaker than I am, so he can't kill me, so I'm going to save both, or whatever. Going along the basic argument, I would say if you're sticking with just one group, I would just live, and then maybe counter invade him somehow. I don't know, but that is going to lose you the game. So this one is very nice fighting spirit, but again, it increases the complications. Because if I go here, then you have to know that if you push the stone down, you kill it. And if he goes here, you have to know that if he cuts, you kill it. So you kind of have to know those 2 things to play this one. Otherwise, I would say it's a mistake in approach to the play.
Right.
Because even if this is the best move, if you don't know why it's the best move, then you just got lucky.
Yeah, definitely.
If you don't know why you're playing the move, then you just got lucky. And that's why I teach the Clossius approach, which is I try to say, what is your goal? Why are you playing the move that you're playing? And then find a way to accomplish that goal. And then as you increase your understanding, your effectiveness in accomplishing goals increases. So this one, I could argue that is a mistake for a 22Q and that you should play here. But this one, I would say, I could argue is a mistake for 15 to 10Q, and they should play here.
Yeah, that's
because
that's so challenging, But
well, that's the challenge of being a teacher.
Yeah.
Right? How do you say
Challenge
which one's
received.
better? Well, do you say the best move, even though they can't read it out, or do you say what is good for your level? And that's what I'm trying to explain here. Is either one of these is an acceptable answer, simply because either A, you play the right move, or B, you play a good basic move. So I would say you're not making a mistake for your level.
Okay.
And at the same time, neither is White. White has a weak group. White is trying to save it.
Yeah.
So White isn't making a mistake either for his level. However, this one, I would argue, is a mistake. Because if you look at the A stones versus the B stone, the B stone isn't that weak because the B has some area over here. Whereas the A kind of doesn't have any area at all. So you need to play on the weak group first. So weak groups first, I would say this is the one you should be playing. Or something along those lines. Or maybe trying to cut here or something that supports the A group. And I think because White didn't do that, the fight went in your favor after that.
Right.
So that's why I think you won the game, is because you were able to stay on your weaknesses longer than White was. However, White's cuts are very powerful. It's just if White just needs, if White can cut with a little bit stronger shape, you would probably fall apart.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a catch-22. Cuts are extremely powerful against double-digit Qs. But if you cut without being safe, you're likely going to die, or you're risking death because you don't really have the reading to back it up. So I would say if you want to try to cut a position to attack your opponent, it's a very powerful move, but don't do it unless you're okay, unless you're safe. So if you want to cut, fix yourself and then cut. I think it's a safer way to play. It's less chances for you to make a mistake, or less chances for your whole group to die. So it's more reliable.
Yeah. Here, like, I was basically thinking, okay, there's these 3 black stones, D4, D5, E5, these 3 white stones, E4, E3, D3. Thanks for following Fireball the Ferret. And, like, at this point, to me, it just looked like a capture race. And I just... Like, I didn't even really think about, like, trying to fix any cuts here, because I was like, I'm going to play E2. I mean, I guess in this case it doesn't matter because he's just toast once I play E2.
Yeah, so it is a capture race.
Yeah.
And you did correctly assess that. The other option for you is to play here as a forcing move and then come down here. But his option is to force you to take that here and then try to kill this, but you still win the capturing race. And the last option is maybe you make a mistake and go here and just say, I want to live. This isn't, I say mistake, it's really arguable. But this allows white to maybe cause more confusion and increases the likelihood of you making a mistake.
Okay.
Still, white's dead. Like after this exchange, white is dead as it stands. It's just making it easier. How easy is it for you to kill this and not make a mistake? At that point,
gotcha.
What is the best move? And I think this one's fine.
Gotcha.
The counter for white is to. There's two ideas to think about. One is to force here, and then go here, and maybe this is enough to counter that.
Yeah.
Because you do have bonus points to make up for those captures, which is the 5.5 Comey. You do have Comey, so maybe you can still win this game.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, and I guess I'll say this to bouncing across too. Like, I've played several games on the 9x9 like this where I lost a group like this early in the game, and I thought okay, that's the game. It's just over with. I might as well resign. But then I kept playing. And I basically managed to, like you say, just like secure basically half the board while he's killing my 3 stones, and then I end up winning. So, I mean, bouncing across the nose in chess, I'd hate to resign. I mean, I think I definitely wouldn't resign in this position as white, even if it's objectively lost.
I would say there's only 2 times you have to fill like 2 conditions to resign as a beginner. Condition number 1 is you have to know you've lost. You can't just think that you lost. You have to know.
Yeah.
Because if you resign, you for sure lost. So if you don't absolutely know that you've lost, then don't resign. The second condition, which also has to be fulfilled, is you don't think there's anything else to learn from the game.
Yeah. Are you still there? Ah, shit. I think maybe we're having more technical difficulties.
Tell me when you can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did I leave off?
To resign, you either have to know you're lost. You need to know that you're lost and know that there's nothing more to learn from the game.
Right. So as a beginner, you're 70 to 95% of your games because you're going to be learning. So it's more important for you to learn.
Yeah.
Even if you lose, than it is to try to win and rank up right now.
Yeah.
I think that's most important. Now, with that being said, if you do get tired of losing, there is a 25Q bot on OGS. I think practicing 9x9 games against that 25Q bot can be a good practice. But Go players will almost always encourage playing real people when you can, because real people have emotion. So they'll get over aggressive or under aggressive or whatever, and you have to learn to deal with that. Whereas bots will always play like the same level.
Yeah.
They'll never go further than they're comfortable. They'll never go less than they're comfortable. They'll never get tricked. And they'll only say, I have this chance to ignore this or not ignore this. Like, the bots never have that emotion.
Yeah.
Which is very important in Go. Having that, being able to feel what is your opponent's plan, what are they trying to get at, and that helps you be able to understand what to look for, and then you have your own judgment. And then if you want to try to force a mistake or try to make a situation confusing, that feeling of how to make it confusing, or whether you should or shouldn't make it confusing, having that feeling of what you should do against what opponent is also a thing that can come about. So playing humans is definitely recommended, but there is an AI if you want to practice and get some experience playing some games first before jumping on and playing some games, rated games. But don't ever think that you're going to win a lot of games. Don't ever feel discouraged for losing, because you're going to lose a lot, and Go is a very punishing game. But it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be a learning experience.
Yeah. And I didn't mean to sound critical of you, because I mean, I get it, but I mostly just wanted to share that, like, I've had some games that looked like this where I thought I was just completely toast, and then they turned around like immediately. So, you know. That was
It's
basically
fine.
what I wanted to share. And also, I also will say it was probably like the first day or maybe the second day that I had tried playing Go that I was playing a 9x9, and I was like, okay, I'm completely crushed in this game. It's over. I resigned. And then the AI said that I was like 99% winning or whatever. Like it said I was 100%. It didn't say 100%, but it was like, well, I don't remember what color I had, but basically that color was guaranteed a win with proper play. So I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't resign anymore because I can't really tell, all the time if I can still win or not. So
Yeah. All right. With that being said, does anyone have any questions about this game, or about tactics in general, or how to play, or what they should do to start playing, or anything like that? Anyone have any questions?
I did have one more moment.
If not, we can maybe watch you.
Sorry, I did have one more moment. It's really the same moment. When he cut me with C4 here, I was also wondering about playing C5 because whenever I see someone like immediately play and I've got 2 stones right there already, I'll pretty much always I want to go ahead and put them in Atari. But since his stone on C6 was right there, I wondered if maybe that was too risky and I was just getting a little too complicated there, I guess.
Well, it goes back to you can't read perfectly. So, what is your goal?
I guess my only goal in that thought is just to capture his stone.
Well, you almost can never capture if you're trying to directly capture. You have to have like some dual purpose to make something dead, unless you have really good reading.
Yeah.
Your goal should be to never capture unless you think it's a life and death problem.
Okay.
And a life and death problem, you don't even try to capture until you're 100%. You just like follow like the step by steps, which is surround, reduce eye space, blah blah blah.
Right.
So let's change the approach. There is a weak group. You don't really know if it's alive or dead right now, so you can't say it's a life and death problem that you're going to solve. Which means you can't play moves that might lose you value if it lives, because if you play moves like that and it does live, then you lose the game. So you need something with value, and you need to say he's weak, so how do I approach this? Well, if you look at the Clossius approach, the Clossius approach says if you want to attack, step 1 is to unsettle, and step 2 is to surround. So does this accomplish those steps?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not 100% clear on what unsettling means, but it feels like I'm...
Unsettle means to make sure it doesn't have efficient eye space.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse here, and I'm surrounding before he's really unsettled. I mean, I guess I could envision a scenario where, like, okay, he's obviously going to play B4... Okay, maybe not obviously, but if he wants to live, then he's going to play B4, and then if I keep trying to chase him, maybe he'll play A4, and then... I mean, at that point, like, he's almost carved out this corner. Like, he's got this sort of barrier, and, my stone on C3 is cut off, and, maybe he's just going to live.
All right, so the first thing we need to establish is, are you attacking A, lag, B, B, or are you trying to attack both?
I mean, I guess... Yeah, if I had played C5, I guess I'm only really attacking B. And I think that's why I ultimately opted for something else, was because I think I ultimately played C2, right? And I wanted to attack A, which is why I went with C2.
If you want to attack A, this is more than what I would expect from you. If you want to do your plan of this sort of double attack, I would say this would be cool. Because that way, if you play here and A is the important group, then he can just Atari his way out. So that's not good. If that's your goal, right? So, but if I go here, he can't Atari his way out. So it becomes
interesting.
If I go here, you're surrounded, so you have to live in the corner, and then I get to maybe attack the stone, and maybe you just misread it or whatever, right? But that goes along with your line of thinking of that's your goal. And then maybe you misread it or something, but then maybe you find, hey, I can sacrifice those stones and destroy the corner, right? That's sort of some dual purpose attack or whatever.
Yeah.
It stays on the outside, tries to surround both. And if we look at it, all we did was really surround. So we played here, to attack your group. Like, okay, so you start living on the inside, so I'm going to surround and keep you surrounded. So I ended up surrounding the whole group. I sacrificed 2 stones, but the whole group is still surrounded. And then I realize, oh, these outside stones do get value because I can now use them to destroy my opponent's points. So even by surrounding, because we don't know if we can kill it or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we surround it, we know we'll get value because our basics say we'll get value. We don't know what the value is yet because we can't really see that far ahead. We don't understand it quite yet, but we can assume that if we stick to basics, we'll get value. So we can assume that if our goal is to attack the stones and we're attacking it by surrounding, that we should either kill it or get value somehow. Now, again, we're working with imperfect information because you don't quite know how to read perfectly yet. But even if you don't see 3, and you go here, you can say, okay, I'm getting value, and then I'm going to break into the corner with that value. You got value for it.
Yeah.
And then maybe he defends and you still kill it, right? Who knows? But the point is, you have to learn how to work with imperfect information. So in order to address, should you Atari or should you connect or should you Nobi or whatever, you have to think, what is your goal? Because you can't know which one's the best unless you get told, right?
Right.
So until you get stronger. If you want to learn how to know which one's the best, then you need to do go problems, you need to practice and play more games, you need to develop your reading until you can read it all and say, I know exactly which one's the best. And you should, of course, read as much as you can and gather as much information as you can. But at 22Q, how to work with imperfect information, you have to think, what is my goal? Am I attacking? Am I defending? Which group am I attacking? And just pick a move that does that.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the Clossius approach and you say, my goal is to attack the sea stones here. My goal is to attack the sea stones. Okay, how do I attack? Well, the Clossius approach document, or whatever document you want to read, or whatever approach or guide or YouTube video you want to read for attack and defense, says this. I'll just use the Clossius approach as an example because that's what I teach. I want to attack sea. Okay, how do I attack it? Well, does he have a base, which means efficient ice base? And that's no, because he doesn't have a lot of points around it. He only has maybe 1 or 2. So it's not efficient. So he doesn't have a base. We're at step 2, which is surround. So I would argue this one's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And if he does that, and you read that, oh, I can't save it. Okay, you read, okay, that stone's dead. But I still, can I pressure it? Well, you can break in like this. And then maybe Atari like that. And then maybe even just keep them surrounded, right? You just keep them surrounded,
Yeah.
and then you break it.
I think it's hard. I mean, especially coming from chess, like I want like a definitive answer, and it's like I think my approach is often like, okay, I'm gonna try to like find some brute force sequence that leads to some advantage, and it's harder for me to think of these like big picture things because while that exists in chess, it's like it seems way more prevalent in Go, and it's also like a little less concrete in Go. So at least at this point, it seems that way.
Picture chess from my perspective.
Right.
You can only read 2 moves.
Yeah.
How do you make a decision?
Yeah.
You can't read more than 2 moves. How do you make a decision?
Right.
And you need some sort of like some sort of basics or theories to say, okay, I read these 2 moves. Which one accomplishes my theory or goal the best?
Mm-hmm.
Which one defends my position the best? Which one gives me more influence the best? Or which one forces him back the best or whatever? Like, that's how I'm approaching chess right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's correct or not, because I don't know if chess is the same reason, but in chess, I have to work with imperfect information.
Yeah.
And in Go, especially in the 19x19, you're almost always working with imperfect information. You're just trying to gather as much information as possible. So like in Go, maybe I'll read like 40, 50 moves, and then I'll say, okay, this is the amount of information I have. Which one accomplishes my goal the best? And then I'll come back and look at an AI, and the AI will be like, oh, no. This variation right here killed him.
Yeah.
So nothing else is possible. Right?
Yeah.
And when I say 40, 50 moves, I don't mean like straightforward, unless it's a straightforward sequence.
Right.
I mean like 10 moves or 15 moves deep and reading every single branch that it can read.
Mm-hmm.
And then using that information to come up with which one accomplishes my goal the best.
Right.
So you kind of do that. Once you get out of the 22s, I recommend you start doing that too. You start reading like 2 moves, 3 moves deep, And when I say deep, I mean including the branches. So let's say you want to read 3 moves deep as like a 19Q to 10Q or whatever. Then you read 3 moves one direction, 3 moves another direction, 3 moves another direction, 3 moves another direction. All of a sudden, you've read like 15 to 20 moves, right? And you work with that information and say which one accomplishes my goal the best, and that uses judgment.
Yeah.
And from there, that's how you work with perfect information. So in Go, you're almost always working with imperfect information unless you can read the entire thing out. And that is when I would say that the Clossius approach helps beginners. But the Clossius approach is only for basics. Everything can be disproven if you read something that works. Like if your reading proves it wrong, then you don't have to follow the basics.
Yeah.
But if you're not following the basics, I want you to be able to say which sequence exactly, because of your reading, which sequence proved the basic wrong.
Yeah.
So Go is basics until you can read better than the basics.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that makes total sense. I think that's a nice approach. I'm gonna have to work on that. But
do you understand why it's hard to say if one is good or bad?
Yeah. It makes sense. I mean, the context kind of dictates.
Yeah, because you could say I'm gonna play 1, and then he's like I'm gonna escape, and then like okay, you escape, and I destroy your corner, I win the game.
Yeah.
Because I have more points now.
Yeah.
You can argue that this is the reason you're playing 1. Right?
Right.
If you can read it out and use your own judgment and say, I'm going to win the game with 1, you can do that. If you say, I'm going to kill C with 1, and it works, and you read it, then you can do that. Oh, I just got a sub on YouTube. If
nice.
you say that this one destroys the corner. So the problem is there's more than one correct answer for your level.
Yeah.
And the only reason you can't say something's good or bad is because you don't really know the reading behind it. So if you want to know if something's good or bad, ask the AI. Rather than asking if something's good or bad, you should ask, does this accomplish my goal or not?
Right.
Does this follow the basic or not?
Gotcha.
That's how you ask if something works for you at your level.
Yeah.
Now,
cool.
Any more questions about the game?
No, I think that's it for this game. Bouncing said he's down for a rematch. I'm down for a rematch. If anyone else wants to play, I'm happy with that too. So if anyone else wants to take a shot, that's good. Otherwise, I'm happy to play Bouncing again. If you're good to hang around for a while, Clossy.
Yeah, I'll probably stay on stream until my wife gets home from work, which could be any time from now until midnight.
Oh, okay, cool.
But once you get, I'll wrap up whatever we're doing and get off and socialize with her.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
And yeah, does anyone have any questions in chat about anything?
Oh, sorry, Bouncing, I didn't see that.
And just send me a link when you're done.
Okay. Okay, all right. Let me go ahead and accept that.
Someone
Good luck,
said
Bouncing.
I'm an expert if I look at some Wikipedia articles. So I'll look at those while you're playing. But someone said comparison between Go ranks and chess ranks that I'm an expert, whatever that means.
Okay. I don't know. You seem stronger than an expert to
amateur.
me.
I'm an advanced amateur in Go, and in chess that equates to what? I don't know what I'm looking at. I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Someone said I was an expert, so I'll just use that, I guess.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's never going to be like a perfect comparison. It's just going to be,
okay.
you know.
Yeah, so I think approximately 2,000 to 2,200 is the chess equivalent to what I am.
2,000 to 2,200?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty serious.
What is that in chess?
Well, it depends on what rating system. If you mean like over the board, then yeah, you would be an expert or a candidate master. In the US system, that would be a candidate master.
Is that good?
Yeah, no, that's great. I would love to be a candidate master, so
So I'm a candidate master. I don't know what it means, but I'm a candidate. I'm a candidate to be a master. I'm a master candidate.
There you go.
And then I'll actually be able to explain it to Vampire Chicken's chat as well. So yeah, I just did all this teaching and stuff. I get to do this all again Saturday.
Yeah.
But it's fine. This is what I enjoy doing.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Aggression.
That looks pretty aggressive.
That's very aggressive. Ooh, he's going to be such an aggressive player. I can feel it.
He is in chess, so that wouldn't surprise me too much.
Aggression is actually very powerful in any strategy game.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just the problem with aggression is high risk, high reward. So even though it's very high reward and very powerful, it's also like extremely high risk.
Yeah.
So I teach basics first. So I prefer like your approach and stuff. But it's not like he's wrong.
Right.
He's not wrong in any way. He's just very complicated. It's kind of like two sides of the same coin.
Mm-hmm.
You can get strong using both styles, but to get like really strong, you need both.
Right.
Like I think you can get to 5-dan mastering either of the two styles, either basics or fighting. And I'm the basics guy, so I lack the fighting sense that the other style is. So in order, if I wanted to get to like Hydon, I would need to master fighting sense and combine it with my basics. Then I could get to Hydon. It's that's the two sides of the Go coin, strategy coin. He's so aggressive. It's fantastic. If he started streaming Go player, like the viewers would love him. Because it's always going to be a bloodbath one way or the other.
Yeah.
With the way he plays.
I mean, I think I can see a pretty mean thing I can do to him.
I mean, I see like tons of things.
Yeah,
like,
I'm sure.
I see the flaws of both players' positions, and I'm just like, I'm not even going to bother reading this out. I'm just going to wait to see what they play, because you never know. When the stronger you get at Go, the less you should read a double DQ player's game. The less you should pay attention when you watch.
That makes sense.
Because the more you read, the more stressed you're going to get.
CQ says this can only explode.
Yeah, this can only end badly. For one way or the other.
Oh man.
I'm gonna watch from the multi Twitch. That's what I'm gonna do. That we can read both chats. Yeah, the plan is Vampire Chicken and I will do this same thing that we just did today on Saturday, probably around 5 p.m. Central Time, same time as this stream was.
I think you're gonna have another. I think you're gonna have another taker in Akash too.
Yeah, I'm happy to do this with all kinds of chess players.
Yeah.
This kind of goes along with my mission to spread more Go and teach Go.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, I
will be happy to learn chess.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of like having a sort of like a community exchange between chess and Go. I mean, I think they're like complementary, and like I have this theory that learning Go is going to make me better at chess. I don't really have the hard facts to prove it, but I just think like switching up the way that I approach a strategic game like this is going to benefit. But I just feel like players of either game would be interested in the other.
Yeah, I do find chess enjoyable. I think I found shogi more enjoyable, but I'm so much worse at shogi. Like, you think I'm bad at chess.
I don't know anything about shogi, so I can't really.
So shogi is basically the same as chess. The pieces move just slightly differently, but it's the same concept. You're trying to checkmate your opponent, right?
Right.
But the difference is the big difference is the pieces that you capture can be replaced on any empty square.
Oh, right, yeah. There's a chess variant that's like that. Yeah, Crazy House.
And I absolutely love it. It's so much fun.
Crazy House is insane, so I'm sure shogi's pretty insane too.
Yeah, but the problem is Crazy House wouldn't be balanced like shogi is. Because shogi, it's the way the pieces move kind of are more balanced than if you just capture a queen and place a queen. Mm-hmm. But with that being said, I'm much better at chess, and I do enjoy chess. But my favorite variant of chess is probably shogi. I don't play it at all, though. I haven't played it in many, many years. Yeah, lances are an interesting example of balance, I think. If I recall correctly, lances are basically like rooks, but they can only move forwards.
Okay. Isn't there one piece? I can't remember if it's shogi or if it's another like chess-like game where there's a piece that I think it moves like a rook, but it has to jump over one of its own pieces in order to move. There's something weird like that.
I think that's a canon in Chinese chess.
Okay.
And I absolutely hate Chinese chess. I couldn't do anything in that game. Like, a Chinese guy showed it to me once, and I was like, I can't even figure out how to move the pieces. It wasn't even that I couldn't read them; I just couldn't figure out how to make them move.
Yeah,
like I knew the movement rule of each piece, but I couldn't get them to go forward. And I'm like, I hated it. I really didn't like the Chinese chess variants. I should not figure that game out. That's my least favorite chess variant. That was a tough game. Uh-oh. I disconnected again.
I can still hear you.
All right. OGS is being funny then. Mm-hmm. If I'm being completely honest, I think the reason you're doing well is probably because you have more experience right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume so.
But your guys, I think both of the feeling I get, this is just my feeling in my opinion, but the feeling I get is both of you have very interesting approaches to the game, probably from like your chess approaches. Mm-hmm. And I think probably he can improve almost as fast as, like, maybe as fast as you, maybe he can, maybe he can't, I don't know. But my feeling is that he can improve pretty quickly if he played as much as you.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. And I mean, he's really good at chess. He's younger than me. He's probably better than
to see if his style, which is the complete opposite of yours, because you watch my videos and stuff, so you understand, you do the basic style. Mm-hmm. If his style is the complete opposite of yours, and he had just as much experience as you,
like, who would win?
I wonder how the game would go. It'd be really interesting to see.
Yeah,
that's the feeling I get when I watch the game. Parago, oh my gosh, Parago's so stressful. For those who don't know, Parago is when you work with a partner and you both take turns playing moves, but you can't like discuss strategy in the middle of the game. So like you would play a move, then the other team would play a move, and then your partner would play a move for your color, and then the other team's partner would play a move for their color. So it's like 2 versus 2. So you're on a team, but you take turns placing your color.
So there's something similar in chess called hand and brain, where like if we were going to play as a team in chess, either I would be the hand or the brain, and you'd be the other, of course. And if I'm the brain, then I say what piece I want moved, but I just I say like the name of the piece. So I say knight, and then you can move either knight, you can move it to any square. but I tell you the name of the piece, and then you have to decide where to move it.
That's interesting.
So yeah.
AGS said blind Parago is exceptionally fun. Funnily enough, blind. I don't know. Does anyone play blind chess?
Yes, people play blindfold chess. Masters are, I think, generally like NMs are somewhat able to do it, and then as you get higher up, like I think any GM would be able to do it.
8, 7.
Yeah, I think blind chess is
6,
probably easier than blind
5.
Go. I can play blind Go, but it's pretty hard.
Yeah, I would think that'd be insanely hard. I can't understand how it would even be possible. Like 19 by 19 is like 360 something places.
361.
Yeah, 361, and you've got to remember there's a white stone, a black stone, or nothing there.
Yeah, my record. The way you do it is you remember the shapes.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. But my record right now is like 137 moves blind, and then my opponent resigned. But if my opponent had finished, is that me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. If the thing is, I got to 137 moves, and my opponent was at a resignation point. But if we had kept playing, I was losing track. I don't think I could have finished the game.
Yeah.
There is a 7-Dan that can actually beat professionals in blind Go because he can remember the position and see the position better than they can.
Wow.
So it's actually pretty interesting. Ooh. But yeah, my record right now is 137 moves before losing track, and I was at a game-winning position. But I haven't been able to finish a 19 by 19 game blind yet.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, 9 by 9 blind, probably any like high Dawn player could do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Any Dawn player that actually puts a little bit of effort in could probably figure it out and do it. So 9 by 9 I can do pretty easily. But 19 by 19, that gets pretty complex. Not impossible. But the trick is just remembering the shapes and patterns. Have a good night, Izzy Sente. Thanks for tuning in. Plus, yeah, I think I already answered that question. Meet you. Nice catch.
I remember that shape.
You have won.
Yes. I thought that was a really good game. I mean, that felt like...
Yeah, look at the graph. Look at the graph.
Yeah, it went back and forth for a long time. I'm kind of surprised that it says I was winning for the last, like, 15 moves or so. I thought...
it's because C8 is open.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about... Since we looked at that yesterday, I was thinking about doing C8.
It's also... You also have more points because it assumed that White was going to die.
That's what I couldn't tell. Like, I thought maybe... okay, I guess... I'll go to the analyze. How do I do that? How are you doing the like
review started?
Okay.
There's a menu that if you move your mouse to the right side of the window.
Oh, it's over here. Okay. So
and then I click review game.
Like I thought here if he played at F9, if he had played F9 before me, then maybe he was going to live.
The vital point is here.
Oh, okay.
If you play F9, I can still play here. This is the more of like the T4 or some sort of like 4 shape.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 shapes are dangerous for eyes. So he can live if he plays here. And then if you play here, he has to connect otherwise he get a false eye.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the vital point. Now, the AI says you're winning because even if this lives... It's kind of a me-eye, which me-eye means if you play one, I play the other.
Right.
So for black, A and B are me-eye to win the game.
Wow, okay. I kind of assumed that I thought the fate of these white stones in the top right was going to decide the game. But maybe that wasn't true.
Yeah, you can easily destroy those points. If you don't see the cut... let's just finish. Then
It's okay bouncing. I mean, come on, you're a new player. It's what you're supposed to do.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 with one capture, so 22 for black. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 for white plus 5.5. So white would have won.
Wow, yeah.
So
yeah, this felt really close.
Cut, then
yeah,
white has a slight lead unless you do something. But because you have like 2 ways to win, like I said, the reason I think you're winning right now is just more experience.
Yeah.
But his style is very interesting. I think if he played more, especially with his aggression, he could probably come up with some very interesting games with you.
Mm-hmm.
I would say if he played like what did you play, like 30, 50 games? If he had 30, 50 games,
yeah,
I would love to see you guys play like an even game.
Yeah, well that's your homework really bouncing across. Go play 50 games of Go, and then we'll reconvene.
You have to play 50 games plus whatever you play in the time that you're playing that 50 games. So you have to play 50 games.
We got to get to equal footing on games. Yeah,
you got to get to equal footing on games.
Yeah.
Like plus or minus 10 games.
Yeah, and dude, I mean,
of CL Smith.
And I don't want to volunteer you, but bouncing, if you just go to Clossius stream, like he's gonna be willing to analyze your games for you. So
yeah, for anyone watching the streams, I stream during the week, like 4 days a week, 4+ days a week, depending on the weekend, like if I want to do on the weekend or not. By the way, for my viewers, tomorrow, Mrs. Clossius and I are thinking about doing an IRL stream and going to the zoo for our honeymoon, but we're thinking about streaming it so you guys can come with us to the zoo.
Oh man.
Anyway, back on topic.
Nice.
Back on topic. I do teaching on stream. That's what I focus on doing, is teach. So I do game reviews and teaching games on stream. So anytime that you want some advice or some help, just hit up my stream. Or if you just want to watch and learn, just hit up my stream, and I'm happy to teach or answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible resource.
Do about one per stream though. So like if you get a teaching game or a game review, I usually try to ask that you keep it to one per stream because I am doing it for free.
Sure, yeah.
And I do also charge for like private lessons and stuff, and I do actually have a premium value.
Yeah, absolutely.
That I do charge for.
Yeah.
But because I'm doing it on Twitch for free, I try to ask that you keep it to one per stream. But I'm happy. I care more about helping people than making money, even though I would really like to make money.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that.
I care more about helping people, so I do teach for free on stream, which I'm happy to do. But I also offer like private lessons and stuff. So yeah, if you want to support me as a Go instructor,
yeah,
shout out. Yeah, so I'm happy to teach you on stream. Just once per stream, please.
Cool.
But yeah, it's a very interesting game. But maybe someone else can try.
Yeah, if anyone's willing to, I can play one more. Or I can probably play more than one more. I don't know. I like that game had started really crazy, how like everyone's stones were weak and there were a lot of cuts and stuff, and then it just like sort of settled into this like even divide. Like he's playing on one half of the board and I've got the other half of the board.
Yeah.
I was surprised that it sort of like developed that way.
It was very interesting.
Yeah.
Cuts are kind of like the bane of a double DQ player's existence, unless you have good basics. Maybe they're bad for you, maybe they're good for you.
Yeah, got you.
It just depends on how good your basics are. But if you have no basics and you want to try to make a cool position happen in the game, try cutting stuff.
Gotcha.
It's a great way to confuse your opponents, and especially against stronger opponents. Like if they're like 10 ranks stronger than you, it's not going to happen. But if they're just a couple ranks stronger than you, and you think you're going to lose, and you've been on a losing streak against them or something, just try cutting stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, with the disconnected, man.
Oh, I can hear you. So.
Yeah, it's just OGS disconnected me.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten that one yet, but yeah, calm tilts if you want to play.
I'm in another tab. I'm not in the tab, so it just disconnects me.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, calm tilt if you want to play. Send me a challenge for sure.
He could give you a handicap. So I think he's stronger than you. He's going to give you a handicap stones.
Gotcha. So that means like I'm just gonna get free stones from the get go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get extra moves at the start, and
Challenge
he's going to try to make a
There it
comeback.
is. 13 by 13.
Game started.
Yeah, that's what you're on. That's what you need. You're working your way up to 19 by 19.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck. 6 moves, he says. So I get 6 free moves here?
Yeah, place them on the star points, though.
Okay. And now, just my
Anywhere
preference.
Yeah. The reason we say put them on the star points is because the star points are definitely good moves. And if you don't play good moves, then maybe your handicap stones won't be as effective. So as long as you place your handicap stones on the dots, you'll guarantee have an advantage.
CQ says too much handy. We'll see.
And I'm actually going to be right back on my stream.
Okay, cool. No, he's invading me. Oh, I didn't think he could get away with something like this.
Hi, cats. All right, I'm back.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, look at those cuts.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get cut here. But I don't want to lose these 2 stones.
Can I pop out this chat in multi-twitch? No. Okay. I feel like I'm missing like half the conversations when I'm not watching your chat.
Okay, well, it looks like I really need to connect there. So I guess I'll do that. Yeah, and now he's cutting me up.
Well, I can't wait to see our stats after today. Because we were up in like the 40. I think we were up in like the 40s for a while.
Oh, like the stream stats? Yeah, that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. We lost the banner so fast. We lost the banner before we got to go though, and I'm really disappointed.
I wasn't sure if we ever got it. I didn't ever see it.
We had a banner for like an hour before we started.
Oh, wow.
And then about 30 minutes into we started saying that, hey, we're going to do this at 5. Because I got someone to do that.
Yeah.
But no mods were on.
That sucks.
When we got to the go portion. So we probably missed out on a lot of go players.
Yeah.
But we got all the chess peeps.
Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah, we got all the chess people, so that was kind of what we wanted to do, I guess. But we missed out a lot of viewership because there's not mods on in the evenings.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
He's loose. He's in my area. I don't like it.
Oh, he's a 2Q. Oh, you're still gonna die. 5 stone's not enough. Or 6 stones. I didn't realize he was a 2Q. You need like probably like 7 or 8 at least. Put it this way, on the 19x19, one rank is approximately 1 stone, maybe a little bit less than 1 stone handicap.
Right.
So at 2Q, you would need about 20 stones.
Yeah, wow.
Now, the smaller board makes the value of each handicap stone definitely go up.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you have enough. Might need just 1 or 2 more stones, but you still have a chance. You're still winning. Honestly, I think if you're going to win this game, you're probably going to have to borrow some of the other dude's aggression.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because if you keep submitting everywhere, you're going to lose.
If I keep what everywhere?
But if you
Submitting?
if you keep submitting, yeah. But on the flip side, with just a tad bit of aggression, I think you can win. But too much aggression and you'll die.
All right. Well, that's an interesting challenge.
That's my feeling of the game.
I mean, it feels like I have a lot of area, but I mean, he knows how to invade against me. So
you have more area than white.
Yeah.
But yes, he knows how to invade against you. There's the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to counter him somewhere somehow. And for that, you will need a little bit of power. Cats, get out! No! You know how many spices we have on the floor? From cats getting on the shelf and knocking them off, trying to work their way into our leftovers.
2Q also knows how to trick you with moves that don't actually work. I believe that.
No, that's Dawn magic.
Yeah.
Dawn, no, well, 2Qs, maybe they're good at playing confusing overplay. Dawns are really good at poking Aji, which is weakness, until something happens. So we call that Dawn magic, where we're totally losing and pulling crap out of our
Yeah.
but we know we just keep poking weakness until we like force something out. Basically, we force some sort of magic to happen, and that's called Dawn magic.
Yeah. F12 feels like one of those too aggressive moves.
Yeah. A little bit too much. Good effort, though. E for effort.
Yeah.
Hello, Betsko. Yep, we're still going. I'm going to be going until my wife gets home, which is any time now. There's a pro that says cut first, think later. That's good for the aggression style.
Yeah.
Not for the Clossy basics.
Yeah.
Clossy basics disagree, but cut is definitely a powerful tactic. I don't think this stream on Saturday is going to go this long, though. I don't know if Vampire Chicken's gonna want to stream for 6 hours.
Yeah, this has been a long one, but it's been fun.
Yeah, 6.5 hours.
Oh, he moved. I didn't see that.
Not gonna lie, I really wish I had snacks. Oh crap! Dang it! I forget to ask my wife to bring me home food.
Yeah, that's a big mistake for you. That's important.
It's almost midnight and I have no food.
Yeah,
Because I try not to eat on stream, so I always try to eat like right before and then right after.
yeah. I probably shouldn't eat on stream, but I mean, I still do.
But if I forget, then I just starve for dinner because I stream so late into the evening.
Yeah, I mean, actually, part of what I was doing to get ready for the stream today was going ahead and cooking dinner so that I could just grab it quickly during stream. I want to live.
Oh man.
Let me live.
Can I yeah, I can. Okay. I'm going to show the chat something, but you can't see it.
Okay, yeah, I'm not looking at your chat, so.
I don't think you'll see it though, but I'm very excited at the possible futures of this board.
Man, I feel like I need to play here. But...
Oh, I don't live directly in the city. Hello, Basker the Hound. How are you? This is really funny. He stopped my move.
I have a bad feeling about this group. A very bad feeling. Yeah, I think this group is just on its last leg. How can I save this?
I found something like interesting, but it's like almost impossible to get it forward. So. Oh, Gildro said thanks to both of us for the stream. Makes him want to learn chess.
Awesome. As long as we both get, you know, a lot of people into each other's game, then it'll be a success. All right. I'm thinking it's time to ditch this group.
It's not quite the AI move from the other day. I'm looking at like 10, 15 move sequences to try and save your group, and I'm just not. I don't
not
think
finding it.
Well, I found some interesting stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like really optimistic.
Yeah.
To say the very least. Like I think there was potential. There was potential for a co, but it was like so many steps that he would probably be able to let you live and just get like 5 free moves. or anything, right? It was very optimistic. Not impossible, but very, very unlikely.
Yeah. What's up, Intrapixel? I was trying to think of your name earlier. Intrapixel's I'm pretty sure is the OGS mod that I was thinking of.
Ah. Hello, Intrapixel. Yeah, we had no OGS moderators for the ghost stuff. It's so sad. I need to figure out which OGS mods are on between like 7 or like 6 to 10 Central Time. Because I'm having like hit or miss with the OGS moderators lately.
One thing
and like that's the difference of like 20.
Yeah, it seems like.
Have a good night, AGA. Like I still average like 20 or so viewers on average, but like with the banner, we can get like 40 or 50.
Yeah. I mean, I know when the banner hit last night, I think my stream jumped to like 20 viewers at that point.
No, it's jumped to like 40 or 50.
No, it jumped. Yeah, it jumped from like 20 to like 40 or 50. Which was like probably my highest viewer count ever.
You get like 20 or 30 views from having a banner.
Yeah. I was gonna tell you, if you start streaming like just chess, like just doing your own chess streams, Lee Chess does a similar thing. You can apply to be like a Lee Chess streamer, and like when I did it, it took them like a day or two to approve me. And then basically you just put leechess.org in your stream title, and you'll get a little link on your profile that since people do your stream, anyone who's watching your game will get a link to your stream. It doesn't quite give you the like site-wide banner unless you're like really popular, but it still is like a little help, you know.
Unfortunately, I don't know if I have the time right now to do exclusive chess streams, and then when I tried to combine it with Go, I kind of get a little flack. So I don't know if I can stream chess unless I'm doing a collaboration.
Yeah.
Like I could play chess like offline or like off stream, but my focus right now is teaching Go, of course, and then I'm also trying to balance getting back into live streaming, and live streaming like 4 days a week. And then I'm also trying to balance that with having a wife and wanting to spend time with her.
Right. That's important too.
And we've been trying to get out more, especially with the pandemic and stuff. We haven't been spending a lot of time together outside of the house, so we're kind of managing that. So I'm trying to manage a lot of stuff right now.
Gotcha.
So I enjoy chess and I wouldn't mind streaming it, but I think I'm just suffering for time right now.
Yeah, I hear you.
But I do play chess sometimes in my free time. Especially with me wanting to collaborate with chess players. It definitely makes me interested in playing more chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been streaming for like 6.5 hours. I think it's a little late for the banner. Maybe a banner would be fine. Are you going to stream for another hour? Because banners go by the hour, I believe.
I don't know. I probably won't. I'm once you're done, I'm probably done. It's been a long stream. I'm not used to streaming this long.
Yeah. My wife could be home any minute now.
Yeah.
So probably the shortest I'll stream is like probably another 15-20 minutes. And the longest will be another hour or so. Because I think I'll probably get off at midnight regardless. But yeah, it'll be probably at least a 7-hour stream by the time I get off.
Oh, that guy's not looking so good.
Oh, for any of the chess players that would like me to do more collaboration streams, I would appreciate any recommendations for chess players or chess streamers who would be interested in doing a collaboration. I think that'd be a great way to set up more things like this.
Yeah, I've really only talked to Akash about it, but I know he's interested, and I mean I've seen several other streamers in my chat throughout the day, so I mean maybe you'll get some takers from that group.
Yeah. So if you're a streamer and you want to do a collaboration, message me on Twitch or Discord, and I will get back to you when I can. I know on Discord I have another guy that says he has a 9-year-old kid that's my rank. Said Nominee, I believe, if you guys know who that is. And then I have Vampire Chicken on Saturday, but Said Nominee I haven't set up a collaboration stream yet because I was gonna do vampires first and see how it went. But since we're doing this one and it's going well, I'm happy to do more.
Intrapixel, I mean, I think it's going well. I mean, I'm having fun anyway. I think I'm slowly improving. I think I probably need to play, a decent amount off stream too, just to like sort of iron in some of these concepts. And with any game, when you're playing on stream, you're kind of juggling two things, so you're not really giving your full attention sometimes. So I think that's going to be my homework, is to play more off stream and try to keep improving. But I mean, I've said this about chess. I think it's fun when you're a beginner because you often can improve pretty quickly, and that's pretty rewarding. And then when you start getting better, the improvement starts getting tougher, and then you can get frustrated.
Here's a little note. In the 20 Qs, when you're a 30 Q or whatever, you can learn one concept and like rank up.
Yeah.
But at a Dawn level, it takes like 6 months to a year to rank up.
Wow. Yeah.
Consistent study of playing. Like the stronger you get in the Dawn levels, the longer it takes to rank up. And 6 months to a year is like, if I rank up a Dawn rank every 6 months, it's pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's me playing consistently. So yeah, I kind of wish I could improve just a little bit faster.
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort to put in 6 months of effort to finally get one more rank.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's probably the same with the higher levels of chess, right? You have to put in like months of effort just to get that next rank.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say because I'm not in that echelon in chess, but that's my understanding is like I think if I wanted to drastically improve in chess, I need a coach. I need like a titled player to coach me. I need to read chess books, which I'm planning to do, the chess books. Maybe I'll get a coach at some point, I don't know. But yeah, and I mean, I'm still, in the grand scheme of things,
10,
not that great of a chess player.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
I mean,
4.
You're probably like as strong as Calm Tilt at chess as he is at Go. Maybe.
I mean, I'm not sure.
He's like 2Q is what? 2 ranks from 1 Dawn? So that's about 200 or 300 points from 2100.
Yeah.
So
that may be about right.
You're about as strong at chess as Calm Tilt is at Go. Arguably.
I feel like this is one of the more complicated looking games that I've had in 13x13.
Well, it's handicapped.
Yeah.
So it's nothing but fighting, which is like the biggest thing that you struggle with.
Right.
If you are really bad at fighting, it's a great way to learn.
Hey, there's Akash.
Hey, Akash! A cash money. Cash money.
Are you free for a game after this, Akash, or are you still busy with your other stuff?
10.
I mean, I've been improving for the last like 3 or 4 hours, so you're in for a real fight now.
I was telling him earlier we should do like a triple stream collaboration or something someday. Like we can do like a collaboration stream and do chess and Go, and then maybe someday we can do like all 3 of us on like Google Hangouts or something, just streaming.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Networking, punks.
Okay, yeah. So what is this cage match, Akash? Like, what is that? Like, what does that mean? Cage match.
Is that like a chess thing?
That's what I'm not sure of. I assume he means a chess thing.
2 guys, 1 go board. In the cage, only one may leave.
11 3-0 games and 10 1-0 games. I think I would go 0-21 in those games.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch at least part of it, Akash. I think we're close to wrapped up here.
It's insane. I think chess players would enjoy Blitzgo, or watching Blitzgo.
Yeah, probably. Blitz is super popular in online chess, so
it's popular, I think, for people to watch and go to, but no one likes playing.
Yeah,
no one likes.
10,
no Go player really likes playing
9,
Blitz,
8,
but it's really fun for
7,
viewers.
6.
I say no Go players. Simonyan is a only plays Blitz. Simonyan plays some insane moves. I'm really bad at Blitz because my entire... Oh, thank you, Akash, for the subscription. I appreciate it. My entire Go strategy is about gathering as much information as you can and making a good judgment move and maximizing your time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's everything I work on doing. That's all the habits I've built. And Blitz is like, no, throw all that out the window.
Yeah.
And that's why I can't play in chess very well, because I don't have that clock in my ear. And I train myself to listen for the clock and take as long as I can to gather as much information as I can. So it's really hard for me to manage the clock in chess. Completely defies all of my basics.
Yeah, I'm such a huge fan of the Go clock at this point. I wish that were like a thing.
Does Kosh have a Discord?
10, 9,
yes, he does.
8, 7.
I'll need a link to that somewhere. As long as I can remove the chick who counts down from the timer of time to play Blitzgo.
Oh yeah, he was not a fan of that last night at all.
You can change. I think you can change the voice to other voices and stuff. But you got to realize, for Go players, we don't look at the clock in Blitz. Like, we always keep our eyes on the board, or like the good ones. We keep our eyes on the
10,
board
9,
and
8,
listen for the timer.
7,
and we try to
6,
get it down to 1
5,
and then click.
4,
So that way we
3,
can read as much
2,
as we can
1.
while listening to the clock.
4 periods
But I think chess
left.
players have a habit of looking at the clock anyway, so the voice is probably just annoying. But I couldn't play Blitz without hearing the countdown, because I never look at the clock in Blitz. It's just not what I do.
I can't tell if we're actually making useful moves here.
Her voice makes you anxious. My wife can relate to that. Goes 10, 9, and my wife is like, "Oh no, I've got to play a move. What do I do? I'm starting freaking out, and I can't think." Yeah.
Is it Tenchi? I didn't think that I could do anything there.
10, 9,
Where?
8, 7.
Tenchi says B2 is
6,
big.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Tasuji, what's up,
3
Tasuji?
periods left.
Tasuji says the group's dead. It's worth several points.
Yeah, the group's dead. It would be worth points if your group was alive.
Okay. Now Tenchi agrees.
10, 9.
Yeah, I think there's
8,
like nothing
7,
really left to do,
6,
right?
5, 4, 3, 2. Pass.
There's probably some silly cut that I'm missing.
Game pause. Remove the dead stones.
Oh, did I get my internet back?
Yeah, I hear you now. I think you did disconnect.
Yeah. That's not a Seki.
Yeah, I think it's scoring this wrong because it's
Yeah, it's definitely.
okay.
This is scoring.
I was about to say I thought that white stones on C2 through 4 were alive and A2, and he gets all that territory.
I don't know why he's accepting it though.
I guess it doesn't matter, but
he knows it's not right, so why is he accepting it?
Yeah, the result of the game doesn't change; it's just the score.
Click the white stones that are grayed out, and click all those blue squares inside his area. All right, now is it right?
It looks right to me.
I can't see it.
Oh, okay. He says yeah, he doesn't care. Good game. Yeah, good game called Console. Thank you for the game.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like there was Chinese
White
rules.
wins.
Yeah, that was Chinese rules.
Oh.
That's why I counted the stones.
Ah, okay. Technically not N6 isn't a point. Oh, it's not?
Oh, yeah. Well, like, N6 is not a point in Japanese rules. Because Chinese rules count stones, then that means in Chinese rules you want to fill the neutral points because every stone you get on the board is a point. But in Japanese rules, it doesn't matter because Dame is neutral. It's no points.
Mm-hmm.
So N4 would have been a point for white because of Chinese rules. But in Japanese rules matter because if you play N6, white will block N4, the points don't change.
Right. Okay, I see a funny question in my chat that I've got to answer. So CQ, what is Bong Cloud? The Bong Cloud is sort of a meme opening in chess. It's an opening that doesn't really make any sense from a strategic point of view, but online people like to play it as a meme, or they like to play it to try to flex on lower rated players. So the opening, the Bong Cloud, is white moves his e-pawn up e4, which is standard, but then on the second move, white plays his king to e2, which is like one of the worst possible moves. But yeah, it's basically just a meme that's kind of run away in chess, but kind of a joke opening, I guess.
Do I want to review? We can.
Review started.
Thank you, Calm Tilt. I appreciate the kind words. I feel like the end game makes more sense to me than like the rest of the game. Like the end game is just pushing for like 1 point here and there, right? So at least a lot of it, I guess.
When you only have 2 stones in a row, when you have 2 stones and one of your heads are taken, it's hard to Hane.
Okay.
Because the cut puts you down to 2 liberties, which creates some difficulty. So usually, I would Nobi here.
What was that word?
It's not like
what's that word?
Nobi means to move forward.
Okay. I got to learn all the lingo still, so.
Yeah, move forward and gain 2 liberties. That's a Nobi.
Okay.
So that's a Nobi. That's a 1-point jump. That's a Hane, which means bend around.
Okay.
This is a tiger's mouth because if you play inside of a tiger's mouth, you get eaten.
Right. I'm absolutely not saying that, Akash. I would never say that about the sodium attack.
So if he cuts here, you can't play the Atari because when this Nobi happens, A, B, A are Miai. Do you remember what Miai means?
Well, yeah, it's basically like, okay, one person plays one, then the other person's going to play the other, and it's an even exchange.
Well, not an even exchange. It means I will either kill those 2 stones or I'll kill that 1 stone. I have a Miai for a good follow-up.
Okay.
I have a Miai follow-up. If you defend one, I'll play the other. If you play one, I'll play the other.
Right.
So it's not like it doesn't have to do with evenness. It has to do with I have 2 follow-ups. So it's like a fork.
Okay.
Fork.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen it in I've done a few of the life and death problems on OGS, and I've seen a few times it says like A and B or Miai for life, like nothing has to be done because if white plays on one of them, black plays the other, and black's fine or whatever.
It's basically a fork.
Yeah.
But
okay.
sometimes you can have Miai for life like that, so you can leave and say, I have a fork for life, which doesn't quite make sense, but you understand the principle.
Yeah.
So is it ever good to play into the tiger's mouth? Yes. You can play into the tiger's mouth if you're using a squeeze to Suji. Squeeze to Suji means a skillful tactical play, which is relevant to a local situation. So a squeeze means to you sacrifice a stone to get some forcing moves because they have bad liberties. And then that's good for getting there's a lot of special stuff. It's a lot of special tactics, but way above 22Q. So yes, there are times where you can play inside of a tiger's mouth, but usually it's here, because of that, you have to play Anobi here.
Yeah.
And Hinobi, you fix somehow, and then he can attack you, so you're in a lot of trouble. That's why this cut's really powerful.
I always want to do this, like run 2 and then Hane, and I guess I need to not do that.
Yeah, if you want to Hane, the ideal Hane is having 4 in a row, and then you can Hane.
Okay.
4 in a row is the safest. But the rule of thumb is Hane as soon as you can. Hane as soon as the cut doesn't work. That's the rule of thumb.
Okay.
If you can Hane here, but if the cut works, don't do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? So Hane as soon as you can. But if you want to be super safe, 4 in a row is good enough to Hane. Then you can Hane.
Okay, that's good to know.
This is fine. Corner, fine, but you got surrounded here, so you do need to escape with this. Oh, hello, wife. You do need to escape with this. So after this game review, I'll be getting off.
Okay, yeah. I totally didn't even recognize that my stones in the bottom left there were in trouble. It felt like I had so many liberties that they were going to be fine, but I guess once he plays on F4, he's starting to kind of surround me a bit.
Yeah, this group is very surrounded, so it's very, very weak.
Okay.
Yeah, video's on. No, 23Q should not avoid Tiger's Mouth. Tiger's Mouth is one of the strongest shapes in the game and the easiest to use. So Tiger's Mouth is highly recommended for 22Qs or 23Qs. But playing inside of a tiger's mouth is not. So here, I think the best idea is, first off, recognize that your group is getting surrounded and start making eye space.
Okay.
That's the general idea.
Yeah.
You're probably going to die, though, because it's a 2Q. He's going to outread you.
Yeah.
So you're sacrificing it, which is fine.
Well, I felt like I was trying to surround his stones, which obviously was completely wrong.
It would be right if you weren't dead.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he has Knight's moves, which are not connected, and he also has this cutting point at A. So if you were alive, it would be very powerful to surround this and attack it.
Okay.
But since you're dead, he's not that weak.
Yeah, gotcha.
But it's not game over yet. Yeah. So you go. I want to argue that you can Hana here. Because you should be okay.
I'm afraid to have like 3 stones that are shouldering each other. I feel like that's when I get cut viciously.
This comes with practice, right?
Yeah.
Seeing if the cut works or not comes with practice.
Yeah.
You could jump here though, because of this stone.
That move is totally not in my arsenal.
Yeah, Nobi's normal, right?
Yeah.
The reason this one works is because of the stone. Because now when you block and he pushes and tries to cut, you can see there's a tiger.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So now you only have 1 cut, which is a lot easier to deal with instead of 2. 2 cuts would be very hard to deal with. So because of this very, very specific stone, you can 1-point jump.
Yeah, like it would never occur to me that that stone even like played a role into this little, variation.
Yeah, at 22Q, it doesn't really matter. What's more important is making sure you don't die.
Yeah.
Honestly, but the higher level you get, you'll find that having a move one move different is all the world of difference.
Yeah.
Having one stone or more, or having one stone on a different line makes the world of difference.
Yeah.
Here you stay connected. That's good. You could also play here with the 1-point jump connection, and when he plays this to threaten to cut you off, you can connect like this, because the bamboo shape, this is called a bamboo joint. It's a very, very, very solid connection and very good.
Those are like little Miai, right? Like if he plays J3, I play K3. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Miai connection. So you're absolutely connected. It's very strong, and that's why they call it bamboo, because it's very strong. So it's a bamboo connection.
Cool. Okay.
Or bamboo shape. So you can kind of force the bamboo here, which is really nice, because having the stone, let's get rid of these triangles. Having the stone at 1 gives you a lot of follow-ups, a lot of local follow-ups. So like you have here, you have here. Having that bamboo joint gives you a lot of potential for the future.
Okay.
All right, so he played here. He's trying to get into your area. This is a nice surround. And now he went in, which is kind of his only choice. So do you remember what the Clossius approach is for attacking?
I feel bad when I always forget it. Unsettle first, right?
Yes.
And then surround.
Yes.
And then take the ice base and then start playing inside.
The Vital Point.
Vital Point. Yeah, Vital Point.
Perfect. All right. So the cool thing you can note here is he's already surrounded.
Yeah. So when
you can actually start going on the second line to steal the eyes.
Okay.
And he can die.
Okay.
I think this is above your level, but if you know that he's already surrounded, you can start trying to kill. If you don't, then we just want to just make it tight for him.
Yeah.
Which you did.
Yeah, it's difficult for me to know, like, is he surrounded, or is he does he have enough room to make eyes? You know, I need that experience.
Hello, Pro Hyundai. This cut, I think, is a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
Approach-wise. So you usually don't cut near the edge.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that the other day. Like, if I ever try to cut on the second line, like that stone's basically automatically dead. Right?
Yeah. And usually you don't... when you're attacking a weak group, you attack the entire group, not just part of the group.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the cuts are powerful when you're trying to prevent him to connecting to life, or you're trying to cause him to have 2 weak groups instead of 1 in the center. But on the edge like this, a cut's not really recommended. You want to surround the whole group.
Okay.
Not just one. Like, let's assume the cut works. You get 1 stone, but I can sacrifice that and maybe start making some ice space.
Right.
You don't want just 1 stone. You want the whole thing.
Yeah.
You want to attack the whole thing. So try to avoid cuts that are just, first off, on the second line. And second line cuts are very dangerous for both sides.
Yeah.
So you have to have good reading for that. Which I think 22Q has to learn how to read second line cuts. It's one of the things you have to learn. But try to avoid cutting near the edge. More cuts are more powerful in the center.
Yeah. Okay.
On the edge. And also they're more powerful when you're preventing them connecting to life. So that's usually when you do it. So this one was unfortunately too good for your opponent. If you play here, it's actually really difficult for white.
Okay.
But now he already has 1 eye.
Yep.
And you have to surround. He lives. Okay. And then you go and threaten to connect, reduce, and then block this. He has to live, and that's how the game should proceed. And maybe you still win.
Yeah.
Maybe you still win. This is actually pretty cool. You did try to actually live in here. The problem is, if he goes here, the A group has no base, and it's not connected to the B stone because it's a knight's move.
Okay, yeah.
So blocking that is blocking your base and your points. So since you can block in Sente, because you force him to capture it too.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth doing, and then go play your move.
Okay.
This isn't. This is a pretty interesting idea. This White made a mistake here somewhere.
Yeah, right around here was where you got excited about something.
There's a mistake somewhere in here because there's a co. There's a co to connect.
Okay.
That would be really good for you because that means you can attack the top side for free.
Yeah.
So he has to come up with co threats, like whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you can try to get 2 moves in a row on top. And potentially kill his top group, and you would win the game if you kill that. Arguably, you would win the game if you kill that. So the fact that you can attack his top group while fighting a co makes it a really good co for you.
Okay, can you show me again the sequence to get to the co?
So I played here.
Okay.
If he just lets you out, you get out. So he has to play here.
And now it's already yeah.
Now, with that being said, this is way above 22 Q. This is probably single digit Q co. Maybe like a 12 Q or 13 Q could see it. But this is like way above 22 Q.
Yeah.
But this existed, and I was hoping you would look into it.
I mean, I think I saw the move at G1. Like, I think I was debating between G1 and C1. I'm trying to remember.
Probably you saw that he would Atari and you connect, he connect. Right?
Yeah, I definitely didn't see that. I think I was thinking if he Atari'd, I would just play it 3 immediately.
Looking into it is literally your chess strategy. That's mine right now too. So he played here to prevent that because he saw it as well.
Yeah.
Now, there's a couple of little interesting things here. This is not connected. So first off, you need to realize that if he tries to capture you, there's arguably co's, but the co's are really, really in White's favor. But if you can get a co, you can attack the top. So any co is going to be good for you. So he would try to want to prevent that and just try to connect, right? Prevent any possible capturing raise. Like, let's say he tries to do something here and you Atari and then cut him off, and now it's a co for his death. Huge mistake for White. So he would try to connect to prevent that.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And then you Atari here, or actually might throw in first to reduce a liberty. So if you Atari, right here, there's a liberty right here. But if you throw in you lose a liberty, it's just a small minor thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. It might be bad, honestly, since you're trying to sacrifice the group. But I was trying to see what I could come up with, and I was looking at maybe something here. Because if you can come up with this, maybe there's a co. But White can just play like this, and White just live, or White has 2 eyes. So I was trying to figure out how to prevent that.
This is all like so far beyond what I could possibly calculate.
Yeah. While you were playing this out, I'm like, what can I come up with?
Yeah.
This is technically 1 eye. Can I make it a capturing race? And if it's a capturing race, then he has to eventually if it's a capturing race, he has to eventually play this move. And that's why I was considering the throw in for the Liberty. Because that is a co, and then if you win this co, his whole group dies. I was looking for anything here, right? There's a lot of cool stuff to consider.
Yeah, wow.
But I was like, this is so impossible. This is so impossible. 1, it's way too optimistic.
Yeah.
2, all of these moves are just trying to make a co so you can sacrifice the group. So there's also the chance that he just says, okay, I'm going to threaten life. And you have to come back and defend, and then he gets to start the co. And then you have a multi-step co that's really, really hard, practically impossible for you.
Yeah.
But the idea is if a co starts, you can attack the top side. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
I was trying to start a co here to attack the top side.
I think I need to I think I need to remember when there's a situation like what's going on at the top. Like I need to be looking for co's to try to help me win that.
No, Co's should not be what you look for right now.
Okay.
Co's are not good for a 22Q.
Okay.
You should know how to handle them if they arise, but there's so many other things that you need to be learning right now.
Okay.
Co's are a little bit too complicated for you at this moment.
Yeah.
Because the problem is you're not even on a 19x19 yet. You're barely learning how borders of territory work.
Yeah.
And then you're going to work your way up to 19x19, and then you're going to learn how bases work, how Josekis work. Co's come like after all of that.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Because Co's get into the complex life and death problems, which come up with invasions on a 19x19 board. So you don't know Josekis, much less bases or invasions.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know bases or invasion, then Co's are irrelevant, because Co's are usually to either destroy an area or to threaten life and death. But if you don't even know how to invade, then how do you know how to force a Co to destroy an area? So Co's are like several steps above what you're learning.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Okay.
So trying to make a Co here to sacrifice it to get forcing moves on the top side is way above your level.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was so excited to try this stuff. I mean, I was like, oh, maybe I can destroy White. But this is why White can't give me 6 stones on a 13x13.
Yeah.
Because even with a dead group, I might be able to come up with a victory, because you have so many stones on the board. Like from just right here, I would be reading the code and be like, okay, so I'm going to like play this out so I have no problems, start a co, and then threaten to kill you. Or maybe I just go to kill you directly. I don't know. Like, this is why I don't have a handicap, but this is why I was getting excited during the game, because there's so much to read here.
Yeah.
There's so many things, but way, way, way above your pay grade.
Yeah.
But it was a very exciting thing to consider. This is actually a White mistake. This is a mistake by White. This is like the only mistake I think he made, like that I think gave you a chance. He has a cut here, and then you can go here and kill these stones.
Ah.
His second light cut. Yeah, this is unfortunately too easy for White to respond. You're already connected. Diagonals are already connected,
Yeah.
so you kind of wasted a move here.
Yeah, that didn't occur to me. Not at the time. I've made that observation before. Like, if I have a diagonal like that, I've got 2 options to connect, so there's no reason to do it immediately, but it just escaped me in that moment, I think.
So funnily enough, empty triangles, you'll learn, is a really terrible shape and attack and defense.
Oh, okay.
As it has bad liberties,
Oh,
which
yeah.
creates a lot of Tsujis, and it also doesn't make very good eyes, and it also doesn't attack. So empty triangles is a really bad shape normally. However, the AI has showed some cool empty triangle possibilities. But I would say for a 22Q, avoid empty triangles unless you have to.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's like an important shape. I usually, arguably, if you're playing an empty triangle, there's most likely a better shape for you to play instead of the empty triangle. With the exception being something like if your opponent plays right here, and you're like, oh, I don't want to play this empty triangle. No, that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
You're connecting.
Yeah.
You're connecting a weaker. Don't confuse good shape and bad shape with urgent stuff.
Right.
Like urgent stuff, like connecting a weak group is important. But you'll learn that empty triangles lead to problems.
Okay.
For a double DQ player. But I mean, that's a very minor thing. If it comes up, just know it's like a note, but not really the big stuff. But yeah, the cuts I think are important. You're almost ready for a 19x19. The only thing you really gotta work on is just realizing when your groups get cut off.
Yeah.
Figuring out where the borders are. Like this, you gotta know before 19x19. You gotta know to block your points before you move on. Because that's not only your points, it's also your base before you move on. Because on a 19x19, that'll pretty much leave openings everywhere on the board, and you'll never have points.
Yeah, gotcha.
But that's what you're learning on the 13x13. But once you understand that, how to block the points in the middle game, then you're ready for 19x19. And then you get to the really fun stuff.
Yeah.
By that I mean really hard and confusing and annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're doing pretty good. You're still doing pretty good. You were just a little bit outmatched this time.
Yeah, more than a little bit, I'd say. But
You Calm Tilt disagrees. He thinks you'll lose, but you're ready for 19 by 19.
yeah.
I don't know. I would say one or two more tactics and then 19 by 19. But you could arguably you could go to 19 by 19 right now and maybe still come up with
Yeah.
one.
I mean, I think this was like maybe like my 5th ever 13 by 13, so it feels kind of soon, but yeah, I don't know.
I always kind of felt that if you're 19Q, then if you're in the 20 Qs, maybe you're not ready for 19 by 19.
Yeah.
And then if you can get to 19Q, then that's about when you're ready for 19 by 19.
That makes sense.
For rank purposes, I would say I have a step-by-step for tactics specifically, but for rank purposes, I would say probably you want to get to 20Q and then move up to 19 by 19 to get to 19Q, or get to 19Q and then go up to 19 by 19 and start learning it from there. That I think is on the ideal in my personal opinion, but there's no one right answer.
Yeah.
Right. Other people have different opinions. Other people will suggest different things. And then honestly, I never played on the small boards when I first started, but that's because I watched Hikaru no Go and I was like, no, I'm going to do what he did in the anime. And I got on the 19 by 19 and every single stone on the board died.
Yeah.
That first game, like every single stone was dead. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna go play another one. Yeah. And that's how I learned Go.
Gotcha.
I went on 19 by 19 and just died everywhere, literally everywhere. And then eventually I just stopped dying. And that's how I learned Go. Yeah. But that's not the most efficient way in my opinion.
Right. And sure, Pixel, I think I'm gonna have fun either way. I mean, I enjoy playing the 13 by 13. I mean, they're more fun to me than the 9 by 9 anyway. So I mean, maybe I'll feel the same about a 19 by 19 compared to a 13 by 13. But I mean, I think I'm at this point I'm enjoying the games no matter what board size it is.
I mean, yeah, what he said is important though.
Yeah.
Like a lot of players focus on learning the right way or doing the right thing or applying what they learned in this video. But if you're not having fun, stop doing it. Maybe even stop playing Go if you're not having fun, because it's a game, you're supposed to enjoy it.
Yeah, totally agree.
So there's a lot of you need to stress having fun sometimes.
Yeah.
So whenever I say something, my recommendation is efficiency for improving, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like goes along with, but also have fun.
Right.
Make sure you're having fun. Don't play Tengen in the center of the board. It's not great for learning and stuff. But also have fun.
Yeah.
If you don't enjoy not playing Tengen, then just play Tengen. I don't care.
Yeah.
Just have fun as long as you're having fun with the game. All right, but I think I'm gonna call it for the night unless you have any questions.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a good place to end things. I mean, I'm probably past my point of being able to think straight anyway, so it's a good time. But yeah, I mean, I really appreciate all the help. This was a fun stream. I mean, I definitely would be interested in doing, similar types of streams going forward, or
yeah. It was definitely fun. Maybe I can work my way, if I get enough chess players involved, maybe I can work on doing a collaboration once a week.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. I still do want to focus on my teaching streams. I want to make sure I don't neglect those.
Sure.
But I think having a collaboration stream once a week would be really fun and a lot of fun. And then that also gives me a chance to play chess once a week as well.
Yeah.
So that would be too. So yeah, if we can get enough chess people involved, chess streamers involved, maybe even some more Go streamers too. I think we can have some cool collaboration streams maybe once a week. Oh my gosh, can you hear my voice just going out?
I heard a little crack there. Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully everyone found it helpful. Final notes, don't forget to follow CL Smith's stream, and if you like my stream, follow my stream. Smith is a chess streamer, and he's also been starting to play Go, and maybe he streams Go now. I don't know. Up to you. But he's also a Twitch streamer, so definitely follow him. And if you liked my stream, I focus on teaching Go, and that's what I do. I'm a Go instructor, so most of my streams are focused on giving you advice, answering questions, giving game reviews, teaching games, stuff like that. So if you like that, check out my stream. And yeah, you have a sub button, right? Yes.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed our stuff and want to support, do consider hitting those sub buttons. They help us out a ton. Sub buttons are great for supporting the stream. It also gives us more emotes to work with. For those
Which
of you
those
in
are
my
important.
chat, the emotes are important. For those of you in my chat, the emotes are available now. They are the new Glorious Cow and the Tsuji emotes are available. They became available in the middle of the stream, actually, I think.
Oh, nice.
So that happened. And yeah, Smith, what is your normal stream schedule?
I don't really have one. I mean, I'm relatively new to streaming, so I kind of just do it when I feel like it, but it's usually around this time. Like, I probably start between like 6 and 8 Central Time in the US, and then go for maybe about 4 hours on average, probably. And I do stream most days, but I'll go through some days where I take a few days off, and I don't really have a set schedule. But
gotcha. My personal schedule is at the moment, as what I'm working towards, is Monday through Thursday, Central Time evenings, like 4 to 6 p.m. Central Time in the evenings. I don't have a set start time, but I try to stream Monday through Thursday in the evenings and do teaching streams and maybe collaboration streams. The weekends are hit or miss. I leave those open to pretty much do what I want. So I can have the weekends. Maybe I hang out with the wife. Maybe I'll stream. Maybe I'll play games or whatever. So weekends are kind of just whatever I want to do. That's my free time. But that's what I'm trying to stream at the moment. For those interested, we are considering doing an IRL stream. My wife and I are considering doing an IRL stream tomorrow, going to the zoo, and we might just bring you guys along with us. So if you want to watch us go to the zoo and check out the animals at the zoo and just chit chat and hang out, do check out the stream tomorrow. If we decide to do it, we're leaning towards it, but we haven't committed just yet. But follow the stream, and if you get a notification or if you check us out tomorrow, then that's probably what we're going to be doing. Smith, any shout outs that you would like to do?
Well, I mean, I guess I just echo everything you said. I mean, I really appreciate everyone who's been helping me out and and appreciate all the viewers who were here today. It was a really fun stream. Went for like 7 hours, so it must have been good. And thanks everyone for following. I found that, at least so far in my couple of days of experience here, it seems like the Go community is really welcoming and is enthusiastic about new players, which is really nice to see.
It's sort of desperate, so
yeah,
we really want new players.
Yeah,
we also want a lot more people watching the Go category too, because we have very little people watching, and we really want to help.
Yeah,
fix that.
Well, I mean, I'm really hoping that the Chess Go partnership will continue, and I mean, I think there's great potential there. So, yeah, I mean, thanks again to you for helping me out and for really the idea of setting this up. Yeah, and hope we can do it again sometime soon.
Awesome. All right, so now we get the fun thing to raid someone.
Yeah.
Do we want to raid a chess player or a Go player?
I was thinking maybe I'll raid a Go player and you raid a chess player.
No. We should raid Akash, because Akash is going to go live soon.
Yeah,
right?
if Akash is live, I'm down to raid Akash.
Great
Akash,
stream.
are you alive? Are you going live?
Tsuji.
We'll give you all of our viewers.
Thank you so much, Tsuji. I really appreciate that. Your generosity is continuing. I'm very grateful. Thanks so much.
Oh, you get a donation?
Yes.
Jono.
Tsuji, 2,000
Nice.
bits. Really appreciate it.
Nice. With the donos. Yeah, Akash, are you...
Let's see if he's live.
Yeah, Clossius is gonna watch actual monkey jumps. Monkey jump is a Tsuji and Go, so I'm actually so he's quoting the Tsuji, the tactic in Go, and saying I'm gonna go watch monkeys at the zoo.
I don't think
is he live?
I don't think Akash is on just yet. I don't know if he's still in my chat or not, but I'm guessing not.
All right. Then do we want to? Who do we want to raid?
Well, I was thinking maybe I'll raid a Go person and you raid a chess person, since that's we're trying to mix it up a bit. Tsuji is a baller. Good point. That's well said, Bouncing.
Yeah. Who should I? Yeah, I need you to give me someone to raid.
Okay, let's see who's on in chess. See, Japanese Tutor is a good guy in chess. He's on.
Just send me a username and I'll copy paste it.
Okay.
You know, the cats are bad, but my wife is worse.
I'd probably do Japanese tutor.
Okay. Where are you sending the message?
I guess I'll send it in Hangouts. But I'm pretty
Okay.
sure he's just straight up one word Japanese tutor. And then there's some Go guy named Omelet on. Is he good? I could raid Night Forest again, but I did just raid him yesterday, so
I mean,
I thought maybe it would be...
just a Ghost streamer is probably good.
Yeah. Although Night Forest did play chess yesterday on his stream, so I am kind of a fan of that. And he almost beat me in chess too.
So I will raid Japanese tutor.
I'll raid Night Forest again. He seemed like a cool guy, and he seems like he might get into chess. So we'll give him a raid.
All right. Thanks all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you, CL Smith, for the filling in today.
Yeah.
Kind of a last minute thing.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks again to you. Thanks again to all the viewers. This has been a lot of fun, and hope to see you all again shortly.
Yep. And we will see you guys next time.
All right. Take care, everyone. Bye.